Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of the Temtem World Championships. The best and brightest from around the Temtem world are competing for $30,000 in prizes, with the champion taking home 10 grand. My name's East, and I'm joined by a team of other excellent casters as we bring you the action live on stream. Today, we're going to continue to cover the upper bracket. 24 players remain, but by the end of the day, there will be only 6 left. So, make sure if you want to follow along with the double elimination bracket to check out TemCS.gg, as well as the French broadcast elsewhere on Twitch. You can also spectate matches and join the audience in the stands in-game in Temtem or Temtem Showdown, the latter of which is free to play on Steam. And a final reminder that you can get Twitch drops from spectating this event. Go to link.playtemtem.com for more information on that. Now, with all that intro out of the way, let's preview our first match of the day. We've got Luluchroar going up against Genosect. And I'm joined now by HKen to discuss and cast the match. Hello, HKen. How are you doing?
East, how we doing again, buddy? Hello, everybody. Happy World Day 3. Happy to be back here. I was able to actually do some pre-interviews with those in the winners bracket. I'm excited to talk about those comments as things come up here, East. But how you feeling today, East? You ready for some action heading into day 3? It's going to get hot today, I'll tell you that.
Oh, yeah. I've never been more ready. You know, I've got my coffee. I'm ready to rock and roll here. And we've got lots of great action. This is going to be a pretty big day, HKen. We've got 18 players being eliminated by the end of the day. And a lot of them going to be players who, you know, many thought were favorites to go deep into the tournament. For those of you who are watching from last weekend, they're actually half of the winners bracket round 2 matches are not going to be on stream. So if you were looking for Prodi Subaki, Anhelacho versus Jade Oregon, Invincible versus Zax, or Kunders versus Tatoa, those ones are actually going to be resolved off stream. So you'll see those players. You can watch those players in game by spectating them, or you'll have to wait and kind of see how the bracket shakes out from there. So this is the kind of the bracket to start the event. We've got the winners of all these are going to move into the next round, and the losers bracket will also have players who lost day 1 or day 2 and are kind of waiting for those players to go down. So that would be players like Young Baselord, Gag Bomb, various of those other players who lost their round 1 set. In the meantime, Lulu versus Geno. What are you looking forward to in this matchup, HKen?
I'm looking forward to Lulu delivering on some of the comments that they made. So I was able to speak with them over the course of the weekend. Lulu has been doing their homework, I'll tell you that. Lulu's been prepping, they've been scrimming, they've been watching and doing research on Genosect's team. They do feel like they have the confidence and the matchup to be able to play well into that. They did note one of the most interesting points for me is they spoke about variance plays, low variance plays being safe plays when they feel like the board is in their position in their favor. But Luluch said, listen, I'm not afraid to play high variance. I'm not afraid to gamble. I'm not afraid to put myself in a risky position if that's what it's going to take to come away with the win on Genosect. So I'm interested to see how Genosect responds to Lulu's potentially safe or potentially risky matchup here.
Yeah, the name of the game for this matchup is really just going to be all about power peaks. Basically, when is a team or a Tem at its strongest point in the match? So Lulu, his team is designed so that his power peaks generally come a lot faster than Genosect's. Genosect is sort of like a steady build towards something that is, you know, undefeatable, heals more damage than you deal to it, gets buffed up so it deals incredible amounts of damage and can't be brought down. It's sort of like a slow rolling boulder, whereas Luluchroar, his team is more like, it takes me maybe 1 or 2 turns, but then, you know, my Scunch is ready to rock and roll. I've got my Zen meditation on something, or I've got a Hypno off with a Koish. My Ragnit is either sleeping or P-jabbing, and basically I'm going to hit the point in which my team is the strongest maybe 1 or 2 turns before Genosect is able to close the door. So it's Geno's job to delay that early momentum as much as possible to create space for them to get set up and kind of win the game from there. So this is a game where the first like 1, 2, 3, 4 turns are going to, even more so than usual Temtem games, really be deciding in terms of like who you might be able to tell right from turn 2 or turn 3, like who's kind of the runaway favorite here.
Oh, and here we go, East, looking at the matchup right now. So we do see Genosect and Luluch's team. I guess my question for you, East, is I'm taking a look. We saw Genosect last week, systematically play their game against Natna. They were able to come away with the win. Natna's hyper aggro, not able to shake up Genosect out of their rhythm. What are going to be the difference makers here for Luluch to be able to get under Genosect's, system of play?
Yeah, I think the main thing I look for with Luluchroar is you're probably not going to let Geno bring Scarebolt, I would imagine. Even with the Ragnet to play defensively against it, there's just, like, again, no way for Lulu to, or at least very limited ways for Lulu to hit that peak of power and run through the Scarebolt, right? Like, that's sort of one of the ways that Geno can slow his roll and can create advantage, is Scarebolt is a Tem that just kind of plants and can fire and can deal a lot of damage that way. Also, Lulu has to be mindful of Mom's Lunch. It's a very powerful gear that I believe is on the pig. It could be the corn as well, I'm not sure. But either one of those, very strong, as we're going to get into the draft in just a second here. The way that they create advantage by slowing Lulu's stamina. So we'll see if Lulu has enough stamina investment to keep going there as well.
Absolutely here. And I'm taking a look at Luluch's team. East, I know we were talking about before we went live, Scunch being, a real noisemaker on a lot of teams in this tournament. Do you think Scunch is potentially positioned to go off against Genosect here?
Yes. I think that it is a fairly sizable problem as we see the teams get into the draft. We see that we're going to immediately get a ban out here of the Scarebolt, and on the other side, we're actually going to see the Cycrox banned out. That's one of the differences between Lulu's team and Allie's team, which is normally very similar. Luluch has this Cycrox, which can help him in longer games. It's a bit more of a Tem that's sorted towards longer encounters. But like you said, HKen, Lulu goes into Scunch right away. If you don't have really easily available mental damage, Scunch is the kind of Tem where it takes one turn to get going, and it might not even take that long if it's got Wrenching Massage instead of Perfect Jab.
One of the things here, East, I'm learning. Absolutely. One of the things here, East, I'm seeing right away is Genosect. I remember in the Natna game, Genosect was pretty definitive in their draft. They knew which way they're going to go. You see him already slowing things down against Luluch, potentially being a little uncomfortable with that Scunch leading in.
Yeah, and you can see that both players are not necessarily immediately concerned by, like, front power. Like, Genosect, for example, is happy to lead Karn into a Tem that 2x's it in the Scunch, and Lulu is happy to lead Ragnet into Karn, a Tem that 2x's it. So both players are likely going to have something off the hop to hit with the draft. We can see on the other side, in second bans here, Genosect takes out the Koish. That's another Zen Meditation user. Lulu's team is kind of interesting. He has potentially 3 Zen Meditation users in Koish, Cycrox, and the HKen. We'll see if he ends up picking it here, so we get into the back half of the draft.
Absolutely here. And I'm loving that, Genosect trying to read Luluch, trying to get rid of those Zen meds, respecting that if Luluch is able to execute their role, getting Zen meditation off, removing all of those buffs from the stall, Luluch has a chance to make, quick work of this match.
Yeah, he's got this really good combination of, like, Tems that can do pretty good damage into Geno's team, and then the other ones sort of acting as buffers. I like personally have had a decent amount of success playing against Genosect on ladder, and the way that I usually end up doing that is by using Tems like Allie or Ragnet, Tems that are decently fast, can create offensive scaling using moves like Stare or Perfect Jab, but also have sleep control. If you manage to stop the stall or defensive players from getting their setups by putting them to sleep, it can be a really strong way to deal with them. So
and here we go, East. Here we go. Round 1 of match 1. Genosect versus Luluch. Winner trying to move on in TemCS World's Winners Bracket. We're going to have Scunch and Ragnet on the side of Luluch against Genosect, Nidrasil, and Torren. Luluch trying to get things online, get things going quickly. Genosect trying to play their stall game, slow it down, get buffed up. East, what are you seeing on this turn 1?
I really like the gears here for Genosect. Like the Ragnet would like to throw Perfect Jab into Torren, so Scunch can use either a Wrenching Massage or a P-Jab of its own. Lulu is likely staggered, so the Ragnet is faster than the Scunch, although that won't really matter if he uses Wrenching Massage, as it's a low prio move. But Geno does have the option to go for like a Bark Shield into Refreshing Diabolo play in that case, and that's like not that bad at all for him. He's gonna have to like trade something in when it's right to trade it in, I think. If he tries to keep every time alive and keep buffing, I think Lulu's gonna run him over. But we'll see if that's the case. You know, we're hitting a very smart, aggressive player going up against a very smart defensive player. See, Ragnar's actually gonna go the other way, HKen.
Absolutely. We're going to see the perfect jab from Ragnet going into that Nidrasil, a Toxic Ink as a response going into the Scunch, trying to chip him away. Now we're going to see the Torren Soil Steam going into that Scunch. Genosect wants no part of that Scunch, respects that it could be the X Factor going into the rest of the round. Wrenching Massage going into that Nidrasil as well, following up the P-Jab, doing decent damage there, bringing that Nidrasil under 50% right away.
Yeah, so that's a KO range for an Oshidashi, and there's no melee resist in Genosect's backline, so he's going to have to take a ton of damage there. I don't necessarily, like, hate this for Genosect, though. Like, one of the things that I think a lot of stall players, like Tsubaki and Genosect, they kind of get labeled as this, like, oh, you know, watch Geno, he's never going to attack someone. But immediately, Genosect, like, goes on the offensive here against the Scunch, right? Understands that if he lets it get set up, it's going to be the end of him. So, you know, no cute Spores Tri-Apothecary play. It's Toxic Ink, it's Soil Steam, and it's immediately into the Scunch, telling Lulu that, you know, you can't just sit here and get set up. I'm going to come for you. That being said, this turn 2 is incredibly good for Lulu. He's got Ragnet that can throw a sleep move onto the Torren to stop it from, you know, dealing more damage, and the Scunch threatens a KO on the Nidrasil with Oshidashi. So Geno has to kind of figure out a way around that, and that's going to be kind of like where Lulu looks to take advantage here.
Both tamers really taking their turn on these turns, respecting the value of how these early turns are going to impact things down the line. We are going to see Genosect retreat the Torren. Going to put a Pig Epic in that spot. Let's see how things move out with the rest of the turn here. Pig coming in with the Mom's Lunch, getting the Exhaustics off. Hypnosis going into the Pig now, dropping that to sleep for 2 turns. Let's see how the Scunch moves. Scunch going to throw the Oshidashi in the Nidrasil. That's going to cause the knockout, and Luluch taking the first knockout of the match here.
Yeah, like totally clinical turn from Lulu, right? Like there's really not much of a better play that can be made there. And then the difference between Lulu and like a lot of mostly like aggressive players that I think Genosect would match up with is that Oshi OX's most Scunches that players go up against on ladder. You see a little bit lower stamina investment. Lulu though is in the pocket of big stamina. He's a big believer in putting like a ton of stamina on his Tem specifically for moments like this, right? So Scunch is not overexerted. It has option to go back into wrenching if it wants. It has ninja jutsu up, and it's completely free to like leave if Lulu wants to go to like Lawali or something like that. Start getting that set up. That's up to him. But he's also got to be a bit careful, right? Like you don't want to end up on the back foot against defensive teams too much. Like this Torren has Stonewall available, and if the Scunch is not able to kind of press in the game offensively, now all of a sudden Geno can do a swap into Yowler and go for Stonewall, and then Lulu's got to be able to beat that, right? So we'll see kind of how that goes from there.
Absolutely. I guess my question for you, East, I know we saw in week 1 a lot of the stall matchups kind of fell apart for the aggro side when they started doing swaps, started trying to shift the board around, giving the stall players time to do exactly what you said, getting those stone walls off, getting their buffs up. Do you think Luluch has to just keep going after Genosect here, or do you think they have room to make some sort of shift if they want to?
I don't know. I think it's going to be a really interesting turn here because Lulu doesn't really want Scunch to leave the board. It's a huge threat for him. He doesn't necessarily go down to a Soil Steam. We see Geno swaps the Pig. That probably means that Lulu stayed in on both here. So let's see what happens.
Perfect jab going into that. Torren dropping the defense down by 2 stages. Scunch really looking tired with just a barely little bit of stamina left. We're going to see how the Ragnet and Corn and Yala respond. We are going to see the Electro Punch going into the Corrin, which followed the Reactive Vial proc. Luluch playing really heads up Temtem right now. Stonewall going into the Corn, getting its defense back up. And then Yaller just going to get that Nutrition Bar procced off on the swap, and we're in good shape here. Heading into turn 4.
Yeah, really interesting. I would have thought for sure that Genosect would have gone for the Stonewall on the Yaller, and you know, maybe he's wishing that he had. He is, however, kind of diversifying his team a little bit here. What Genosect really wants to do is get the Scunch out of the way and then start roaring, right? Like go for the roar play from Corn, because none of Lulu's Temps, you know, obviously like they're having their stats lowered, and the Hedgen and the Wally in particular are quite vulnerable to having their special attack cut by 2 stages. You know, I can definitely see, you know, paths for Genosect here. Is Lulu's going to have to save the Scunch, and now all of a sudden he's playing on the back foot, like really far here. This could be good for Genosect.
We are going to see the perfect jab from the Ragnet going into that Yaller, dropping the defense 2 stages. Ragnet doing everything that it can with these perfect jabs to be able to keep up with the buffs coming from Genosect. We are going to see the roar come out that you talked about, East, followed by a toughen by Yaller. Genosect starting to get beefy here. Lawali swapped it in the Scunch spot, and this is what I talked about before, East. I get nervous with these swaps for the aggro side because you just saw Genosect to get a lot done in 1 turn.
Yeah, no, I think I completely agree, Ken. Like, this is sort of how you want the game to go if you're Geno. Like, if you look at the backline, the Corrin's going to have to leave here as it does. So the Lawali will get some value in the sense that it's going to have to go for, you know, Ragnet keeps P-jabbing. Lawali can go for like a resin trap or something like that. And we do see that come out. It is going to target the pig, so the pig will be locked in front of Ragnet. Ragnet, though, is -1 attack. I think when we previewed this game, when we were talking about it before it started between the casters, you know, Bennett was very adamant that this is a matchup that he thinks that Genosect actually does pretty well in. And this is sort of like the path that you can kind of see how that's working, right? Like, Lulu has the tempo, he has that power peak, but this is sort of the turn or the next turn when Lulu should really be starting to pull away. And he's not, right? Like, Genosect is keeping up in terms of pace, and the Yaller is keeping up in terms of how it's defensively doing here. If he gets another toughen off, it's going to be very hard for Lulu to break that Yaller.
Absolutely, East. We talked a lot about the windows of opportunity against stall players here, and you have to really kind of move through it when it's open. Genosect looks seemingly that he's getting closer to shutting it against Luluch's aggro assault. We'll see what Luluch is able to come up with, but Genosect seemingly getting the turns that it wants to start pulling away with stall. Luluch, as we see him running down the clock on the reserve time here, getting in the danger zone. Got to make some decisions quick here, East.
Yeah, we see Ragnet come out. It's going to be Hazrat in for Lulu. Lawali as well. So one of the ways that Lulu gets back into this game is by going to Zen Meditation and using that to sort of boost above. Pig is going to get the Divine Inspiration off, so this Yaller is already starting to mash triangles here, right? We probably see Genosect go for Toughen. Yep. So he's going to have to pivot, I think, Lulu. He kind of has to start going the other way now. Like, okay, it's time for me to focus my attention on the Tems that are not the Yaller. Just go for the options elsewhere. On the other hand, this is... See Hellfire come out, so this is good for reducing Yaller's offensive output. But this is like a very good board for Corrin to come in later, and the Lawali doesn't necessarily do a good job of checking it. And the Rat's going to take a Boomerang. This is even burned almost half of Hazrat's HP.
I was going to say the same thing there, East. That Boomerang did a little bit more than I thought. He did respond with a wastewater into that pig spot. Got the Toxic Tick on there. That Savage Suplex coming from the Yaller, bringing that Hazrat potentially close to the danger zone as well. Certainly without a burn tick if we see another Boomerang from that pig come out here. But we will see the burn take its effect, as well as the Toxic Tick, bringing that pig down to about 35%. Sorry, a little bit blurry on my side here. But heading down the stretch, we do see a really nice board for Corrin, like you said here, East.
Yeah, I mean it's not perfect for Corrin in the sense that like even Roared, Lally can crank a lot of damage into it. Corrin doesn't necessarily have a lot the healing back the other way. I believe Genosect's Corrin is Skull Helmet and not Scavenger. But like Lulu's gonna but yeah, this is nice for Lulu in that Genosect kind of has to leave on the Yowler. He's sort of out of gas in that sense. So we will see the Volpy come in. Pig takes some microwaves. This shouldn't be enough for it to go down unless the rat doubles in. It does. Will the pig get a move off before it goes down? It does not appear so, no.
Fainted Curse going to drop that Hazrat down very much to the danger zone here. You know, I know it's a big KO. It looks like, you know, at least on the board in terms of Tem's remaining Luluches are up. But do you think that's actually true as we head down the stretch here, East, or is Genosect getting the game that it wants as we head further in?
Yes, I think that's actually a very good turn for Lulu, because now he's got more Temps to work with than Geno does, and his Rat's got enough speed that it can throw a move into Volpy. This was not a very good rest of the game for Hazrat. Hazrat was meant to deal with Nid and get chip onto Pig. It's not very good against Corrin, it's not very good against a toughened Yowler, except for the Toxic Tick, right? And it's like, oh, fine into Volpy, but it takes 2x from it. Genosect has healing remaining, and he has, on the Volpy, and he has Corrin and Yowler available. But Lulu has a lot of control and a lot of different ways he can kind of shift things around here. And that should sort of play to his advantage, as the Ragnet's going to shake off the Roar as it swaps in with Camo.
We're going to see that wastewater from the Hazrat going into that Volpy, applying a Toxic Tick. One of the things I'm loving here from Luluch as we see the Lightful Sap from the Volpy is that Luluch is also in the danger zone of that reserve time. They have to make decisions quickly. They have to respond. We do see the Stonewall buffing up that Volpy, but Luluch is playing pretty well with quick decisions to make against a very systematic Genosect. Luluch has to play aggressively, has to be creative, and has to do so with not a lot of time to make those choices.
Yeah, this is also very sharp from Genosect. He does not go for the KO on Hazrat. He just kind of goes for more defensive play. That's like completely fine, and like something you're probably happy to see. You don't obviously want you to take the bomb on the Hazrat, as we see the Dust Vortex going to bring the Ragnet low, but not enough to take it down. And that's, you know, Hazrat can attack again, but here it's Toxic Farewell is sort of the thing that Genosect is playing around. And he won't be able to get it off to kind of clear that. You'd like him to clear the healing from Corrin by doing so, but Geno is, you know, not really giving him that option. The Rat is kind of just sitting on the board here, and he can just kind of hold Roar on Corrin until the Rat either OXs itself, swaps, or just chills. So he's actually going to swap out the Corrin and start getting Lightful Sap onto his Yowler, most likely, it looks like.
Absolutely. We will see the Corrin retreat, bringing Yowler out. Perfect jab going into that Volpy, dropping the defense down. We are going to see the Lava Wave follow it up from the Hazrat. Let's see what it does. Going to drop it not a ton. Looks like about 40% here. Hazrat going to knock itself out with a Toxic Farewell follow-up. We are going to see the Sandstorm go into the Ragnet, and Genosect going to net 2 KOs in one turn here with a Yowler and Volpy on the board.
Yeah, so he dodges the 7% from Toxic Farewell by letting Lulu kind of OX himself there. I like that the Stonewall kind of gets chipped down a little bit there. The Scunch does have Oshidashi up, and it's unlikely that Volpy can survive that. So that means that the Hedgen and the Lolly have a little bit to work with here into these Tems. But if you're going to have 3 Tems against 3 Tems, you want to see yourself with a advantage in terms of the triangles. And I would say the Genosect definitely has an advantage in terms of the triangles here. You know, this
absolutely.
is...
I guess my question for you, East, we talked earlier about low variance and high variance plays, as Luluch talked about in the pregame interviews. Is there a high variance gamble play that Luluch can maybe string together to make something happen here as we head down to these, you know, late turns?
I don't know if it's necessarily high variance. Like, Lulu has options to keep hitting Earth Tems with melee moves as long as he targets that Volpy slot. And he's got Generify on Hedgen with the Kaleidoscope to sort of protect the Scunch and keep it going for quite a bit here. So we'll probably see him look to do that. On Genosect's side, if you're... you kind of have to start hitting the other slot. You don't really want to give him that value. So you see the Scunch goes for Ninja. And that's actually pretty solid damage. But this is sort of like where Roar can start to be really, really bad for Lulu. But we'll see if that's kind of what he goes for here.
Ooh, we're gonna see Yaller go for the hibernate in that spot, getting itself gassed right back up pretty much to the top.
Yeah, this is really nice for Genosect, right? Like, obviously, he's got the buffs on Yaller. He's got the hibernate going. I don't think Genosect plays Winter Call on his Yaller. I believe he's Clinch, Suplex, Hibernate, Toughen. So he obviously can't scale the Yaller's offenses up, but he may not need to, right? Like, it's pretty straightforward, I think, for Geno to look at the board and say, I just hit Hedgen here. He doesn't want to lose any attacks into Generify Hedgen. So he can just keep going for Yaller attacking the Hedgen slot. Karn can help. Lulu's actually going to get this Lawali in, maybe just to take the Roar, or maybe to take the Zen Med. But Karn's actually going to swap out here. Doesn't want to take any big melee move on that Tem. Instead, he's just going to go to Balfi. But the Hedgen just goes for Zen Med.
The Zen Med. Savage Suplex going to go into that Lawali, dropping it down. Looks like that's going to be about 40% left. Yeah, 64.5% left on the Lawali. Also applying exhaust. Genosect really kind of making Lulu play. We've seen swaps from Lulu. We've seen the Zen Med come out. It looks like Lulu's trying to come up with some kind of response for where Genosect is really just starting to snowball now. We are going to see the harmful microwaves go into the Wolfie. Not going to be enough. Dropping it very much to the danger zone, though. Following up with a resin trap. Lulu going to net a KO here. We'll see how the Yaller is going to respond.
Yeah, the Wolfie KO is nice for Lulu. Obviously, he makes it so that Yaller and the Torren are the only two Tems left for Geno to work with here. And he's got the Lawali back up to, full special attack. So he can start really hammering this Torren now. Like, the Torren has a small special defense buff, but it's not overwhelming by any stretch of the imagination. And from there, Lulu can play an endgame where, Hedgen can continuously protect Scunch using Generify, and Scunch can just, hammer damage into this Yaller. It's not clear that'll be enough. Lulu, it looks like he's in a situation here where the wall is just too big for him to get over with the options he has left. But it's not by any means, completely doomed. We'll see kind of how this last few turns play out.
Oh, we are going to see another Generify from the Hedgen coming in, protecting that Lawali. Excuse me, I already procced. The Plague going to go into the Torren, dropping it down to what I think is about 44%, doing decent damage with that Plague there. Yaller going to come in with a Savage Suplex, looking to finish the Lawali off, but not quite. Still got a little bit of life support left on that Lawali. And then Torren going to hit a Psychosis, putting it on that Hedgen. And Hedgen with the 4 ticks of doom left. I don't know if there's options to clear it. On my side, it doesn't look like there are. But it's interesting for me there, East, because you talked about Genosect just needing to hit that Hedgen spot and kind of walking away with the win. Do you think the Doom was their version of doing that?
Yeah, it's a really smart Doom. Hedgen is a low stamina Tem. Lulu does not have the HP to really start pivoting it around. So now, the Lawali goes down to clinch here. Genosect probably loses the Karn, right? Looks like the Lawali might just go down to an overexertion here. And then it's just Scunch going up against the Hedgen, which he'll have to rest. Geno can just throw a stone wall on whatever target he wants. And then the Hedgen will go down in due course to the Doom, because there's really no feasible way that Lulu can clear this in a sane way. Because he kind of wants to use the Hedgen
going into the Hedgen.
Yeah, he wants to use the Hedgen to protect the Scunch, but obviously the Doom is going to be taking care of the Hedgen, so he's on borrowed time. He doesn't have a lot of HP left on the Scunch, so I think Geno has sort of converted what he needs to get the win here, but we'll see kind of how it plays out.
That's a lot of triangles there, East. He talked about triangles, my friend, and who's gonna have the upper hand as we head into these later turns. That Yaller looking like it could probably bench press the entirety of the Properton building right now. We'll see how Lulu's is able to respond now. We're gonna see the Hedgen bringing a Generify out, going into that spot. Kaleidoscope gonna apply over to the Scunch now, giving it that turn of evade. We're gonna see the Oshidashi is enough to put Torren in the Torren back in the knockout zone. But the question for me, East, and I'm sure everyone out there watching, does HKen and Scunch have enough in the tank to go up against this Yowler who just hibernated and is now going to be plenty healthy heading down the stretch?
My answer, I would say probably not. You know, there's the Zen med, so the Scunch will get a bit of offensive thing here. There's the overexertion. Scunch goes for the P-jab. But yeah, I would say that this is looking pretty... I mean, if the Yowler is a 2-hit KO on the Scunch here, it's going to be... yeah, I don't know. The HKen goes down to the Doom. The Scunch has... the Yowler is nut bar, and there's like no way the Scunch gets over this hill, right? Like, I mean, he can try. He's got the Oshi. Yeah, that's like a 4-hit KO. Big bear, big problems.
Ooh, boy, that Yowler is beefed up and ready to go heading down the stretch. Seeming like here, Genosect's probably going to ice it with the Savage Suplex going into the Scunch. That's going to be enough. Genosect, the stall master, taking care of business in round 1 against Luluch. Luluch had a good run there, had some creative options, was able to make things uncomfortable for Genosect. But Genosect just playing their game, playing that systematic approach, getting those stone walls up, was a little bit too much for Luluch. I guess my question for you, East, is what does Luluch do now? What are the difference makers?
There's definitely some things that I think Lulu can do a little bit better in that game. Like I think the main one is going to be the second ban. I would imagine Lulu targets Mom's Lunch, as Geno played like completely good, like totally strong, like clinical defensive game player against someone who can peak faster than you. So his immediate play was like, okay, I'm going to ban out the Cycrocs. The Scunch is going to come in. I'm going to hit it twice and then throw lunch. And now this Scunch is like not a threat to me in the late game anymore. So if Lulu's able to adjust from that, I think a lot of players who were kind of hedging this matchup in Lulu's favor, I don't think quite expected Genosect to be so immediately forthcoming with damage into the Scunch. You know, like we do see that meme where it's like stall players don't deal damage. But the Scunch, over the course of the turns, that the first 2 turns was at like 25% HP and no stamina, and then Lulu just immediately out of gas, right? Like no immediate follow-ups, no way to keep immediate pressure onto Genosect. And when that happens, you like you saw, Geno just went like, okay, my nid's down, I'm gonna throw in Torren and Stonewall, and now I'm ahead. And when you fall behind in these sorts of matchups, unless you get like major boosts from things like Zen Meditation or Perfect Jab or Heat Up, Tems like Lowally and Hazrat just really aren't doing that much. But we see the Hazrat come out in the opener now instead, which I think is really interesting because it gives Lulu the option to go for like a double boost this turn. He gets either gets the Scunch online and the Hazrat online undamaged, or he gets the Scunch online with less damage, and the Hazrat takes a bit while it gets the Heat Up going.
Absolutely. One of the most interesting things for me there in that last matchup that you talked about, East, was Genosect letting their hands go against Lulu, realizing that, all right, Scunch is my threat here. If I can handle this Scunch, it's kind of downhill from that point forward. Got the damage, put Scunch in the danger zone, made Lulu have to retreat it at some point, and snowballed from there. And here we go into round 2, Lulu versus Genosect. Winner moving on in the winner's bracket of TemCS. World's getting ever closer to that champion of world title. Scunch and Hazrat on the side of Lulu against the opposing Torren and Nidrasil on the side of Genosect. What do you think we see here in turn 1, East, in the second round?
The turn 1 is a bit of a toss-up. Like, you could see Perfect Jab Lava Wave from Scunch Hazrat targeting the Nid slot. Lulu just mostly has to make sure that he doesn't get got by Mom's Lunch again, right? Like, that's kind of what happened in game 1. He got by Lunch. And if that happens again here, then Genosect may be able to get going. But you see, he actually doesn't target the Nid this time. He's going to go ahead and throw the Perfect Jab Wastewater onto the Torren, trying to just eliminate it from the game as early as possible here.
Absolutely. We'll see that Perfect Jab following up. Looks like Genosect going to stay true to what worked for last time. Copy and paste. Toxic Ink on that Scunch. Oh, we're going to see the Soil Steam on the Hazrat this time. giving Scunch a little bit more life early in this first turn, but Hazrat in the danger zone. Seeming like it's pretty even so far. It seems like both Tamers trying to feel each other out. I like what Lulu's doing, trying to mix it up, trying not to let Genosect anticipate the game this time again, because then it's not going to work for you. And Genosect responding, not afraid of that Hazrat again, going after Lulu offensively.
Yeah, the main thing to watch out for once again here, though, is like the lunch swap in the back looms large here, right? Obviously, Hazrat doesn't want to take another soil steam, but Lulu's protected himself from that in the sense that a Scunch Oshi. Actually, the Scunch Oshi might not be enough to KO the Corrin, but a double should be enough to bring down Corrin at -2 defense. The main issue there is that now Genosect can start building towards the Bark Shield Diabolo turn, and that can just shut the door on Lulu's team completely, right? Like, he has to keep up the pressure and not have that turn where he had to like swap out and gave Geno the turn to buff, or he needs like a very specific plan for how to deal with a buffed up Yowler or a buffed up Volfi or buffed up Nid in these particular games. And that is sort of the crux of where he's struggling here. Like, you can see he's got a lot of tempo off the opener, but Genosect is just, like you said, throwing hands into him early here, basically making it so that he has to go for a low tempo play on turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, and then Geno, when he smells that blood in the water, he gets his buffs up, he gets his Stonewall up, he gets his Bar Shield up. It's a lot less safe.
Well said, East. I got chills on that one, my friend. We are going to see the Corrin come out. Pig swapping into that spot as we head into turn 2. Mom's Lunch coming out just like you said, East. We are going to see the perfect jab going into the Nidrisil, potentially the Lava Wave to follow it up here from the Hazrat. We'll find out in a second. War Drain from the Scunch, proccing as well. And now we are going to see the Lava Wave going into the Nidrisil. We'll see what the damage that it deals. That's going to do big damage into that Nidrisil, putting it in the danger zone. Let's see what he responds with. Spores going into the Pig proc and the Tri Apothecary HP boost. I like that turn for Luluch a lot. I feel like they're staying after Genosect. They're staying aggressive, staying hungry. How do you feel, East?
You know, you've been talking this whole match about variance, HKen, and I feel like it's not necessarily variance is exactly the right word, but it's like probability. Like, Lulu looked at what are the odds that Geno saves this Corrin, goes to the Pig, and what is the best play available to me given the odds of that happening? And I think it's a really smart play from him to switch targets there, right? To just go, I think this Nid's going to stay in and try to play defensively. And this is now immediately very, very bad for Genosect. Like, he tried to do a defensive turn. He tried to play passively, go for the Spore Seam on his Pig, and now his Nid is done, right? Like, it takes one more hit, it is out of here, boy, from pretty much any of these Tems. And that makes it really hard for Geno to play defensively. He gets an on-death swap, right? But the Pig, what's it going to do? Buff itself? It can threaten the Boomerang on the Hazrat, but now Lulu's actually able to swap out of the Rat with like very little consequence. He can go back to Ragnet now if he wants to, because the Corrin with the Arval popped at -2 defense, it can't come in front of Scunch anymore, right? So if Scunch threatens a KO here on Nid, Lulu can just bring Ragnet back in, and now he's in a great spot.
We are going to see that Ragnet swap in, coming in with the Chamomile. Genosect going to retreat the Nidrisil. A little uncomfortable with the damage that Lulu was able to produce on that last turn. Yowler coming in. Oshidashi going to go into that Yowler, giving it a good haymaker, bringing it down to the danger zone there, potentially a little bit over 50% left. And now we're going to see the Pig gonna put the Stonewall up on Yowler. I gotta say here, East, I still like what Lulu's doing. Lulu's continuing to come forward, continuing to apply pressure to Genosect. I don't know if that Stonewall, I mean, I'm sure it was the play for Genosect systematically, but I still like Lulu's, tempo and momentum heading into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you want to see this from Lulu, just in the sense that, like, Yowler gets the wall up, but it's already taken about 40%, right? So he does have some healing, and Lulu's going to have to contend with that. And, like, that's the big question. Like, if Lulu, multiple times said he was fairly confident into this matchup, which means he should have a way to get over this wall. Like, Geno was going to go for this play pretty much every time. How are you beating it with the Scunch Ragnet, right? Like, he got lunched again. This is almost the same situation. It's turn 4. Scunch is low on gas. Ragnet's on the board and healthy, but he has to stop the Yowler from building any momentum. And he's going to do it just by going for the P-jab onto the pig.
We are going to see that perfect jab go into the pig, dropping it down 2 defensive stages here. Now we're going to see the pig go for the Divine Inspiration. A lot of activity here. I like this is a big turn for both tamers here. Lulu trying to keep the pressure on, trying to stay offensive. Genosect getting that toughen going. Yowler getting scary again. Electro Punch going into the pig, doing great damage. I will say, I think Lulu did well. I think they're continuing to apply offensive pressure, but at least as it appears to me, I think you got to be more. I think you got to be more aggressive than that. Don't let Genosect start settling down into this matchup again.
Yeah, well, there's not at some point against good defensive players like Geno, you have to give them. You have to give them a raid boss. Like, you can't stop this team from getting buffs onto everything. But I think Lulu's done a good job. You can see there's one Tem with a lot of green triangles on it, but every other Tem has red triangles on it. So the plan here for Lulu is, let's run down the non-Yowler, and let's see if this Yowler can actually win a 1v5. Great swap in to give the synergy to Electro Punch. Super smart play from Lulu.
I love what Lulu's doing here, East. We are going to see the Savage Suplex as a response going into that hedging, doing decent damage, bringing it down to about 65%. Again, sorry guys, a little blurry on my side. But I love what Lulu's doing. Lulu's doing 2 things that I love. One, being offensive, being aggressive, but also being different. Genosect, it seemed like they tried to copy and paste what worked for them in round 1 into this matchup. And Lulu's like, no, that's not happening, my friend. I'm coming at you hard. I'm coming at you differently. So I'm going to make you play different. And Genosect struggling to keep up with that.
Yeah, I mean, on one hand, that's true. On the other hand, that is a massive bear. Right, like his play was to get the massive bear in game 1, and in game 2 he has got that again. Now, this is a pivotal turn. Lulu is actually forced to swap out here because he doesn't have a way to deal with the Torren necessarily, and that is perfect for Genosect because Genosect just wants turns. He doesn't want necessarily for Lulu because he just roars here if he wants to, right? Or he goes for the Soil Steam. Good swap from Lulu. He catches the Soil Steam. Now Genosect is back in I am run downable, right? Like, I'm gonna, like, Turbine plus Resin Trap is going to bring down this Torren, and there's no good swaps. So I think this is a really nice board for Lulu. The only Tem that can survive sort of this onslaught from this combination is the Volfi. So we might see Geno go to that here. He's gonna go for Nid. This looks like a sack play.
One of the big things I liked there on that last turn, just the sportsmanship between both tamers. Genosect respecting the turn and the gamble from Lulu, gave him the clap against that Lawali swap in. Resin Trap going to come in on that Yowler, locking it down. We did see the Nidrasil get KO'd here. Lulu netting a knockout. Got Ragnet and Lawali on the board. Lawali looking gassed up with one more turn of Invigorate there. And we are going to see the Savage Suplex as the response going into the Ragnet, doing some damage, but it doesn't look like that's going to be enough to KO, at least if not if Yowler goes again. Maybe a double.
Yeah, this is probably the best play that Geno could have made this turn. You give up the Nid so that Lawali hits the Yowler and wakes it up, so the Yowler gets to move and do something. And now he's put the Ragnet in a position where Ragnet can't really act, or it'll be overexerted, and Geno will get another turn in his turn economy. But like we said, Pig down, Nid down. Volfi really the only Tem that can survive multiple turns, but Volfi can't buff. It can only heal, right? So, and if he goes for... Could Lulu make... No, he's not going to do this. I was going to say, if the Volfi Lifehold clears the alerted, Yowler can get slept again, but I think Lulu is too fast for that.
We did see the Plague go into that Lawali... the Lawali going into the Volfi with the Plague, doing decent damage there. Volfi going to respond with a Plague of their own going into that Ragnet, just getting it in that knockout zone, probably wanting to confirm the KO here. Clinch going into that Ragnet as well. That's just going to be enough. That got weird for a second there, but Ragnet going to get knocked out here. Genosect netting a knockout. Lawali on the board here, pretty gassed up with plenty of HP left, and now here comes the Scunch, the difference maker, the X Factor. What are we thinking here, East?
So now Lulu is just kind of running through his remaining HP and stamina pools to get everything other than this Yowler down and then force the 1v4 or the 1v3 or whatever. But once again, even though the Scunch has like a pretty clear path to like bomb out these Tems. I like that he's going for the stamina control on Yowler. This might be a hibernate turn, but he's forcing Geno to keep having to use the Yowler offensively, and the Scunch should be able to kind of punch through here. It will take a Plague first. That's pretty good chip. I don't think the Yowler suplex is enough to bring Scunch down here though, and the Oshi should bring down the Volphy.
Man, that Scunch is throwing bombs, man. See ya later, Volphy. Volphy getting knocked out here. We're gonna see. I like what you said there, East, that Lulu making Genosect play Yowler in an offensive way as opposed to getting off those buffs. Not gonna be. Ooh, Scunch lived it. Oh my gosh, these grains are killing me, but it looks like Scunch has lived it and survived. We are gonna see the Torren coming in. Lulu, presumably on my side, East, looking like they're starting to close the door on Genosect here.
Yeah, crucial turn there, right? Scunch not going down means that he gets gets to throw another huge bomb into Genosect. I would imagine this is probably Ninja Jutsu going for either the Torren or the Yowler, and then Genosect just doesn't have the gas left to continue. So you can see how those early turns, like turn 3, turn 4, turn 5, turn 2, like those different looks that Lulu got by going for the Hazrat early instead of the Ragnet. How kind of consequential those were. So you see Torren going down to the Ninja Jutsu here. Scunch is actually probably going to get another attack off. Lulu was better able to maximize the damage from Scunch by kind of... I think if you're Genosect, you kind of got baited, right, by the Hazrat. Like, he looked at the Rat, Soil Steam, and saw, free damage. But then Lulu was able to preserve Scunch with enough HP left that it got so much more value into Geno and ended up being the difference maker.
Ooh, this is getting juicy. We are going to see the concede. Lulu bringing it to round 3 in this first match of the day. This is kicking things off in a big way this weekend. East, what did you love from Lulu? How Lulu was able to mix it up and potentially get the matchup they wanted against Genosect this time versus round 1? What were some of the difference makers for you in this second round?
I think that the Hazrat, right? Like that's a really smart play. Like, I think Lulu kind of understood that he needed more upfront damage threat into Genosect early on. So instead of going for Ragnet, which can deal damage, but is generally more of a like supportive Tem with the perfect jab and the hypnosis. And in this matchup, it's sort of like a scaling support where it uses P-Jab to clear the way for its allies to deal damage. He said instead, okay, I'm going to use Scunch as the sort of the setter, and I need a spiker instead of another set. You know, so he went for Hazrat to kind of like spike the sets that Scunch can make with perfect jab. And you saw that right away, right? He took advantage of the R-Val to get big damage onto the Torren, put Torren in a very difficult spot, and we kind of go from there. So now
Lulu
it is different.
Applying the ban on that Torren there, East. That seems different. I wanted to ask you what you thought of that, but also, East, if I could ask you as well, Genosect at not any moment wanted any part of that Cycrox, instant banning it 3 rounds at this point. Could you speak to the Cycrox ban and why they're so aggressively getting rid of it?
If Genosect does not have immediate ways to deal with Doom, then Neurotoxin is like a huge problem. Also, Cycrox is just a really good Tem at like just like gumming up your works if you're a stall player. It throws a Strangle, it maybe has Adrenaline Shot, maybe it doesn't, but it gets Strangle, so like you miss a turn of being able to set up your stone walls and stuff like that. It has Zen Meditation, which allows its allies to scale. It has unresisted damage with harmful microwaves, and on top of that, Toxic Slime, either with Neurotoxins, could be like the end of one of your Tems in inevitability. And even when Neurotoxins is not active, it's just very, very cheap pure damage, which if you're not playing Toxics yourself and you're a stall player, you hate pure damage. That is like, Senior Plat has been beating defensive players for years based off of just Arushialing them on turn 1, right? So this now, I like this from Lulu. Genosect has counterpick. So you can't go for the same openers because the Hazrat can just get harder counterpicked. So he goes for that instead. I like the Ragnet to put the Scarebolt in a tough position. This is a lot less offensive pressure. Like we mentioned, Ragnet is definitely not as rilling offensively as Hazrat in this matchup. But Now Ragnar gets defensive value because it can redirect the electric attack. So we'll see how that works out for both players here in game number 3.
Here we go. Game 3, Lulu versus Genosect. Winner moving on in the winner's bracket of TemCS Worlds. This has been hot, intense, and aggressive from both tamers. I love it. We are going to see Scunch and Ragnet on the side of Lulu. Scunch, I might get a Scunch t-shirt after this round with what I've seen from Lulu. And then on the other side, we got the Nidrasil and Scaravolt on the side of Genosect here. Lulu and Genosect both trying to take this round and move on. What do you think here, turn 1 East? What do we see?
So obviously you can't Thunderstrike the Scunch. The Ragnet has got the vacuum out and it's going to suck that right out if you go for it. But I know Genosect, I believe, plays Embers on the Scaravolt, so Embers is an option, like Embers Toxic Ink targeting the Scunch. That makes a early Hazrat swap very tempting for Lulu, but at the same time, it might just not be enough tempo. Now, Scaravolt Nidrasil is also just a super low tempo opener from Genosect in front of a Ragnet, and he's totally happy to just get the Ragnet Hypnosis up and give it that to work with. Genosect is still looking for those same opportunities, but no Torren means no Stonewall, no Roar, no way to deal with those offensive threats that Lulu has. The Scaravolt generally deals with offensive threats by just KOing them, usually with Thunderstrike. And you can see that aside from the Ragnet, it is actually a pretty good game for the Scara. It's got early defensive buffs to deal with Hazrat, Hedgen, and Mooflink. It deals big damage back to them with electric moves. So the Ragnet is going to be pivotal here for Luluchroar. And I really like the adjustment in the pick ban phase, banning the Torren instead, so he can let Ragnet sort of be a hero in this game. And that's sort of what he's going to have to do.
Wow, going deep into the reserve time here in this first turn. Both tamers feeling each other out. Genosect going to retreat the Scaravolt, putting the Volphy in that spot. We'll see what the answer is. We're going to see the perfect jab from the Ragnet, dropping that Volphy down 2 stages.
Uh-oh.
We'll see. Ooh, we're going to see the spores going into the Scunch. Try Apothecary adding 3 ticks. Wrenching Massage going into the Volphy. Oh, God.
There goes the Ragnet check.
And Lulu letting bombs go right away. Volphy swapping in and getting knocked out on the first turn. East, what are we thinking?
We're thinking that was a big slammoo right away from Lulu, taking Volphy all the way down. And now, this Ragnet is like, okay, time to put on my cape. There's literally nothing that Genosect can do that will quickly kill this Ragnet. And Ragnet can just start sleeping stuff, he can start P-jabbing stuff. It is as long as he doesn't run out of stamina, and he shouldn't because he's immune to the lunge, at least this turn, it's tempo city for Lulu. He's got tons, he can just work this Scaravolt. Yeah, he goes right back for the same play, probably. Maybe an Oshi instead of, he goes for the Oshi instead of the wrenching.
Jeez, man, Scunch is letting their hands go early. Perfect jab from Ragnet, and Scunch throwing an Oshidashi into that Scaravolt, putting it into the danger zone. We'll see what Nidrasil responds with here. Spore's going to go into that Scaravolt, trying to keep up with the damage, and Lulu's like, listen, I'm throwing bombs at you, and I'm not going to stop. We are going to see the Embers go into the Scunch, chipping it away a little bit. You got that burn and the Toxic tick on. But I don't know. It seems like, Easton, what you were talking about is that Genosect with the Scaravolt pick almost seemed like they were willing to trade blows with Lulu, and I don't think that's the approach against Lulu's hyper aggro, very offensive team.
So this is the turn where now Lulu can go for the lunch swap in. We will see Scaravolt leave. This is probably Pig, yeah. So this is a pivotal turn for Genosect if he gets this off. If he can catch Lulu going for big moves on these Tems and get some big overexertions, that could be a problem. We see the Hypno come out.
Hypno going in, that's it, into that Nidrasil, yep. We're going to see the perfect jab go into the Pig. Continue, East, please.
This is good. I was just going to say, this is completely heads up play from Luluchroar, right? If he goes for a big hit there, let's say he went for Ninja Jutsu or Wrenching Massage. His Scunch is big OX, it's almost completely donezo, he can't move on it next turn, and the Diabolo is just going to undo all that damage anyways. Instead, he goes for the perfect jab, he's hitting Genosect's effective HP instead of his actual HP, and that's damage that Diabolo can't heal back. So now his Scunch, if he wants, he could just OX the Scunch to death, just throwing a huge Oshi into the pig slot, right? And get a death swap to get his next threat out there right away and not give Genosect any time to set up. The Nid's asleep, it can't Bark Shield. He's just keep pushing his advantage. Keep throwing hands at Genosect's team until he just can't get back up. Like, how is Genosect going to get a Stonewall off here, right? Like, how is he going to get any sort of buffs going if Lulu doesn't give him any space?
We are going to see Lulu potentially keep coming forward with that Scunch. Genosect, so I'm going to assume Genosect going deep into the reserve time here, trying to figure out, all right, what are my lines here? We're going to see the Nidrasil get retreated. Scaravolt going into that spot. Genosect playing very swappy, while Lulu's able to just keep that damage coming forward. Here's the Oshidashi into the pig, doing great damage. Man, that Scunch is nasty with those Oshidashis. And now we're going to see on the other side...
Rog gets faster. Rog should be faster than Pig here. Yeah, down it goes.
Oh, we're going to see the Electro Punch finish off another Tem. Lulu continuing to go forward, go offensive into Genosect with this Scunch Ragnet combo, looking nasty heading down the stretch. What do you think, East, as the Nidrasil comes back out in desperation mode?
This is the turn that Geno can go for buffs. He gets Bark Shield here, right? He gets one Bark Shield. He can get it onto Yowler if he wants. His Nid will take some damage, but he is going to get Bark Shield off here. Lulu... see, I'm not certain that was, like, he got the pig down. That's great. The problem is his Scunch didn't KO itself with the overexertion. That's actually quite bad. That's like a very, very bad result for Lulu. He needed that Scunch to get out of the way. He needed it to basically OX itself, KO itself, and then like Mooflank can just take its place and continue the assault. Now he has to stop. Ragnet's low in stamina too, so now he has to stop. And this is the turn where, like, if Hazoret comes in, this is a good Hazoret swap, but Geno just goes for the E-Custo. It's good damage onto the Hazoret, and now he can go for the Bark Shield here, right? Ragnet probably rested, and that's smart. He's got the good pressure with the Hazoret now onto the Nid, but the Nid's got, now he's all of a sudden he's got defenses again. The Scaravolt it's got its defenses back up. It's ready to start throwing hands again.
And speaking of hands, we are going to see that perfect jab going into the Scaravolt. Wastewater following it up from the Hazoret. Does some decent damage there. Going to bring a Toxic Tick on too for that true damage you were talking about earlier, East. Spores going into the Scaravolt, trying to counteract it with some heals. Fire Tornado coming out from that Scaravolt. Genosect starting to generate a little bit of offense. Let's see what it does to the Ragnet. I don't think it was enough. This blurriness is killing me. We're going to sort this out after. It was not enough. Ragnet lives on. But it also concerns me, though, East, because you talked about Lulu potentially wanting some knockouts to be able to get those quick swaps in. What do you think?
Yeah, this is, again, another situation. At least he got the rest off, right? So, or the P-Jab didn't OX, so now the Ragnet can OX itself out of the picture, and Hazoret can continue. Oh, no, he doesn't quite OX, so at least he gets another action. He's not overexerting himself out of the game. He's kind of forcing Genosect to take the KO on the Ragnet here, which is nice. He's going to keep going for the healing, though, which is, again, not that bad of an idea. Lulu is running out of gas on one of his slots again.
Right.
So now the Galar in the back, the Galar's got the healing, he's got the nut bar. Oh, Lulu's in tough now, right? He's got to keep the pressure on. Galar can go for toughen on this turn, though, so he has to keep hitting him. He has to keep going for the aggressive plays. At some point, he's got Bark Shield back up on the Nid, so Genosect doesn't have that many options left, but you can see this is the later turns. We're into turn 8, turn 9. The mountain is starting to get built. It's starting to go higher and higher and higher.
We are going to see that cooperation coming from the Nidrasil, followed up by a perfect jab from the Ragnet. We'll see if the Hazoret... Oh, Ragnet going to knock itself out with that P-jab. We're going to see the Wastewater going into that Yowler. So see the damage. Does some decent damage. Bringing that Yowler potentially in the danger zone, certainly with that Toxic Tick, bringing it down. Savage Suplex as the response into that Hazoret. Hazoret doesn't look like it can take too much more damage either. And now we'll see what Lulu's going to bring in on that free swap in on the Ragnet knockout. I'm liking Yowler in the danger zone. I do like what I saw from Genosect with those heel turns east. Just kind of taking a breath, reevaluating things while Lulu continues to burn through stamina. It seems to be more or less even right now as we head into these deep turns. What do you think?
I think HKen beats Nidrasil pretty handily, but Lulu only has one fire move, so it's maybe not as handily as I think. But this Nid is going to be a big problem for Lulu to bust through, especially with Hazrat low on gas. This was a kind of a pivotal turn in this game where Genosect said, I don't need my Yowler to beat you. I'm using my Yowler offensively. I need to get as much damage as possible. I feel like if I start wearing you down at this point, that my Yowler can go down, but my Nid and Scaravolt can carry the day. Right? Like, he's probably not swapping this Yowler out. I would be very surprised if he left on Yowler here. I think he's giving it up. He's going to let probably the move flank take it down and go from there.
Heading into the action here. Base jump going into that Yowler, sending it home. Yowler getting knocked out here. We'll see what the Hazrat follows up with. Spores going into the move flank, applying that the Ticks of Burn onto it. Try Apothecary trait. Hazrat, let's see what it does. Hazrat just going to rest here. Not going to go for anything big. Going to take a breath and potentially reassess heading into these into the final two Tems of Genosect with Nidrasil and Scaravolt on their side. Lulu trying to close the door on Genosect and move on in winner's bracket here at TemCS Worlds.
Yeah, this is going to be there's a photo finish here. So Nid, it's got full stamina going. It can start healing Scaravolt. It can go for another Bark Shield and then start healing. It's got cooperation. Basically, this Nid is just going to it's just a huge battery for Scaravolt. It's a stamina battery and an HP battery. So this Scaravolt actually has quite a bit of health and stamina to work with. Lulu's smart to save the Hazrat, not go for the big LX. He needs the pure damage ticks to get the Scaravolt down here. He's got to start undoing the damage here. Ooh, this is a lot of damage onto Genosect. We do see the side spores, though.
Spores going into the electric storm coming out from the Scaravolt. Presumably would be enough for the Hazrat. It is, bringing that move flank down, also pretty deep into its HP pool as well.
The bomb,
Hazrat going down with a toxic farewell. But Scaravolt lives on.
Too much.
Just on the hair.
But that's too much. I think Scaravolt is out of the game here at this point. One more hit should be enough to bring it down, or at the very least a double in. I know Genosect will go for cooperation most likely here. Try and get the Scaravolt over the top. But maybe he can't afford to. Like Genosect probably has to give up. Lulu goes for the HKen, which is smart. Oh, this is now a really interesting turn. Okay, so if Lulu goes for Generify and Genosect goes for an offensive move from Nid onto the move flank, like a Toxic Ink, that's going to whiff. Scara goes down. Lulu's in a great spot. If Lulu goes for Generify and Genosect goes for Cooperation and Scaravolt lives the hit from move flank, because Lulu is not War Drum, right? He's Marbles in the move flank, so he has no offensive boosts. This Genosect's pretty buffed up. No, he's just going for microwaves. That's smart. Just get that in there. Down goes the Scaravolt. So now if Nid uses an offensive move to target the move flank, because we know he doesn't have allergic spread, so he's probably meant to tank here. Does this do enough with the tick to bring it down? No. Very, very bad news if you're Genosect, and immediately he concedes.
Ooh. And that's going to be it. Genosect conceding to Lulu. Lulu moving on in TemCS Worlds. I love to see it, East, because I think Lulu got caught in round one, probably was nervous with stall. Genosect feeling very comfortable going into that second round, trying to almost do the same thing that they did in round one. Lulu applied a lot of pressure in both rounds, coming out with the win. What did you like the most about it?
I mean, to be honest with you, this was a matchup that I had pegged 2-0 for Lulu, like no sweat, and kudos to Genosect for, cooking. Like he does that thing, he just started to get very aggressive early on, and I think kind of made Lulu nervous, I think is the right word, right? Like this is something that Lulu is maybe very confident in, where all of a sudden he has to kind of reassess a little bit. But one of the mark of great players is their ability to adapt between games, and we saw not just between game 1 and game 2, but also between game 2 and game 3, understanding that he didn't have counterpick, adapting his draft to get more value out of the Ragnet. You did see that it kind of got pretty close towards the end there, and that just a couple things surviving on very, very low HP, the Ragnet and the Mouflank ended up sort of being the difference there for Luluchroar. So those turns playing out the way that they did, like Lulu just like by 2%, 3%, ended up just having enough to sustain the offense and get to Geno before he could get his buffs up. And that kind of ended up being the game.
Absolutely there, East. I know we do have some matches taking place off stream. I'm wondering if we're able to speak to those victors a little bit. Maybe we take a look at the bracket here in a little bit, see how things are moving. I did get whispers that it looks like J Dragon came 2-0 over Angel Acho. I'm not sure about how the other matches went. Do we have any updates there?
Yeah, I'm just refreshing the bracket right now. We do have some results. Prody with the 2-0 over Tsubaki, according to the bracket. So Prody will be in winners round 3. You'll be seeing that matchup, game 5, going up against J Doragon, as you mentioned, did get the victory over Angel Acho. On the other side, you know what? I'm going to call this a bit of an upset. Kunders gets taken down 2-1 by Tatoa. So we do have the Japanese player Tatoa going into winners round 3. So we'll have that cast as well. And Invincible and Zax are still in it. We don't have a result there just yet. So Lulu with the 2-1 over Genosect. We are going to go to break, and then we'll be back with the cast of the next game. We're going to have Argan versus Torren, and we'll see you guys then.
All right, and we are back after a pretty close match, actually. I was, if you showed me both teams on paper, it's just all favor Lulu, because you have how many P-Jabbers, you have the sleep control, you have how many Zen meds, you have a lot of potential to create problems very, very quickly. I thought games 2 and 3 were going to be games 1 and 2, but it seemed like there was a few pick ban things that were kind of interesting from Lulu. The thing that I really like the most from Lulu in game 1 is the ability to adapt going into game 3. And I think the big one was figuring out that Yowler did not have Winter's Call, so that we got to see in game number 2 that Yowler was just more ignorable, being able to gun down sort of the support side of Genosect and being able to pressure that slot a little bit more. Geno tried so hard to get that stamina control going that we saw against Natna in week number 1 last week, which were the mom's lunge pig, trying to catch off the high stamina moves like an Oshidashi, but it looks like Lulu was able to adapt. And I said it last week as well, if Lulu plays like that going forward, we're going to be seeing that could be your world champion right there.
Heard it. BFlattened, welcome to the day 3, my friend. Though I'm glad to have you here. How you feeling today? Good to see you. Good to have you. In your own words, how you feeling?
I am nervous because, to kind of quote Lulu from a little while ago in a previous tournament, we're seeing a lot of people that are known throughout the community quite well, some closer than others, and we're seeing eliminations happening to folks that are it's kind of sad to see the eliminations that happened in week number 1. We're down to 24 players. We're thinning out the herd a little bit more, and we're down to our last day and a half or so, and yeah, world champion just right around the corner.
Absolutely, and I was able to speak as we look ahead to this next matchup with Torren and Argan. One of the things Torren brought up, which I was very happy about, is just the pressure playing at this level. Torren arguably won the upset match last week against Talwyn. I know that could have went either way, but an argument could be made for it being an upset. But Torren's just, gravity and respect for the tournament here, tell me that it's nerve-wracking, but it's also exciting playing at this level. And at this point, all he cares about is playing with no regrets. He knows Argan is a monster coming into this tournament, so he's going to do his best and just play his round, removing the name like we talked about last week a lot.
Yeah. That's the big thing, is that you have to remove the name once again. Torren fought Talwyn, which is a name in the Cuddly Clowns club, and now this is kind of just stepping up. This is kind of the higher up in the club, shall we say, with Argan here. Torren has quite a road in front of them. Removing the name is a big thing, and just playing their game, which is exactly what they did last week. Taking a look at early teams here, Scaravolt, my bad, looks like a pretty good ban for Argan here, just eliminating that early on. But there's also the potentials of Stunch, and we got to see how dangerous Stunch was last game. There's also Mawala. Mawala is also very dangerous if it's able to get the Hypnotist trait off, the Zen meditation, and just scaling from there. What does Argan need to do in this case?
Well, I do know that Argan has been doing quite a bit of scrimming. I was also able to speak with Argan about coming into this matchup, and Argan has been drilling this matchup all week, preparing for Torren, notably against that Mawala as well, trying to have solutions for it. As we head into the pick ban phase, we are going to see Torren go ahead with the Scunch on their side. Argan responded with the Tuvine and Oshiara. We did see the bans applied to the Scaravolt as well as the Osukai, and now we'll see how Torren moves forward in the pick ban phase.
This is kind of big for Torren. Torren getting blue side early, it could speak a advantage for them in game number 1. And yeah, having that counter pick is going to be huge here. We saw the Scara getting banned like I thought it was going to. There's not really a lot of Earth presence on Argan's side. No Volphy, not even a Gario, things like that. So Scara would have meant a lot of problems early on. The Osukai could also be kind of dangerous. It could be being able to scale up pretty quickly. It could have things like, Hook, Toughen. It could have the AoE with Rockfall. It could be spelling some problems. I like the Acronox here. Feather Gatling is a little scary from Tuvine here, but I think Acronox is able to take one for the team and put a little bit of pressure on the Oshiara early. That thing can scale up pretty quick.
We are going to see Argan banning the Gazuma as well, not wanting any part of that. Torren trying to figure out where their ban's going to go now. Give him a shook a look, but also the rest of them as well. Oh, we're not going to see any Gazumas here in this match today. Nobody getting that going. Torren going to go ahead with the Tolkan as their third choice. Argan giving a look at where they want to go. Going to go with Platimus here. I feel like I'm kind of giving Mashuk a look here, B. If I'm Argan, I mean, obviously, yeah, he is going to go with the Mashuk. You're giving Mawala a look, of course, but Mashuk looks pretty clean elsewhere.
I don't necessarily like it on the back line. You have, two birds and Mawala.
Right.
Mashuk likes to play on the board as cleanly as possible. With Tireless, being able to just rotate Tireless as much as possible. But we see two birds and a Mawala in the back, and I don't know if Mashuk necessarily likes that. We could even see a swap into Mashuk early, and it's just, a decent swap in against a Acronox.
Here we go. Argan, the favorite, up against Torren, the dark horse in this tournament. Argan going to lead with Tuvine and Oshiara on their side against Torren's Acronox and Scunch. I like the Scunch quite a bit. I mean, we saw Scunch go off in the last round versus Genosect and with Genosect and Lulu. I know this is a very different matchup, but just on the surface again, it looks like we might see the Scunch party round 2. What do you think, B?
You're a Scunch believer. This is a Nutbar Scunch opener here. The thing with Scunch is that you need to have Scunch be a pressure on the field. You need to be able to have it checked while the other Tem can kind of just do its thing. If Scunch becomes a point where it's ignorable, you don't necessarily need to target down Scunch at all. You can just kind of focus down on one side. But if you leave Scunch unchecked and it is scary, you're just throwing your early game away, and then we see an advantage flip the other way. So we're gonna have to see those Scunch actually make a lot of noise early. We're gonna have to see probably a P-jab early on would be pretty nice. And then you have the turn 2 opens up of Oshidashi. You have Savage Suplex, and then obviously Ninja Jutsu is just a great turn 3 follow-up in the end. A Nutbar means it's gonna stay on the field for quite a little bit longer than it should, which is nice.
Ooh, both Tamers going deep into the reserve time here on turn 1. We'll see if that impacts them later on with some quick decision making. But we are going to see some action on the field here. Flood.
Early flood.
Early flood coming from Oshiara. Argan trying to get that speed control off, wanting to take control of this match early, applying a Feather Gatling into the Aarrggnn. That will be a 2-hit knockout. But we will see a Soil Steam as a response into the 2-Vine, and we'll see what Scunch is going to lead off with. In the slowest of the 4 here, Wrenching Massage as the answer.
Just the KO here.
Do it! 2-Vine lives it. Torren not afraid to go after it. Wow. B, did Torren need that knockout, or is he in okay shape still here?
Looking at Aarrggnn with that Feather Gatling, even with Coat, just spells danger for the Aarrggnn. I think Aarrggnn, I would have liked to see a little bit more HP on it. It kind of sucks now because 2-Vine has things like Turbine, and there's also that Flood that was played, which is textbook Argan. If you've ever seen or played against Argan, it's always speed control early. It's always Oshiara Flood. It's Gazuma Tesla Prison, that sort of thing. Argan likes that early speed, and that could actually cost an entire Tem for Torren's side here, being Aarrggnn.
Again, we see both Tamers going deep into that reserve time. Man, a lot of decisions to be made early on. It seems like they're not afraid to go after one another, but we are going to see Torren retreat that Aarrggnn, putting in the 2-Vine of their own on the field here.
Probably
now we'll see the Turbine go into the 2-Vine. Torren doing some good reads here. Not afraid to just throw things out. 2-Vine's going to come in with the bait as well. Serbatio is going to come out from the Oshiara.
You just always serves on Oshiara. If you have it, you click it. That just seems to be the very Oshiara kind of play. If you have it, you click it.
Going to go up.
Even the 2-Vine alive. That's interesting. I think I kind of like that play.
2-Vine live.
I think I kind of like that play because we know that 2-Vine just burned the Turbine and Scunch has Ninja Jutsu up. So even at -2, Scunch may be able to Ninja Jutsu and take out this 2-Vine before it gets a move off. It would really depend on TVs in that case, I think. But being able to put some pressure on this Oshiara while it's scaling up is very, very nice for Torren's side. Running out of stamina, it's running out of HP. We may even see a swap later on because that Oshiara would like to play into that Tulkin later. Gives a little bit of assistance for Torren's side here.
Everyone wondering about those TVs here, B. We are going to see the Water Blade come out from the Oshiara, taking out the 2-Vine. And here comes the Crystal Plume. Wow, outspeeding the Scunch. Did he not click a Ninja? Let's see what the play is here. Gonna go with a Savage.
Leaving the 2-Vine alive. That's interesting.
Ooh, into the Oshiara. Oshiara is going to feel the knockout here. And Scunch still on the board, doesn't have a ton of stamina left. Going to have some certain stamina issues as we head into this next turn here. But I don't hate that turn for Torren. What do you think, B?
Leaving 2-Vine alive, I think Torren's trying to play the leave a dead slot on the field and then just target down one is what we're kind of looking at, is what I'm thinking. 2-Vine is just kind of, to me, a dead slot. It's got very, very low HP. Its stamina is starting to run low, but at the same time, it being able to rotate Crystal Plume and Turbine, especially with that Flood from Oshiara earlier, you got to kind of respect it at some point. You got to eventually take this thing down. It's not going to overexert and knock itself down. I think that's where the Tulkin comes in. Yep. Having the Oshiara drawn, Tulkin dislikes this field a lot more. It has options. It can, play into the Mashuk. It can Fiery Soul and just wipe the 2-Vine. It's going to be a very, very nice field for Tulkin to play in. I thought if you were Argan, I think you have to swap Oshiara there. Needed to play that into the Tulkin later. Let's see if that bites.
I'm a big fan of Torren's decision making right now. Torren's making great decisions, kind of anticipating where Argan's going to go, leaving that 2-Vine alive, not really afraid of it, knowing I can take that out when I want to. And now I'm going to make you think, all right, I'm going to put Tolkien on the board here. You're not sure which way I'm going. While Scunch has presumably might come out this turn, I like that because you have Tolkien there to threaten both spots. We are going to see Argan retreat the 2-Vine here, wants to save it, Platimus. Argan reading the Fiery Soul in that spot. We'll see what Torren actually did.
It's precise. Yeah, it's just gear up and load up Aquatic Whirlwind, right? Tolkien is, yeah, that's exactly. Good read. Saw the Fiery Soul and put the Platymus there. It's locked and loaded into the Aquatic Whirlwind. Mawala is here. Mashuk doesn't really do much to Mawala here. And if you're Platymus, you're probably looking into Tolkien. But Mawala has Hypnotist waiting very with malicious intent to try to slow down Argan a little bit more and get Torren going.
I like that turn a lot for Argan B. I like that turn a lot. I think Torren really needed it there. Probably just went for the confirmed kill, but Platymus coming in now looking at that Tolkien saying, listen, I can take you out if I want to. We're going to see Torren say, listen, I don't want any part of that, swapping it out, putting Aarrggnn in here. We'll find out.
Lungs.
Aquatic Whirlwind going into the Aarrggnn. It does live it.
That looks like Cobweb to me. Yep. Oh, there's the turbo. Here comes the speed control from Argan once again.
And Argan's starting to get speedy. We'll see what Mawala does. Transient Echo going into that Mashuk. Not enough for the knockout. Doing decent damage, though. But I'm liking Argan's decision making right now. Tireless going to proc now, too. So Argan both got turbo choreography, great buffs on the Mashuk, and Torren looking like, uh-oh, what's going on here? I had the lead 2 turns ago, and this is getting kind of ugly.
Argan's playing chess. That's the thing. Argan is playing chess, and to play chess, you have to think multiple turns in advance. I think Torren's getting kind of caught up in the moment, playing turn by turn, and Argan's thinking, listen, we need Platymus to have some speed. We need Mashuk to start ramping up and becoming a threat so that it gets targeted early. Torren is kind of just slowing this pace down a little bit with that Hypnotist. We could see the potential Zen meditation here. Forcing to swap, not allowing a lot of breathing room, but it's still going to be a turn with heater. Actually, the heater is really nice there, making so that Aarrggnn doesn't hit it as hard. The Zen med is pretty standard Hypnotist Mawala play. So Platymus is awake. That's actually really smart from Argan. If you were watching that Hypnotist play, Platymus had one more turn to sleep. However, when Tolkien's heater comes in, the heater burn wakes the Platymus up, and now we all of a sudden have an awake Platymus. Very, very, very smart on the side of Argan here.
Tolkien going to throw a Fiery Soul into that Mawala, chipping it down a little bit. Nito Saiho as the response from Mawala into the Platymus, putting that Plat into the danger zone, but it's determined. And Argan seems to have all the answers right now, making the right decisions in the moment. We'll see what Torren's able to bring out here to apply some pressure to things. But that speed control is going to be hurting here now as we head to the stretch here, right, B? That speed control is going to hurt.
Yeah, exactly. So the early flood is kind of like the beginning to the end. This is where Argan plays, again, textbook Argan. You start with flood, you get a later turbo, and all of a sudden you're playing catch up. You have either something that's scaling or you just have speed control. And this is where Argan is able to play a little bit bulkier on their side of the field, and then the Gazuma, the flood, the turbo plays allows for all of a sudden these freight trains being able to have a speedier freight train, and Torren's kind of on the opposite end of that freight train here.
Argan going to retreat the Platymus there, putting 2 Vine in. This is probably a sack play here, not afraid to lose that. Yeah, Torren going to retreat the Tolkien now.
Probably saw the Aquatic Whirlwind. He kind of had to swap there, but Argan still has the Aquatic Whirlwind locked and loaded. So already good to go.
Going into that 2 Vine, going to be enough to KO it. Let's see what Tolkien brings in that last spot here. Tolkien get a Fiery Tornado going into the Mawala. Let's see what it does. It's not going to be enough, but chipping away at that Mawala, putting it in the danger zone a little bit. The double screen from Mawala, giving it a little bit more life. And now we'll see what Argan wants to bring in, looking at a Scunch at -2 speed and a little bit of a buffed up Mawala.
This is probably one of the bulkiest Mawalas I've seen in a while. Mawala likes to play bulk to be able to get Hypnotist off a little bit a little bit more comfortably. But this is probably one of the more bulky Moalas that I've seen in quite some time. Now, if you're Torren, you have to gun down this Platymus. You need Tolkien to play all day. This could be a bait play again. We did see a swap, so we might see that come out. We could also see something like a Toxin Shower, but Toxin Shower's evade is only 1 turn now, so how much time can be bought on the side of Argan? I think Argan wanted to try to play the force play so that Tolkien is the only thing on the board. We'll see if it is a Toxin Shower indeed. Yep, there comes the 1 evade, letting Platymus hang on a little bit more.
Platymus going to throw that Toxin Shower out, applying decent damage into both spots. Tornado as the follow-up, going into that Scunch. That presumably is enough. Yes, it is. Yep. Scunch is going to sleep now. It is. And now we'll
Argan
see
what
Moala is able to do.
Into the board. That's exactly what it was. Yep.
Platymus getting the evade.
Argan has a unique ability to force you into situations you don't want to be in. This is one of them. You have a Platymus with +2 speed, Aquatic Whirlwind. You have a Tolkien on the board. You have no swaps. You're just in an awkward position. And the prior turns, 2-3 turns leading up in advance, brought us to this situation.
You
got the KO on the Platymus, but you know it's too late at that point. This is the hard part. It's a little bit too late at this point.
Mashuk going to come in gassed up and ready to go. Also buffed up from that earlier tireless. We are going to see the concede coming out from Torren. Torren doesn't want to see the rest of it. Argan walking away with that first round. I think Argan looked great. I think Argan settled down. I think Torren was able to kind of shake up things a little bit. Had some cool reads, had some cool mix-ups. But Argan with that early flood and turbo choreography saying, listen, you can get cute all you want. You can mix things up. I'm going to play my game. I'm going to take control of this, and I'm going to come out with the win. And that is what he did in that first round.
I think Hurry Wort Flood deserves more credit. And I think that's where we got to see it there. Yeah, there's a respect of taking out the Flood early on Torren's first ban. I think it's very, very strong, and I don't think it's given enough credit. It's allowed Argan to play Argan's game, which was, you know, that speed control, that buff up. And it all started with an Oceara Flood. That was the beginning of the end, turn number 1.
I like Torren's decision to remove that from the equation here. You know, it leaves a lot of more it leaves that Osukai on the board. He might have to contend with that at some point. But Torren saying, listen, I'm not going to allow that to happen twice here because I don't really think I have the answers for it. So that's going to go away. Argan now looking at the response. Okay, I can't flood you on turn 1, so I might have to lean into turbo choreography if I'm looking for speed, you know, speed buffs. But what does that mean for me now that Oceara is off the board? And he's going deep into his reserve time to figure that out.
The thing is to note is that since Torren banned Oceara, Argan does not have to ban Scara. Last time Torren banned Osukai, which forced Scara, Torren kind of playing Argan's hand a little bit in that case there, force banning the Scara. But since Oceara got banned out, Scara doesn't need to be banned right away. You have checks with Osukai. And it could even go into second ban too if it really becomes that threat. Osukai's in first. I like it.
Osukai going to make his debut here in this round, leading with Osukai and Tuvine in the spot of Argan. Now Torren trying to figure out, all right, what am I going to have to pressure out with it? Probably giving Platymus a look. Potentially giving, yep, yeah, that is where he's going to go. Now we'll see what Argan doesn't want to deal with. Potentially that Moala. Maybe Argan doesn't feel like messing with that this time.
Yeah, that Moala did get Hypnotist off. It didn't speak the beginning of the end. That heater play was actually very, very nice. I'm actually... I was quite excited to see that kind of play. Banning out the Scara is nice. I think the proper term for Osukai, though, is Brosukai. It's probably been shouted a couple of times, but we got to give Osukai's proper name here. It's a Brosukai.
We are going to see... Torren went with the Tuvine there, as well as Argan responding with the Platymus of his own. And now Argan trying to figure out which way they want to go. Are they going to go Chimerian? Are they going to go Tolkien? They are going to go Tolkien. I think Tolkien did great work for them in round 1. Now Torren trying to figure out, all right, do I like Moala again? Do I like Akrinox? If it's me, I like the Moala just because of the chaos it can create. And that is what Torren's going to agree with as well, as Argan looks for his final pick.
I think Tolkien was just a necessary pickup. If you don't pick up Tolkien there on your final 2 picks, the counter pick of Chimerian just happens. It did get picked up anyways. If you're able to play around Tolkien and Chimerian is able to play unchecked, that can just be a nuisance and a monster. It has scaling potential. It hits hard with Crystal Plume. It can Frond Whip something into the beginning of next week. It could be a menace if it's not checked.
And here we go, round 2, Argan versus Torren. Argan looking to move ahead in the winner's bracket here, sending Torren down to losers. Torren trying to come away with another upset, forcing this to a round 3. We got Osukai and Tuvine in the side of Argan against the Gazuma and the Platymus in the side of Torren. It looks like Osukai, potentially is threatened with an Aqua Bullet Hell from Platymus. Not sure necessarily what Torren goes here. What do you think here, B? What do we see in turn 1?
If I'm Torren, I don't like Platymus on this board. To me, I would be very nervous about taking a Feather Gatling on Platymus. Platymus doesn't have the best defenses in the world. It doesn't like taking those strong wind moves that Tuvine can dish out. It can throw an Aqua Bullet Hell into Osukai, but you would think that Platymus would play very nicely into the Tolkien later on, and it can also play into the Osukai later on too. But there's also walls in the back as well for it with the Chimerian. So you either just go heavy-handed with the Platymus and you just take that move. It looks like that might be the case. Ooh. But the hook, there's the scale that I was talking about earlier. Aqua Bullet in return to the Osukai. Osukai doesn't have the best special defense stats either. And doubling up
Tesla Prison as a follow-up here, dropping the speed of Osukai one turn. I do like that from Torren. Torren realized that speed got away from them in the first round. We're going to see that Feather Gatling go into the Platinum. It's doing serious damage. Holy cow, that hurt. I like Torren's mindset, but man, that was a high cost. That was a very expensive Aqua Bullet Hell, if I may say.
Yeah, even with the double up on Osukai, the HP advantage slightly favoring Argan. It's like I was mentioning, Platymus has paper defenses, and it just does not like taking the physical damage from these birds. The Feather Gatling, the Turbine, is just not in favor of Platymus, especially since Coat was on Acronox earlier.
Torren decided to retreat that Platymus. Yep, putting the Tolkien in that spot, and now Torren going for a turbo of his own, dude. Torren saying, "If you can, so can I." Dust Vortex going in that Tolkien, doing serious damage from Osukai coming out. Crystal Plume has the follow up into the Gazuma, and man, Argan not afraid to let his hands go this turn. I like the turbo. I think that was fun, but Argan saying, "Listen, I'm gonna hurt you if you're going for that," and that is exactly what they did.
Argan kind of switching up playstyles here with no Oshiara Flood. The playstyle is now switching up from speed control into just playing the heavy base stats that Osukai and Tuvine can just bring out, and without any buffs on the field, base stat wise, Argan is looking pretty nice. Just throwing the Crystal Plume, throwing the Feather Gatling, and putting Gazuma, Platymus, and now Tolkien on their toes is speaking volumes about how hard Argan is throwing hands here. Ooh. If Tolkien goes down, Chimerian plays a little bit more free, and that's what I was mentioning earlier. If Chimerian is able to open up things, Chimerian can be a menace.
What I love that you brought up, B, was just Argan's difference in their play style. In the first round, it was very clear that, all right, I'm going to establish speed control here. I'm going to make you think that's my game. Torren responding, saying, okay, I can do that. But now Argan mixing it up and just going after him. We are going to see the Tornado go into the Osukai. That's going to be enough. Osukai going to go to sleep now. We'll see what Tuvine does. But after that, Fiery Soul doing decent damage from Torren. Bait going to proc on that Tuvine, though, now. And here comes an H-slap into the Gazuma. That's going to be enough for the knockout.
It was just enough to take that out. I like that play. The bait allows it so that not a lot of stamina is being taken over. And It makes it so that this T-Vine can kind of sit on the board again, but it doesn't really like to sit with that Tulkin there. If there's one thing to notice about that Fiery Soul, it's either this Tulkin is heavily invested into more of the bulky side of things and its special attack is low, or this T-Vine has a lot of special defense and presumably max HP in bulk. So it's nice to see that T-Vine getting spread in that kind of direction, sort of making up for its lower special defense stats.
Absolutely. We are going to see Torren put on the T-Vine of his own, retreating that Tolkien, saying, listen, I can't deal with Chimerian later on if I don't have you. Mawala going to come in, start working towards that Aqua Bullet Hell. Going into that Mawala, not doing a whole lot. Double screen protecting it, giving it some more ammunition. Feather Gatling going into the Platymus.
Just the return.
Torren starting to fire back, and Torren starting to fire back. Crystal Plume Gatling going into the Mawala, dropping it down to the danger zone as well. Torren not afraid to say, okay, if this is how you want to do it, we can.
If I'm Argan here, I don't think T-Vine is necessarily a need or requirement in terms of trading for this Mawala, because if that Mawala gets Hypnotist here, all of a sudden this mid game gets a little bit more suspicious. I don't think T-Vine is necessarily, T-Vine's not really necessarily required for the rest of the game if it takes out this Mawala. Torren could see that and potentially switch, but this Mawala is left unchecked. Argan's going to be in a little bit of a trouble here. Here comes that heater. Oh,
I like that swap in. I like that swap in a lot from Argan. That's just educated, long-term tournament experience decision-making right now. As we see the Crystal Plume go in, be enough to finish off the Mawala. Yeah. I just like that from Argan. That's just clean play, saying, listen, I know how this is going to go. I'm not going to allow any craziness or chaos to come from that Mawala. And now I'm going to head down the stretch feeling pretty safe. We'll see if Torren brings in the Platymus, what noise they can make to try to hold on.
Yeah, it's just caused pressure into the Tulkin here. The T-Vine overexerted last turn. This allows some space for Platymus to make a play. And it's exactly what I was mentioning. Argan does not need the T-Vine. T-Vine was there for one purpose, and that was Mawala, and it did its exact job. Mawala did not get off Hypnotist. T-Vine overexerted for it. It did its job, in my opinion. It hit that Platymus too, and that Platymus is still on the warning tracks. I think T-Vine Beyond did his job here, actually.
I'm going to see Torren now bring that Tolkien into that spot. Argan swapping that Tolkien out. Absolutely. Came in, got that heater off, pulled it out. Now Chimerian's in, looking at that Tolkien. Now we'll see what happens. Chimerian's hostile procking, fake beer going off as well. Chimerian's ready to go. Tolkien's marbles, hitting it away. Argan going for the double swap here, trying to mix up that board. Argan just plays so different every turn, man. Argan is unbelievable.
He's protecting the Chimerian. That's the thing, is he saw the potential for Torren to swap in the Tulkin here. That was a board where Tulkin just played free every day. That's, Chimerian and a almost KO T-Vine. Tulkin looked very good on that board, and Argan said, I'm protecting my Chimerian. Now Platymus has Aquatic Whirlwind locked and loaded. It's going to be able to pressure this Tulkin. If Tulkin swaps, hey, there's a T-Vine in the back that doesn't necessarily want to take an Aquatic Whirlwind either. The low special defense stats of T-Vine kind of show that. But we could also see the same thing that Argan did last time, saving that Aquatic Whirlwind and just playing it at the very end game and forcing that Tulkin in with no swaps. Chimerian could Glassblade. Glassblade could potentially be the fastest thing on the board and taking this Platymus out before it even gets to move. A little bit of a tongue twister there.
What I like that Argan's doing here, B, is realizing, all right, I think I can see the finish line here. I think I know where my line is on how to win this. Let me think about it. Let me take my time. I got plenty of reserve time left. Think it over, see how the rest of this plays out. And Torren really just trying to figure out maybe there's a misplay there. Maybe there's some kind of mismanagement on Argan's side. I don't find that to be likely. But Argan really taking a breath here, pausing, trying to figure out, okay, how do I close this door against Torren and move on in the tournament again?
It's back to that whole like chess style play. Oh my, a tornado actually gets off into this Platimus. That's okay, that's spicy. There's the glass blade into the Platimus like expected. This Tolkien likes this board.
No way. And now Torren's going to bring the 2-vine out. Tolkien's looking very scary. Argan's like, whoa, wait a second. That wasn't supposed to happen.
Okay, so we have a Tremurian on board, and in the back we have a 2-vine swap. This is probably going to be the sacrifice play. Yeah, that Tremurian slot is not liking this Tolkien at all, but there's a fiery tornado. It's probably just going to cook this chicken. No, it's going into the Tolkien.
Ooh.
I like it. I like it.
Torren realizing, listen, I can deal with that Tremurian later on potentially, but I got to deal with this Tolkien now. Tornado going to go in as the response on Argan's side.
Probably going to be
Torren's Tolkien, that's going to be enough. And there goes that Tremurian pressure. And now we'll see the Crystal Plume Gatling follow up into the Tolkien. I know what Torren was trying to do there, realizing, hey, listen, I don't have an answer for Tolkien down the stretch here, so I have to do this now. Wasn't enough, and it looks like Argan's going to run away with this one. That is going to be enough. Argan moving on in TemCS Worlds 2-0 against Torren.
I think that was just more or less an expected matchup. I think Argan's speed control in game 1 and then switching it up in game number 2 is very, very nice. It's very textbook Argan to play that way, and the favorite runs away 2-0. It would have been nice to see a game or maybe even 2 from Torren as an upset, but Argan played that very cleanly.
I'm a big fan of what we saw from Argan there for a number of reasons. They played one way in the first round. They went for speed control. They went for that, strategy. And then in the second round, they just went pure offensive. So Torren really wasn't able to figure him out the entirety of that match. I think Torren did some cool things, did some cool swaps, made some interesting decisions. But I love that Argan is able to not only adapt his team to the matchup before him, but also his own style against his opponents to way I don't know which way you're going to go.
There's a lot of options that Argan's Tems play, and you have to figure that out in advance. You have to make that read in advance, and if you read wrong or if you get caught off guard, you don't know until it happens, and that's where Argan likes to play that field and that longevity game. That's exactly what it was. He was up a game. He got the speed control early. He was up a game. He was able to switch his play style, see if it worked, and if not, he could regroup and go back to that speed control in game 3 if it happened.
I'll be honest with you, B. I'm going to go Argan as maybe my favorite to go the distance here. I think Argan might have what it takes to take this thing home.
It's a safe choice, definitely.
All right. Following that, I believe we're going to head to break. B, who's our next matchup after that, though, before we get there?
It looks like game number 3 we have. It looks like it's going to be Allie and Magnetonics, and it's going to be myself and Patterknife joining me. This is going to be a very good game, and I'm very excited. This, to me, is my feature matchup for day number 1.
Oh, that's awesome. We'll be back on break. Magnetonics versus Allie coming up. Whoo, that's going to be hot. We will see you then. Thank you, guys. TemCS Worlds.
All right, and welcome back, everybody. Temtem Worlds. We're going to lead into the next game very, very quickly, but just a little bit of a highlight and recap of last match. There's not really much to say more on my end. I think me and HKen kind of covered it on that. Patter, what did you think about that last match?
I think Argan played it very, very clean and well. Like, he was completely in Torren's head, I feel like every turn played out perfectly for him. Nothing really Torren could do, like, looking at it in hindsight. Like, so rough to play against Argan there. He just choked him out turn after turn.
Yeah, that's precisely it. Is Argan was just ahead of the game practically every turn, including protecting Tems when he needed to, especially seeing what Torren had remaining on the field. Removing the low HP 2-vine, getting the Platimus in to protect the Tremurian in game number 2. There was just every turn where he was a couple steps ahead, and it showed.
Yeah, and as you also highlighted, like during the match, like he always had the big picture in his mind, like how the game has to go, what does he need, what does he can like sacrifice on the way. Like, yeah, nothing much to say, just very well played.
Yeah. Just textbook plays. Heading into the next match, we have what I'd like to say, at least to me, is my feature matchup. So I'm very, very excited to be able to cast this one. It's Allie versus Magnetonics. We have the creativity side of Magnetonics, as I said last time I got to cast Meg. He always has the power of creativity. There's a couple of Tems that are on the radar for sure, but mixing things up and playing weirdly like he likes to enjoy. And then on Allie's side, we have the interesting Water Chromium, which there wasn't a lot of confidence in Water Chromium, but we're seeing it in Worlds, so that's definitely you definitely have to have a lot of confidence to bring it to a tournament of this caliber.
Yeah, definitely the highlight of like seeing all the teams is that Water Chromium. Like I did not expect that to see in Worlds. And both teams are like really refreshing, like so many like temps together that you often don't see in one team. And we're already into Pig Ben here.
The only unfortunate thing for Magnetonics here is his team, and he's even quoted this himself, does not like playing into Digis. And unfortunately, Magnetonics' Road faced Arctech, who had 2 Digis last time, and Allie having 2 Digis this time with the Chromium and the Monko. So Mag's had a little bit of an uphill battle throughout the entirety of their world's journey.
Yeah, but I mean, you can say he already beat the first one, right? So it's at least possible.
Taking out the Monko for a ban, and also being able to figure out Arctech in the end, which was it was an absolute buzzer beater. If you haven't watched that, go back and watch that. You would have a great time watching that for sure. We might even see this buzzer beater kind of play style here as well, if I'm being completely honest. It's going to be a very, very good matchup.
For sure. And I mean, we're now in second ban phase. So let's see, Nestla got taken out in the first ban phase for Allie, which makes a lot of sense, right? Digis usually really dislike electric Tems or water Tems, and it's both, so it just makes sense to take it out. And
I feel like both sides' first bans were pretty obvious. Taking out the Monko for Meg is just big for a lot of how Meg wants to play, and again, Nestla is just kind of the counter. So number 2 is where thought process really has to go through. Just taking out both Digis, I like it. Yeah,
just look at the type chart there and like go with it. Like, can't be too wrong for sure. And we're going to see the Mimit, so that's always an interesting Tem with a lot of potential during the match, so always great to see that one coming in.
I like the ban of the Chimerian. You know, there's Gazuma, there's Electric Koish, there's Ragnan. Chimerian just kind of roams and reigns free, especially with no Monko being able to check it, and Hazrat playing turn number 1 to check this 2-Vine. Allie's making sure that Hazrat doesn't have to carry a majority or even like half the team, being able to check the 2-Vine and also the Chimerian in the back. So I like that from Allie here.
Yeah, it basically gives her the option to stay in here in the lead and let it get like taken down basically in like 1 or 2 turns, instead of like having to like think about like far ahead, thinking about the end game. She can just stay in here and keep pressure like very high from the beginning.
Now, Meg was saying that they're very confident into teams that don't have Digis, and Allie has no Digis because both of them got banned out. I wonder if Allie is able to scale ahead. We do see the Scunch with the P-Jab potential. Azrat has heat up potential, and also true damage with wastewater. This could be kind of scary.
Ooh, we see an Ember into move flying, interesting. And Fire Chip on the Hazard, wow, okay.
I like it.
Wow.
Now we're cooking.
Yeah. Ooh, and move flying, bestial charging, AoE damage is like always very scary, so
now
good
we got
one.
to see this pig play last time. Have you seen this pig, Patter?
No, I have not yet.
Oh, this is going to be a absolute treat for you if we get to see this pig play. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. in probably the next turn.
I'm a bit scared, not gonna lie.
I'm gonna leave it as a surprise for everybody because Magnetonics is very proud of this one. I don't want to give that spoiler alert. Maybe Allie has seen it already. We might see a swap of the Hazrat to a Gazuma or a Ragnant. We're definitely seeing a different style of pig than what we saw from Genosect earlier. Let's just say that much.
Yeah. Oh, I have an idea, but I'm not gonna say it until like it happens. Probably it's also like maybe a friendship one, I guess then, because
you're definitely on the right track.
Yeah. Okay. Then I have like an idea, and yeah, Hazard switching out.
Allie has definitely seen this story before. Let's see if Pig is gonna pressure it. Here we go.
And
Boomerang.
Meg reads it.
Perfect read. Perfect read.
Yeah. Ooh.
Comes Yoshi into the move flank. Move flank happy to take that. Not very well, as it's in red health now. And let's see that follow-up base jump. Big damage coming in. There's the friendship.
Friendship breast batch combo, yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard hit there. You're allowed to invest into a little bit more bulk, possibly even speed if you're Magnetonics, because Resistance Badge and Friendship are kind of coming in as your damage dealers there. So this move flank is probably seeing a little bit more speed, a little bit more bulk than the average move flank would normally see.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was a good turn here. Great read to not hit the Hazard slot there, because that would have been very, very bad for Magnetonics if that would have happened. But now is the question, will Skunch stay in a ninja, or will Allie keep it for later? Maybe to solve an issue that might appear with a ninja jutsu. So that's probably like the important thing of this turn, I would believe.
I don't think Meg wants to see that ninja jutsu. I think it's saving that move flank for a potential big hit there. There is the ninja jutsu. It's coming on the Pig though.
Ooh, okay.
And taking it out. That would be interesting.
Yeah, that's a bit surprising, because I mean we have two electrics, but it's Pig is slower than the Gazuma. Wow.
I believe Pig gets access to Turbine as well, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so, yeah. So
yeah. It's interesting that we didn't get to see a play from Pig there. We do have the Psypat, 2-Vine pressuring the Gazuma here, and Psypat is an absolute speed demon.
Mm-hmm.
You also see the Ninja Jutsu was popped there, so Skunch is a little bit in pressure here. There's the Venomous Claws. Schween's Horn reveals Shinobi Tactics.
Oh, that's important info for later, actually, for the next match, because
that's pretty much all of Psypat's text right there, right? That's all the secret stuff.
Yeah. Because now Ellie knows that she can use water techniques without being scared of speed boosting his iPad.
Water Chromium, it's happening.
Yeah, maybe next match, we'll see. But yeah, Gazuma taking a big hit here, but crippling the Psypad, and Psypad really hates when its speed gets taken away. So we have to see, I believe. Yeah. And it's Hurry Ward too, so I believe that might be a fast move flank. Maybe Ellie's plan is to take out Psypad before it moves. I mean, that would make sense. If she has the speed invest, of course. That's something we'll have to find out.
Even with Psypad at -1, it has a big rotation of 3 prio and higher moves. It has Nichosai, it has Venom Claws, it has Ninja Jutsu all in access. It is faster, Kazuma, with 3 prio there. Probably not enough to take it out.
No, but a potential double kick maybe, or goring from move flank.
It is faster. Ooh. That is a move flank indeed.
Yeah, Allie's move flank here also not like being cheap on the speed invest for sure here.
It's completely opposite to Magnetonics here, that's for sure.
Yep.
Alright, let's see the 2-Vine coming in. Kazuma's overexerted. Move flank could have potential of double kick here. It could go before Magnetonics' move flank gets access. I don't know if it's enough to take it out. but War Drum could be the assistance. We still have yet to see this Mimit. We don't know what this Mimit is yet.
True. I mean,
It's landing though.
The team looks very like landing favored, but we have to see it to be sure, right? So
It's Magnetonics. You never know.
yeah, yeah.
It could be anything at this point.
But let's assume it's a landing Mimit, and if move flank goes down this turn, that would mean Magnetonics gets a second 2-vine, right? Which actually would be very, very good for him, I believe. Into like
this Kazuma, the Ragnan, and you also have
the turbine for Hazret.
yeah,
Like
that's exactly it.
yeah, that actually comes close. Yeah. So
Both
probably
teams are taking reserve time here. I think both of them are kind of seeing this. Mag's in a position to have this Mimit look nice. There's that take out of the move flank.
the question is, oh, we're ignoring the. No, we're not ignoring the user. We are feather gatling the Kazuma. Okay, interesting. Maybe reading a Hazret coming in here.
That was probably the prediction. Which, if you're Magnetonics, that's not a bad shot at a read, because as you said, the Mimit comes in, it is landing, and it's a double 2-vine. Wanting Hazrat there was not the worst read. It's just Magnetonics got caught, and it looks kind of silly for a shot like that.
And the problem is
there.
Yeah, like 2-vine special defense is not very high, so giving Kazuma another AoE hit here really, really hurts in the long run. And yeah, move flank also just free hitting, so this looks very, very rough now for Magnetonics. HP are running low, even if the type chart is looking good. Maybe it's just not enough.
Yeah, because move flank can just rotate between AoE and 3 prio, as we just saw the Held Anger go down. Kazuma overexerts again, but yeah, move flank has Goring here, and it's going to outspeed a 2-vine most likely all day.
Yeah.
A turbine in return might not even be enough. There's that Goring to take out the original 2-vine with the War Drum. Bristle Plume I don't think is enough to take out this move flank. It's a very, very bulky Tem just naturally, and then you got to factor in TVs afterwards, and you know there's different types of spreads, of course.
Yeah, I mean, move flank has very, very good physical defense and HP.
Yeah.
Just lacking special defense, which doesn't matter for a 2-vine here in this case. And yeah, Magnetonics
playing the info game here.
Yeah, he just tries to squeeze everything out he can at this point and
see what he can get out of Allie here in terms of info.
Yeah.
Very safe to say that there's only one turn left here before we head into game number 2. Favor Allie.
Yep. And I mean, in Allie's case, you're probably also not giving much info away now, just hitting. You saw the Mimit and 2-vine are like the 2-vine is determined, so you got all the info you wanted basically. And that's a win for Allie basically here. Going up 1-0.
So what do you think Magnetonics has to do different?
Ooh.
What do you think Magnetonics has to do different in terms of that match there? Because it seemed like Allie was in a pretty comfortable position most of the game, and yeah, including that end game.
I think it came a bit down to reads. Like, the feather gatling into the Kazuma was definitely hurting. I don't know if it was like enough or if it was there already like kind of over and this was like a Hail Mary play. Not sure. But yeah, we see Magnetonics maybe switch it up. We'll see. Move flank going first now gives also the potential for a double move flank opener here.
You also see that the 2-vine got banned first, not the Nesla.
True.
That's something.
That changes a lot.
Hazrat and Electric Koish is just honestly one of the safer choices that Allie could pick here, and it looks like we're going to have just exactly what you were talking about, a double move flank, which is honestly, looking at everything here, one of the only options Magnetonics could have played there.
Yeah, for sure. Like after leading move flank, I think it's the only option really
Yeah.
you had at this point. And Allie just greatly covered with like these two.
Yeah, leading move flank, you have to commit to that, and then leading Hazrat and Electric Koish, you just cover so much with the two.
Yeah.
The poison fire and the electric water from this Koish covers a lot of Magnetonics' field.
Yeah.
What is Mag's second ban here? Is it not the Water Chromian? Are we gonna see a Water Chromian play? It's move flank. I
Ooh,
like
it's the
it.
move flank. Yeah, move flank did a lot of damage last match, so
It did. It caused a
Yeah.
lot of trouble.
for sure. And the pick then goes completely different. We're seeing Nesla now going through 2 ban phases basically after being the first ban.
Not
Last
expecting
time.
that at all.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, this is definitely. Normally, once you figure out a team in first pick ban, and then you head into game number 2, pick ban isn't really changed too much. Maybe the person who takes the game loss changes it up a little bit, but normally you just see it kind of go down the same route. This is completely different.
Yeah, we're playing a whole different game here basically. And
Water Chromian's in too.
yeah, we're gonna. I'm hyped to see it actually.
You're interested. You're invested into it now, aren't you?
Yeah, of course. And
All right, double move flank. Let's see what we
Yeah.
do here.
just something small. The Mimit move flank, I believe, does not have access to the one hold moves because Harrywood doesn't proc, I believe, for the Mimit here on turn 1. So it probably just can base jump.
Hmm. Yeah,
Ooh,
there's a hurry war for Goring.
interesting.
War Drum resistance badge is just very hard hitting. I like the
It's the
Embers.
numbers game. Yeah.
Going faster than the Hazrat Ember. That might have caught Mag a little bit off guard that first time, and we have the taser.
The taser burn. Yeah. Kind of saving Koisha probably.
Double burn potential there, which is the Embers, and then the other direction was you can have either E-Punch or Sparkling Bullet to have that taser go through.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
And I mean, that's how you'll have to face kind of the double move flanks. You need something evil that can beat it basically because they have so good stats that
Here we go.
you need something. And
The Electro Punch. I like it.
yeah,
That's a
and
burn.
another burn here, and yeah, synergy adept bonus damage here. Ooh, wow, and Chromion gonna
Still,
yeah, it's going to hurt. Yep.
we're Bestial Charge
Ooh.
here.
Is that enough?
That is very close on both Tems. It looks like it's not quite enough to take out this Koish.
Yeah, it's like living on like on its last some HP here basically.
Living on
Wow.
a prayer here, huh?
Yeah, and that means I mean Koish was faster, I believe, or is faster than everything on this board, so it gets another Electro Punch, I believe, with synergy here.
We just saw base jump and pardon me, Bestial Charge. I don't think we saw 3 prio out of Magnetonics on that turn.
Oh, maybe you're right.
Yeah.
But the Sparkling was faster than the base jump from the Mimit last in turn 1.
Yeah, so turn 1 reveals that. So it looks like Koish is going to be firing off another Electro Punch here if we see the Chromian stay. Chromian is on the warning tracks too.
Yeah. That's
Chromian can also 3 prio though with harmful microwaves.
yeah, that's probably the plan here. Just get some damage in with these two before they go down.
Yeah.
And I mean, Chromion's damage with like Synotyper, which you get here, will definitely hurt, especially that Mimit.
Damn it.
Holy, oh my god, that Mimit is not liking this hit. Yeah, depending who will get E-punched here. Oh, okay. So Mimit is going to survive here.
Double KO. I like it.
Yeah, I think that's the play here.
Yeah, it's just playing to the special defense of the move flank, and as you can see, playing into the special defense of move flank is not overly favorable for move flank at all. But
Yeah.
one still hangs on, and it gets a double KO for it. We still have a fresh Gazuma, Skunch, and Hazrat in the back.
So now's the question: who is going to come here? I mean, Hazrat looks kind of safe for Allie always.
Mm-hmm.
And then the question is, do you want to pair it with speed control or maybe with defense down? Or like just another hard hitter in Skunch? Ooh,
Maybe
to see.
Magnetonics was just reading that Hazrat here, and he doesn't get either of them.
Oh, well, fair. No Hazrat to be found, I guess.
Doesn't get either of them. I just want to see Pig get a KO on this Hazrat here. I know I know I was kind of leaning Magnetonics, and I really shouldn't, but I just want to see Pig get a KO on this Hazrat.
I mean, that would be funny for sure. And
That's a prison on the Mimit here.
yeah.
That is enough. But it did get one move off before it goes down. Here comes the Boomerang.
Decent
Not the
damage.
biggest damage in the world, but it's okay.
It's okay, yeah. But that wrenching will hurt. Yeah, with synergy here, that's a lot of damage.
It's going to exhaust this Pig a little bit. Brawny as well showing.
Mm-hmm.
A little
Yeah.
bit half HP for the Pig. What does Mag want to bring in now? We have Nestla, we have Psypat.
Tough choice, I think.
I don't think it's Nestla.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Nestla is able to kind of push this Gazuma off a little bit if it wants to Electric Storm. And,
Also, Nestla wants Aquatic ready for chipping Hazret potentially. That's
Yeah.
also like something you want to get, and
I think the
Yep.
goal here is just to lock down the Skunch here. Because if you're faster than it on both ways, you may be able to just get a KO before it gets to move. I don't think Ninja Jutsu is up on it because it has one more turn away from it.
you're right. You're right. Yeah. Skunch is only like on first hold turns here, so it's really in the danger zone because Nestla and Pigapig have prio basically here, potentially.
That's
And-
exactly what Meg is going for. There's the Water Blade. Electric Storm doesn't care about the healing because Nestla's already full.
Yep, that's true. And the boomerang is going
Here
first.
we go.
Is that enough?
Let's go,
And-
Pig.
Pig, the hero of the day, basically taking it out.
Let's go. Friendship. Friendship is indeed clicking in here for the Pig. I like it.
Yeah. And I mean, now this is actually getting interesting because Hazret has to focus Nestla because Gazuma really can't hit Nestla at all.
Yeah, it's
So
completely locked out.
yeah,
We
so
see Pig get a move off on Hazrat here. That's the question.
No way.
Before it goes down.
nah, Gazuma's faster. Gazuma will just hit it again, and Pigapig
Turbine?
has to leave.
Turbine?
I mean, Boomerang also is like on 3 prio, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
We will not be seeing Pig taking out Hazrat here, most likely. But it was Skunch.
Maybe in game 3, if it comes to that.
Maybe
We'll see.
in game 3. We can cross our fingers for
The
for a
Pigapig
Pig on
believers.
Hazrat.
Yeah. I mean, Pigapig got a kill on the Skunch, so that's cool.
It did. That's great.
And ooh, we see
Pig is
Pigapig
leaving.
leaving. Interesting.
I like it. Psypat in.
And we see the aquatic.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's big damage.
that's such a hard hit here.
Yeah, you have to. If you're Allie, you have to go after Nestla here.
Yeah, for sure. The question is Magnetonics reading it and self-T striking for the heal?
That would be.
Oh wait, the aquatic, that would be not
Yeah,
possible, but that would have been funny.
That Tesla prison on the Psypat is a lot of damage. And it
Yeah,
also takes that speed down.
yes.
I guess if you're Hazrat, you just want to potentially throw a Venom Claws into the Nestla way.
I think you have to kind of, like...
Yeah, and you're almost forced to.
And the question is Cypet living a tornado from Gazuma from this range? Because I believe Cypher is gonna click Nicho Sai here. It's the highest damage I think it can do into the Hazrat.
For turn 1 holds, I believe so, and it's also that 3 prile. There's a Venom Claws, like expected.
And Nesla is going down, which is...
Nicho Sai into Hazrat, okay. Does Gazuma take out Psypath from this range? Could it just do Tesla Prison and be happy with that?
Yeah, it could.
Farewell?
Yeah.
It's totally fine with that, and I think Gazuma just takes his endgame here.
Yeah,
Yep.
Kazuma wins versus Pigapig, sadly. I mean, that's just how it goes.
Mathematically speaking, that's
Yes.
especially full HP down to 10%. That's a 2-0 Allie.
Yes, that was well played.
It was looking pretty decent for Magnetonics at the end there. There was some catch-ups happening, but yeah, Mag just does not like to play into those Digi-Tems at all. He was pretty confident to anything not Digi, and force spanning the Digis allowed Allie to play their team a little bit more effectively with the double burn in game number 2. It's kind of harsh.
Yeah, Allie really used her tools well in this one. Like, even like Magnetonics got like a good lead at the beginning in the second game, but it just wasn't enough. Basically, Allie just caught up and like went ahead even further. And at the end, it was Allie took the lead again and then won there. So
yeah, Magnetonics was just playing catch up that entire game, right? It was always just damage catch ups, and it just was not enough in the end. Got caught with the double 2 vine at the end of game 1, and then got caught with needing to focus the Hazrat, and unfortunately the Hazrat was able to take that Nesla down with little to no issues, and that just puts it in the win column 2-0 for Allie there.
yeah, that's basically it.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to be heading to a short little break right away. We have another match that's going to be equally, if not more exciting. And we'll see you after the break for that one.
Yeah. See you after the break, guys. And we are back. I welcome you, Bennett, here. I believe this is your first time here casting. And yeah, what do you think about the last match? Did you watch it? What do you think?
Yeah, hello guys, my first time casting. I'm quite excited about the World Championship, even though I can't play, but casting is also really fun. The last match was also really fun to watch. Full aggro, I mean, action every turn. So I think also it was really interesting till the end, right? Because the Nestler could have swapped out for the Piggy Pig, and then maybe it's gonna be a 1v1 Kazuma versus Nestler, so there were chances.
Yeah, definitely close up till the end. And yeah, looking at the next match ahead, I believe we have Senior Plat versus Scarcing. And
Yes.
we're seeing the teams now here. What do you think, Bennett?
Yeah, I'm really excited about the match. Like, I guess you know that I prefer stallier matchups and more tanky Tems, and we see those on both sides. So it's gonna be like a battle of endurance. The Yoller on both sides. Yeah, I'm really hyped. What do you think? Do you see potential bans already?
Oh, so like first I wanted to say this is like really a change of pace from the last match. Like we're in completely different speed tiers here. Stamina gonna be way more important in these kind of matches. And the long-term value of things will definitely matter more. About bans, I am not sure. Like, and we're already in pig ban, so well.
We're already in pig ban. Let's see, Plat's banning first. The Vola's definitely looking. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, he's running the 4 toxics, so
Yeah,
no
Water
real
and
choice.
the
Ooh.
anti-toxic going away, and Nit being taken out. The only way to heal, basically, for Senior Plat is taken away. And
Already quite a surprise, I would say.
yeah, and we see Volcrane coming in, instantly countered by the Shuin. Volcrane, of course, does not like the times for water damage from Shuin coming in. And with that,
The mind games start.
yeah, exactly. Is Volcrane gonna stay or is it going to leave? So
And also the Shrine isn't forced to water cannon, it can also just fluid barrier to start buffing things up, prohibiting poison ticks, so
you're right.
we're gonna head into an exciting match.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's going
Ooh, the
unexpected
Eric
in many
Knight's
ways. And we see the spider coming in here, Arachnite.
coming. Do we maybe even see the self hook into Soulshot?
That would have been some crazy tech here for sure. I mean, I'm not sure if that's going to happen, but I mean, it might take out a Shuin, right? And if that's the case,
And if it's outspeeding, I mean, I guess it's not outspeeding because Shrine's quite fast, but
yeah, but
if it were,
yeah, I mean, I guess we're in the big 50-50 game now, right? Because if
Yeah, the
Shuin goes
Mimit
for
ban-
setup, yeah. I mean,
Mimit ban coming through. I guess Mimit's always a really annoying Tem to deal with. So
yeah, especially like from high skill players, it's always such a menace to play against. Like Mimit can like come later into a match and completely turn everything around because it starts to outspeed everything. So it's always a good idea to take Mimit away, I believe, if you have the room for that.
especially the striking Mimit, right? Because Plat can choose which Tem he wants on swapping in, so he's not even forced into some weird side shenanigans on where he has to really manage it.
Yeah, you're
So
right.
good ban.
Yeah,
And yeah.
they're already through pig ban. They both know what they wanna do.
They probably practiced the matchup quite a lot, I guess, in training. So
Yeah,
they
for
both have an
sure.
idea how they want to play it.
Definitely.
And yeah, Chamomile and reactive while Vulcrane. Pooh. Oh,
Hot.
so yeah, he's got to swap out, right?
Hot take.
Yes.
Wait, can Volcrane self-hook to proc the reactive vial before the water cannon? Is that a
I
choice?
actually never did that interaction. It would be really insane, yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
But-
yeah.
I feel like the Shrine always does the fluid barrier, right?
I mean, you say always, but if Senior
Yeah,
Plat actually stays, it's such a sad thing to not kill the Volcrane, right? Like,
Yeah, I know, but it just feels so good to have the fluid barrier. Like, you don't get toxic anymore for quite some time. You get the special defense buffs for the Acronox and the Eric Knight, which feels so good to get it on the Yola.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Yoda always enjoys buffs, right? And depending on...
He
Oh, it
actually
is
did it.
actually...
Yeah, it's
I
possible.
love that. Oh
Yeah.
my god, I love that so much. The self
And
hook.
he can even set up the aarrggnn next turn, right?
Yeah.
He can
oh.
hook the aarrggnn. He's not dying.
Yeah, this is actually so good for Senior Plat here and the Soul Shot going into Shuin, and I mean,
Yeah.
next turn it will deal more damage, right?
Yeah, cause now he didn't have the typing advantage and the +2, but now he can really just do it, right? He gets
Yeah, and with
+4 attack
that-
on the Luluchroar.
And nothing comes into Soul Shot from Arachnid, I believe, so...
And this Luluchroar just starting to look like really, really dangerous.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Stone Trench is ready for the turns after the reactive vial, basically, when the neutralization is over. So yeah.
And looking at the backline from Scarcing, Luluchroar hits everything effective.
It's only Shuin holding Vulcrane in check, and I mean, Vulcrane still has, in theory, Ninja Jutsu. It has Hook. It has Stone Trench. Like,
A flaming meteorite waiting for
yeah,
the Nidruso.
yeah, like. I mean, Grumper can Dust Vortex Vulcrane to the moon, but
If he gets it, yeah.
if he gets there, right? Because Vulcrane has access to Earth moves too, which are also super effective into Grumper. So that's a very exciting start here with the self hook into Vulcrane. Wow, Scarcing
I mean,
probably
it's
also
starting
got
to
really
actually
off
look
guard.
really rough, right? For
Yeah.
Scarcing, because he also has the Acronox for the Grumper and the... Yeah, and there's the side hook. As we expected, getting the +4 on the Vulcrane, the +2 on aarrggnn, getting the typing bonus for Soul Shout.
Yeah. And it's just a quad shield into the Yowler in return, but so many buffs basically already for Senior Plat, and he's dealing damage while buffing. Like, in earlier matches today, we saw buffs happening without damage, and that was already, like, dangerous, but here it's, like, on-tempo buffs all day, basically. And,
Yeah, I mean, Scarcing is just praying for his Yowler to be kind of winning this match alone. But yeah, we will see.
We will see if that's possible, because Senior Plat has access to Toxic Ticks, and Toxic Ticks are very, very rude, because they ignore how much defense you have. They just take out 12.5% of your HP every turn, without
And even-
mercy.
And even though one might think, okay, the Vulcrane's low on stamina and he's overexerted, he just has so much temps he can just swap into, even the Ghouler and the Yowler to just get tempo back. So,
Yeah. And like, I mean, even if he just OX attacks here, like, the damage will
probably
be
will,
insane.
right?
I mean, yeah, so many
Guess
options,
Stone
right? You could just
Trench.
Stone Trench. Yeah, Stone Trench is a great choice. Flaming Meteorite, why not? I mean,
I think
you
he's Stone
probably all
Trenches, right?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
he gets the damage from Vigorized. He's not dying to a double ever. And then he can swap back next turn, and the damage is gonna be huge on Garunda, might even be killing.
And
Okay,
or he just
swapped it
switches out. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Scarcing is so focused on killing that Vulcrane now that he will just double it probably without.
Yeah, I was a bit
Without-
worried that the Garunda might be like a full tank one with shelter. So I was wondering if it's not worse to like kill it fast, or like rather fast than slow. Because also it has access to beef up, right? And
Yes.
it might be one out.
Maybe. And yeah, look at this. We're seeing just the poison ticks from the water cannon from Arachnid. You don't care that you're not stab on it. You have the +2 special attack from your trait.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, now it has slow on stamina though, so it might swap out, I guess, for the Ghouler.
But it did its job, right? It applied poison ticks
Yeah.
now to the Yowler. It killed the Shuin. Basically, everything done.
And now on Garunda, what do? Do you stay in and shelter, or do you like... Wait, it's not even up, yeah?
It's not
Can't even
ready.
check,
He
yeah.
clicked Nox Bomb, I think. So yeah, he didn't get the holds. If he's
Because
even
also
that
he
great.
swapped in on a death, yeah? He didn't swap in on...
Yeah, he swapped in on a death. So.
Yeah.
Garunda has access to electro moves, but Arachnid is no longer Digitype, I believe. Or is it losing the neutral type? I always mix these up.
It's actually losing the Digitype, I think.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
Arachnid is fine into everything now from Scarcing, basically, with the melee neutral typing.
And it has the +2, and I mean he's kind of forced to swap in Yggdrasil for the Garunda, right? Or he will eat the Soil Steam.
Yeah, either way it's not looking pretty, because, I mean, Senior Plat could just ignore the Garunda, kind of, and just start hitting Yowlar.
But will he do so? I think he's actually doing the... Like, he's doing it the other way around. He's ignoring the Yowlar and just killing everything on the side.
I mean, that also
Toxin
works,
shower.
right? I mean, we're seeing the beef up onto Yowlar now. Scarcing basically really praying for Yowlar to do everything. And
that's what I was a bit worried about, right? On the swap out of the Vulcrane, that this Garunda might just start buffing up this Yowlar, and that you create a possibility to at least kinda lose the game.
The thing is, Senior Plat always applies poison ticks to Yowlar, right? I mean, now you can sting it with Aarrggnn, I believe. Arachnite is OX, so Arachnite can't do anything. But Aarrggnn can apply poison, in theory at least, if he has that move. And Yowlar is not really like recovering HP if he's always poisoned.
Yeah, and I guess Senior Plat just doesn't want to take the gamble on the Yggdrasil swapping in. Because if he Soil Steams the Garunda slot and the Yggdrasil is swapping in, then he's losing so much tempo.
Yeah, especially because Yggdrasil then will start to apply healing ticks onto Yowlar too. So, yeah, you don't want to give it like the free swap, and it's going to happen here. That's
I mean, I guess you
Yggdrasil
have to
coming
swap in the Nid, yeah?
Yeah.
Because you get the co-op for the stamina for the Yowlar, you get the spores to maybe get rid of toxic ticks.
Ooh, and Plat is like showing his own Yowlar now. And we have a lunge on it. Ooh. Is he even resting on his Aarrggnn then? Is that what's happening? No, he's just clicking Sting, applying 2 turns of poison here. Yeah.
And also getting ready for the late Torment, right? Because he's using this Yowlar with the Mimit combo. With the turn 1 cage. But the suplex doing huge damage onto this Yowlar.
Yeah. I mean, is they like, this is probably a different kind of Yowlar then, right? As you're saying, it's late Torment hitting, if that's the case. He's probably comebacker too, I would say. Because...
Yes, and high damage probably, like not the bulky one.
Yeah, high attack, little bit less HP and defenses than the usual raid boss Yowlar, so definitely very, very interesting. And, I mean...
And he kinda has to throw the late Torment here though, right?
Yeah, but he's going there, right? I mean, he's going to get it, because that was just a +2 suplex, and that was not even half on Yowlar.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And he can't really get rid of the cage on the Yowlar. I mean, he can spores it, but that's not getting rid of the poison tick, which he does.
Yeah, but it's, I think, still the... Ooh, and we see Winter Call completely blocking Senior Plat's late Torment.
And the comebacker is actually backfiring on the Yowlar.
Yeah,
what a game!
Oh my god! And wow, I mean, that's another +3 attack now for Yowlar from Scarcing, and this kind of turns tables, I would say.
Yeah, the Yowlar becomes more and more scary. I still think back to the turn where the Vulcrane swapped out, and that's where it was maybe one of the turns where you could actually still like put damage on this thing, because now it's so bulky and has so much attack.
Yeah, for sure. And Yowlar's also swapping, interesting.
I mean, you kinda had to, right? Otherwise you still get the poison tick applied and it's gonna be really annoying.
Yeah, probably.
And he's getting like ready. He did the
But look at this Vulcrane. This is a Vulcrane board if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, definitely right.
Yeah.
And he read it.
Yeah.
Read the swap in. Rightfully so.
At least a good lunge, right? Aarrggnn is OX now, so at least that's not doing anything. But plus for Stone Trench, well, I mean...
You can hope to live on Grumper and maybe try to get the Stone Wall on the Yowlar, or I guess you double swap.
Can you really? This is so dangerous now. Vulcrane is just where it wants to be, basically, in position to shine.
But I can't think he has the Stone Trench, right? He can't read this turn.
Yeah, I would just Stone Trench here, just make sure. I don't know, Grumper is very, very tanky. So you really want to make sure you're not dying. Yeah, and there is a coming in, but I mean, there's a flaming meteorite waiting, basically.
He's hoping to live on the Grumper.
Yeah.
And he does comfortably.
I mean, that's
So
probably a very, very tanky Grandpa. Ooh, Nitrous
And
getting buffed.
probably a Vulcan with not a lot of attack investment.
Yeah, that could be the case actually.
Yes.
Now that I think
I mean,
about it.
He's gonna run at HP speed, right? He needs the speed to outspeed with his hook and the HP to lift stuff.
Probably, yeah. I mean, Vulcan has very, very bad special defense, so he might have invested some into that. I could see that happening. Yeah.
So the flaming is never gonna kill this Nidrissil here.
But the Dublin might. With the plus
Are you
2
sure?
Arachnite. I mean,
I
plus
think it
2
is.
Soul Shout with Step. That's also like.
But can you stay in? Because now it's Dust Vortex. Like I double the Vulcan here all the time, right? Because that's the most
Yeah.
dangerous thing.
Yeah, but Vulcan, as you see, just disappears.
For the Gulder,
Yeah.
trying to eat the damage.
Yeah. And Scarcing thinking that Nid might get taken out.
Yeah.
Going into
Getting-
Garunda and the
He
Dust
wanted to
Vortex.
stack the Grunder.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
But I believe Grandpa is gonna get taken out here because that's dangerous for Vulcan. Yeah, and then that's going
And
away.
now
and-
the Garunder is really in an awkward spot, right? It's just on the field to die, basically.
I mean, it has Paizo now, and depending on the Arachnite speed, it might
True.
be faster with the 3 Prio. Depending
Depending
on
on
the
if he
moveset.
runs it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, I guess he has to, but
I think he runs it. Like, looking at how his team looks so far. Maybe not. Maybe. I mean, if he has shelter, maybe he's not running it.
we didn't see
have
the
to
item yet.
Yeah, we
Might be the adrenaline shot,
Ooh. Yeah.
which, like, it depends on the set of the Garunder, but
Yeah.
yeah, we will see.
And
In-
it's time for some Gulda gaming, I believe. We see some poison ticks onto Yaldar. I think that's what Gulda does best.
I mean, and we still have 5 temps for Esna Plat and 3 temps for Scarcing. The Garunder nearly dead. It's really gonna be a 2v5.
Yeah. Oh, and the lunch coming in, taking away the stamina. If that's a Paizo, and it's the Paizo into the Yaldar. Wow. Yaldar living, but not comfortably. Like, yeah, it's almost down. It is down, basically, to the suplex.
Yeah, dies. And now the Garunder is without the piezo, without stamina. I mean, he can maybe try to get a beef up onto this Yola.
Again, I mean, it's already +5. I don't know if that makes
I mean, what
much
else
of
do you
a-
want to try?
Yeah.
At this point. You're dying or doing nothing. Yeah, I mean, you can try to get a Nox bomb onto something, but
Yeah. That's the
really
sad thing of slow Thames that get outspat when they don't have access
now-
to Prio.
the Arachne comes back on the good turn. No suplex up, no piezo up. He can just comfortably kill the Garunder. Yeah.
Yeah. And
Then it's really coming down to a 2v4, yeah?
probably we're seeing Nidrissil coming in, interesting. We're saving the sacrifice.
Wants to eat the attack from the Arachnite.
But Nida's not gonna take that too well. It's only +1 in special defense.
Yeah, I wonder if it wasn't better there to sack the... to sack the Garunder and then go with a Nid, then have a Nid with more HP.
Maybe.
And the Bamboozle coming in.
I mean,
Not allowing the suplex.
yeah, Plat is just saving his important temps here. I mean, you could double it, the Arachnite, just to
I
hit
think
the
you
suplex.
do, right? You go for the Spore suplex.
I mean, he's
okay.
going for a cooperation here.
I thought he does that afterwards, right? To get back the suplex again.
Yeah, maybe.
He really
Oh.
wants to kill that Nidrissil. But-
Yeah, wow, that's a lot of damage onto the Gulder.
I mean, the Yordle is also +5 attack, so...
Yeah, but you don't see that often that
Yeah.
Gulder takes so much from one hit, and that's not super effective, wow.
But Gulda keeping up the toxic ticks.
Yeah.
Keep this Yordle kinda beatable.
Yeah. That's... And Yola's running low on stamina, like, shortly, like, maturely, like, at one point it has to rest, and then...
That's why I really
Skull.
need to focus on the Nidrissil. To not let him co-op every other turn and getting the 10% HP and the stamina.
Yeah, for
Just
sure.
can't allow it.
Yeah.
So here you might even sack the Gurunda, right? For the Nidrasil?
Yeah, you probably want to. Also, Arachnite is then running low on stamina, which is also a bit annoying for Senior Plat at that point. But
Yeah, but Plat might as well just bamboozle again, right? The Gulder is doing nothing else.
yeah,
But he decides to stay in and side spores to get the heal.
yeah. I mean, ooh, wow,
And sacking the Nidrasil.
wow. Gulder is. Oh wow, Plat just read the.
Finish.
Yeah, nice read. But
Really nice.
yeah, the thing is, Arachnite has to big OX here, or it just leaves.
Yeah, and the Gulder alone won't kill the Nidrasil because it will most definitely just Recore Operation, get the 10% heal on itself as well.
I mean, Gulder might kill, right? I mean, it's not that much HP.
Wait,
But
which
Nidrasil-
turn are we? Is the Winter Call up again?
Oh, that might be huge, actually. Oh my god.
The co-op into Winter Call getting the free rest turn
Yeah,
to get
maybe.
the stamina back.
That could be huge. We see the cooperation.
Yeah,
Oh, I mean, Arachnite stays in.
With
Play
low
some
stamina?
poison ticks. Yeah, just to get poison ticks onto Yowler, which makes sense. And we see the
Does it,
suplex
though?
killing Gulder here. Okay.
I wonder if it's actually that good to like keep attacking the Yowler. Because he can just spore and hibernate it back up.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's not smarter to just kill the left side first and then try to kill it with Acronox and Vulcrane.
Yeah, maybe.
But I mean it's fine because he has the Toxin Shower to.
It's just sad that Arachnite probably cannot switch out at this point, right? Because Vulcrane is sitting in the back, and I think we want
Yeah.
Vulcrane to get a big hit in. That would be sad if it just dies without doing anything there.
And actually now most certainly Winter Call is up again.
Nid lives. Nid actually survives here. Oh boy.
The stone wall actually is so huge on the Nid, living everything.
Yeah. And Arachnite. Yeah, getting poison ticked here, very good for Scarcing. Just making sure it will die. And the Winter Call coming. And Yowler is at how much attack now? +8? Is it actually +8?
Ah, but it's getting dangerously low, yeah?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's what all these poison ticks are for, right? Like, and I mean, Acronox is gonna sting Yowler again, I believe.
He might be even forced to swap out the Yola, yeah?
He can't. He's
the
trapped.
cage is still there. I thought that's like from the last turn, but he's still trapped, yeah?
Yeah, he's trapped, so I believe. Yeah, Yowler might just slowly but surely
just
get
die,
taken
no?
out. Yeah.
If he just stings into Venom spread, it's gonna... Yowler's gonna have a really rough time of surviving.
Ooh, and Vulcrane is coming, getting Stone Trench back up.
Ooh.
I like that actually a lot.
Yeah, now the Yola can't even hit anything, because you can Stone Trench and
Yeah.
Toxin
The
Shower if
cl-
you really want.
Oh no. Clinch is killing the Vulcrane. Is that huge? Is that actually winning him? I'm not sure.
But it all depends on this Yola, if it lives this turn or not.
Yeah.
Because it has no stamina, but now you're still trapped. You can't swap out. You can't do anything. But you can. You are not trapped anymore.
You're poisoned.
Ah,
you're not
because
trapped.
you are still trapped. Yeah, so you have
Yeah.
to swap it out, yeah.
I'm
you
not
have to go for the
sure.
read.
I mean, you can also try to cooperation here, but yeah, he's just gonna take out the Nidrasil. And
Now
Arachnite is
if he attacked the Acronox, he won, yeah.
Yeah, if he attacks Acronox, he wins, I believe. Let's see what happens. Is he actually doing it? We see the suplex into Acronox, and if that's enough,
Yeah,
it
it's
is
plus
enough.
8.
Yeah,
And with that, Scarcing takes the first game.
yeah. Arachnite OX, wow, what a game!
What a
Oh my
match.
god, crazy. So
It's
Scarcing,
actually so hard to predict those turns.
yeah, actually that was so fun. Oh my god, so close. And yeah,
Yeah.
I'm hyped to see 3 of these matches. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I hope so too. I mean, I don't want to root for SNR Plat here, but seeing those two players play on 3 matches would be great.
And yeah, I believe the players are heading back into the match. So
Yes, we're right back in the pick and ban, and the Vola got banned again, and the Nidrasil as well. So we are in with the same bans.
yeah, this looks a bit like a repeat of last match. The question is Scarcing gonna go again with the Shuin here? Or not? I mean, he saw what happened last time, right? The Luluchroar really got ahead there.
Yeah, seeing this tech, he might not do it, I guess.
But, I mean, if he doesn't pick it, it might just get taken out, right? At this point, I mean...
And also, what are his answers to the Luluchroar?
Yeah.
I think he has to play on Yoller. Yoller is his win con. I think he doesn't have another game plan.
And you might be right here. It's maybe actually just that. Maybe we're just gonna repeat that lead because, I mean, in the end he won, but I mean, that was a hard-fought win, right? I mean, that was so close. So
But seeing what was coming last game, do you think he might switch up to turn 1? He could definitely Fluid Barrier, I think, to get those special defense buffs incoming before the Arachknight starts hitting stuff. Ooh.
Oh, whoa, that's interesting. Wow.
Mawala.
We see a Mawala and we see a Mimit. I mean, Mimit's signature attack is faster than switching out, I believe. So that Mawala is gonna take a big hit from that ×4 digital hit. And yeah,
the base power shouldn't be too high though, but still. And it's gonna transform into a Mawala, which is really annoying. You never want to face one of those.
Yeah, I mean, getting hypnotized is not really fun. Sleeping for 2 turns on both of your attempts.
But with 20 base damage, I guess the damage out. I mean, it is ×4, but still we only be like 20-30%, right? It shouldn't be more than that.
Yeah. So. Yeah,
but yeah, I'm quite confused actually by the lead of Scarcing, because we can kind of see the turn 1 already play out. The Luluchroar's gonna self-hook again to set itself up and not take damage from the Shrine. And he's also gonna get a Mawala on the side, which will have Zen Meditation most probably, which can sleep both Tems on his side. I wonder what his plan is.
Yeah, maybe he has some counterplay in here. We will find out, I guess, in very short. So yeah.
I mean, he can kind of block the sleep with the fluid barriers from Shrine, but it's not what you want to play for, I think.
So we see the refreshing Diabolo on Mawala, and we don't see Mimit's item. So
yeah, Mimit's item is most definitely the handcuffs for the Yorer Mimit combo, which won't see much action here.
Yeah, and 20% from the striking hit from the Mimit. Not too bad.
As we expected, not too much but yeah, not too bad.
Yeah, and yeah, Luluchroar doing the same strat again. This time we're hitting the Mimit though, the Mimit Mawala, you could say. And yeah, he knew it. Just telekinetic shrapneling it too. I mean, 50% down.
Damage.
Yeah.
And I mean, he wants to get it down quite fast, because to not allow it to proc a straight like on this turn.
Now it's gonna get very interesting, because I feel like everything depends on the speeds on this turn now here. Like, so much could happen. And like, if the Mimit is faster...
Up.
Yeah, for both, actually. And
this Mawala might die, no?
It could...
Oh, the hook again. He really wants to set up the hook.
Wow, and Nito Sayo into Shuin. Wow. Yeah. This is actually hurting a lot. And is Mimit dying from this? It's not. It's actually surviving the hit on 15%.
But I guess it was a double, right? He really wanted to make sure to kill it. Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
And now the sleep is coming up, right? He stayed 2 turns. If I'm not mistaken.
You might be right on that. Yeah, it could be the sleep turn. And there it is. Ooh. It's a good night. Yeah. And I'm not
sure.
Now
you don't even have the reactive vial anymore.
Yeah.
Now the Shuin's actually threatening the Luluchroar.
Yeah, I feel like Vulcrane wants to leave this board at this point. I mean, water cannon is a bit too dangerous, I think. But it was
you
a
also
perfect switch. So
you also don't want to wake up stuff, right? You just want to use the 2 turns of sleep to buff your stuff up with Zen Meditation and Quad Shield.
yeah, that's definitely a
So-
good idea.
Okay, we have a Vulcrane in the back, which is fully set up.
And
But-
see, Mawala clicking Zen Meditation here. And getting buffed. Wow. Shuin getting
now this
healed a bit.
Mawala gets in this really annoying cycle, right? He can press Transient Echo Zen Meditation, Transient Echo Zen Meditation, and he can't really do anything about it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Mawala really becomes annoying now. Like, it's completely online, and I mean, Mawala's weakest point is the early turns, right? Especially turn 1. And after that, it becomes super hard to deal with. And now it comes down to, can Senior Plat wear down Scarcing's Thames fast enough before they scale out of control here?
I mean, he has to focus on this Mawala. Because the Shuin is already on minus defense, and the Mawala is the thing that's set up, and it's the one thing that's standing in front of this Vulcrane. The other Thames Vulcrane can kind of handle, but
Can it handle Shuin, the Vulcrane?
I mean, it's -1 and the Vulcrane's +4. I mean, at some point it has to kill, yeah?
I mean, yeah, the question is if it's fast or not, right? Ooh, great
Mawala
refill here.
don't wanting to take the toxic tick, but Plat reading it.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, if you're beside a Shuin, you're not gonna get like toxic ticked anyway. So I think it's
Yeah,
a great
so-
way to remove the Shuin like that. Ooh, I see a beef
So
up
then the
on the
Garunda is
Wooder.
actually quite surprising, right? Because he could have gone into another Transient Echo to get the Zen Med up again and buff the Garunda that way.
Yeah, for sure. But he probably had his like ideas in mind now, how he wanted to play this one.
I mean,
Just sad
now
that
he can
Shuin goes
buff it
down.
again, yeah? With the Quartz Shield. This
Yeah.
Garunda is also becoming really annoying for the Platimus and Dark Knight.
Yeah, I mean, he could even switch into Nidrasil at this point and buff that one up too with a quad shield. Like, so many options for Scarcing to buff Thames. And we see Vulcrane coming in. Ooh, I mean, in theory, that's very dangerous, right? Just the random water cannon.
Yeah, but the Quad Shield beef up is just such a good play for Scarcing that he most definitely will always do it.
Yeah.
So,
Harmful lick, I like that.
wow,
And
still
actually
hurting
getting
a
buff.
lot.
Yeah, I mean, that Gulda also beefed up earlier. And we see the
Went to rest.
Brumation. Ooh,
Ooh,
okay.
the plus defense getting the Paizo up.
Wait. Does Garunda still have access to Water Jet? That's a question. Because if that's the case, I mean...
Yeah, that would actually be insane, but I still think it's the Shelter Garunda with the Adrenaline Shot.
It
Which-
might be.
Which would make the most sense with Spamation, right?
Oh yeah,
Even
for
if
sure.
you don't have it, but... Okay. The Stone Trench that is coming, I guess the Shuin's never gonna live it.
Yeah, no way Shuin lives that.
So Nidrasil comes in to take it.
Yeah. But it won't like the follow-up, I
Yeah.
believe, with the Flaming Meteor next turn. And Shuin is just gonna leave the board. Nothing it can do.
But can you really stay in with Vulcrane? Mawala could make a comeback at +2 attack and need to Sayo, which is not gonna...
I mean,
which the Vulcrane's not gonna like.
the question is then, I guess, is Vulcrane killing the Mawala before that?
Yeah, no way. I think we saw we saw last game the damage from this Vulcrane, which wasn't too much, and now the Mawala is even buffed up.
Yeah. I guess you're right. And
I mean,
you're
it's
right.
still +2 attack.
Yeah, Mawala
like-
coming in again. And
Yeah.
I mean, Nidrasil is
Even though
also not to be taken lightly, right? I mean, it could just sidesport the Mawala, get it back to 100% maybe, or just start
Yeah.
hitting too. Like, many options here. And
But what we haven't talked about, the Ghoul is also at +4 attack already.
yeah, that's true.
It's also gonna start harmful licking everything to death.
Yeah, or tinking, right? At least the Mawala is gonna get tinked. And Mawala is not gonna enjoy the poison ticks there for sure.
Yes. And
Luluchroar. Luluchroar just staying and probably focusing Nidrasil. Yeah. Oh my god.
it's a
See
clean one shot.
Yeah. Straight.
+4 was enough.
Yeah, +4 was definitely enough here, and Luluchroar actually kind of taking the Nito Saiho well, I would say, from Mawala.
Yeah, Luluchroar known to have a really good physical defense.
Yeah, that's true.
Ooh, the mom's lunge coming in, prohibiting the Luluchroar from staying, I would even say, because you don't want to take that much of an OX.
I mean, if you're not dying from the OX, I would probably say it's fine to just attack. I would be greedy, take the damage. I mean,
you're not killing either of the Tems though, right? Like,
I'm not sure if it's.
But you have vigorized
Luluchroar, it might be enough actually.
On the grab rates, most definitely not, because we saw last game, but Mawala could be, yeah?
Yeah, maybe. So, and I mean, last match, it was kind of annoying for Plat when he tried to swap it out, keep it for the end of endgame, and then it wasn't working.
The prior Transecho was not enough.
Yeah, but that means probably that the OX will kill the Luluchroar.
Yes. Exactly.
That
and
probably
with the
was
Luluchroar being down.
Yeah, Luluchroar dies.
He kills neither of the Temps, and with him being down, the Skarunder in the back is looking really, really dangerous, right?
Yeah, the win con kind of turned here for Scarcing a bit from Mawala to Garunda, I would say, over the last turn.
The Thunderstrike as well.
Yeah,
really nice on the Gulder, expecting that the Platimus had to come in somehow.
I mean, Platimus is happy on this board, but I feel like it comes down to what Aarrggnn can do now a bit. Like, Aarrggnn has so many tools in theory, so if it has the C-Spike maybe, or its signature sleeping move, I mean...
Yeah, we stayed in with the Mawala and took the ×2 damage.
Yeah, but that means Aarrggnn is now mental type, which means Garunda have
will be one shot.
Yeah, exactly. And Toxin Shower definitely gonna take out the Mawala. It's not the Grumper. That's probably gonna take it out. Oh.
Arachnites.
Yeah, and the T-Strike going into the Platimus.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
If that would have gone into the Arachnite, it would have been over directly. But like this, there's still a chance.
Oh yeah. I mean, Garunda cannot heal itself, I believe. So...
But you can ignore the Platimus, right? Platimus does nothing. You start to...
Yeah, you have to basically just hit the Arachnite slots. I mean, luckily it's a mental type now, so it really dislikes electric attacks.
Yeah, and the Garunder coming in, eating up the damage. The Gulder coming in, not the Garunder.
Yeah. And I mean, Platimus, look at the damage, it's non-existent basically. So yeah, that Gulder really has to do a lot of work here, but I mean, look at the damage.
He's not taking that much damage, and I think even though he's Bermertian and gets his defense up, the harmful licks will eventually really hurt it, and I think Plat just wins from here.
Yeah, if Gulder can like wear down the Garunda, it seems like Plat might be winning.
Yeah, because he didn't have time to get enough beef ups onto this Garunda and actually threaten to do the damage with it.
Yeah.
Yeah. See the damage from harmful lick. Yeah.
Wow, yeah, that's a lot of damage. That's hurting.
That's plenty, and he can just re-beef up if he really wants to.
And it's Matcha the Garunda actually. Yeah. Now we saw it. Okay. But
so he's also not playing Shelter, I guess.
Yeah, maybe not. And yeah, Garunda slowly but surely gonna get taken down here. Another Paizo into the Platimus this time. Okay. Just taking the kills, I guess. But that means Gulder just hits, and yeah, that's just too much damage from Gulder. The harmful licks are hurting so much.
And there we also see the difference between Garunda as a raid boss and Yola. Yola can always so feel.
Yeah.
He can 1v5 Thames because he can sustain a lot, but Garundra doesn't have this possibility.
Yeah, for sure. That's what makes Yaola such a good raid boss in general, that it can set up itself and heal at the same time, while most other raid bosses only can do one of these. And yeah, Senior Plat comes back with an exciting win here.
Yeah,
Turn
taking
this-
the 1-1,
Yeah.
taking us to game 3.
Yeah, I'm excited. And they have an idea. Now that Scarcing can decide sides, do you think he's gonna pick blue sides, or do you think he will stay with orange, which I believe he had the first 2 matches?
I think he still wants the blue side, the counter pick is too important. But I also think he might just go back to his game plan from game 1 and go back to the Yawler, because it just felt better. Even if the Luluchroar and the aarrggnn set up quite fast, it just wasn't enough to set up the Mawala.
Yeah. I mean, it was definitely close, but it just wasn't enough there. And
Ooh, and the Yawler ban.
ooh, instantly, yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't want to take the same thing as game 1.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? The match 2 went a lot better for Plat here, so just remove the thing that won game 1 basically and try it from there.
Yes, and then he can still go back to the same lead, right? Because Scarcing is hovering over the Mawala, and then the Luluchroar Mimit is looking quite good again, I would say.
Yeah, maybe. But oh, okay. Question is
Oh, he
Scarcing
goes
gonna
for
take something else?
For the Mimit Yawler, the good old classic. Can decide to trap 1 Tem, which is really good. I think he can't take Vola. I think this would be a really bad play.
Ooh, I like that one actually. If that's a splitter
Yeah.
Molgu, you can't really trap it in, right? Because it just gets vigorized, I believe.
But it's
And-
not an attack, right?
Ooh. I'm
I
actually
think
not
it's the
sure.
trucks, yeah?
I don't know if it blocks the gear or not. Well, I guess we'll find out. And
But yeah, you couldn't pick the Vola, which is what Plat intended to do, right? He didn't ban the Vola, but
yeah, he just forced him to pick something else, and then he banned it afterwards.
exactly, because if he would have led Vola, then you give Plat a Vola, and you get huge damage with Late Torment, which you just...
Yeah, you just
Can't
cannot. Yeah, you cannot.
Okay.
And
But he really wants to copy this Molgu, right? I think he can't get this Mawala and then get times 4 damage by this Molgu and die.
and, yeah, that's a rough one. I don't know. Yeah. Maybe
But he also
the
kind of
two-
has to copy something, yeah? Because otherwise the Yawler isn't doing much either.
Yeah.
If you don't get the Late Torment, I mean, you can clinch, but yeah.
And that's the Molgu. Yeah, also, I mean, it's great setup for the next turn, pressuring the Mawala, basically. And...
Oh! Yeah, and we have some bugged
Rectifier.
interaction, but
And...
Rectifier proccing, and it is caged. So, Splitter is not proccing.
Yeah, Splitter is not proccing. And this means...
Mawala swapping out because he read the...
He probably thought Mawala gonna get copied.
No, I think he actually read this Molgu swap, and the Molgu would have really threatened this Mawala, right? Who was just setting up the next turn.
Yeah. And...
Yeah, Late Torment coming up, doing huge damage on the Molgu.
But it's... Oh, I mean, the Rectifier is actually doing a lot of work here for the Molgu now in this turn. Meaning Mimit kind of wants to go now.
But he can still kill the Molgu. If he wants to, he can Cyber Claw as he's +1 speed and most definitely outspeeding the other Molgu, and then he Late Torments again. Although he can't Late Torment, right? Because the Fluid Barrier is coming.
The Fluid
from
Barrier
3.
could push it away if he reads it that way. Yeah, that could be a case. And the Fluid Barrier is actually coming into the Molgu.
But did Plat read it? Most definitely he just suplexed, right? There was no need to...
Suplex is just safe here, right? No need
Yeah.
to flip it. Molgu trying to deal as much damage as possible here into the Guldur.
But Guldir's a tanky boy.
Yeah, Guldir's known to be the tanky boy in TemCS. Not really caring too much about that hit. And
he's actually slowly but surely taking down the Shreen.
Yeah. To be fair, the Shreen is not as important as it was the first 2 matches, because there is no Vulcrane to be dealt with. But it's definitely helpful versus the Mimit Molgu, I would say, and the Arachnite, potentially too. And of course, it's setting up Tems like Nidrisil or Garunda again, or even the Mawala.
Yeah, you want to quad shield as many Tems as you can, most probably.
Yeah, and we see the Mawala coming in here.
Probably wanting the quad shield on it. Yes.
There it is. Oh, and Yowler is getting beefed up. It's a scary bear.
And the damage will be rising and rising.
Yeah. And I believe we haven't seen the full moveset from Plat's Yowler yet, right? Because if there's a Winter Call coming, I mean, that's some dangerous stuff there for later in the match. I mean, not this board maybe, but...
He's probably running it, right?
For
he's
sure.
Not running. He's most probably not running Hibernate, as it doesn't make sense with Combacker, and Winter Call on an aggressive Yowler is like such a good call.
Yeah, I mean, it just would create so much tempo for Senior Plat if he has that move on Yowler. I mean, not on a Shuin board, because Shuin straight blocks it for the teammate, but like on any other board, I mean, the freeze is going to be insane.
And
from
Plat
Yowler.
kind of has to swap the Mimit back in, right? Because he doesn't want to get sleep next turn.
Oh, that's also...
It's not even preventing it, right?
It's not preventing it. It's not an attack, so it's not preventing, I believe.
But Mimit's kind of the only way for him to like quickly kill this Mawala, at least before this Zen Meditations.
I'm interested if Shuin does a self-fluid barrier maybe here. Oh, it does a C-bite into the Acronox.
Yeah, he really wanted to take down the Yowler fast.
Yeah. And Shuin live in actually, so that means another quad shield, I believe. Which is huge actually here.
But don't you want to sting it and kill it before it does it? Oh,
No,
you can't.
I mean, you can't because you're sleeping. This is the setup turns of the setup turns, I guess. And
he's gonna go for this buffed Mawala again.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe he's just Zen meditating something else this time. I'm not sure.
But I guess you want the quad shield, right? You
Yeah,
want
I
this
mean,
+4/+4 so bad.
yeah, probably. Well, players taking their time a bit, thinking about how they want this turn to go.
Yeah, because
feel
for
like-
this match, like everything was really fast, right? They pick and ban really fast. They don't think too much. Like they both have their clear plan leading to the 1-1.
Yeah. And
Ooh.
ooh,
And then meditation probably coming in to buff
yeah.
up those two guys and to also threaten the Mimit a bit.
Yeah, I mean,
The Molgu.
yeah, the Mimit Mogu. Same typing basically. And I mean, Mimit is it's a bit dangerous here for the Mawala. I mean, even on
But
I mean, a Cyberclaw is hurting.
the refreshing Diabolo proc though. That would have also been a good turn for the Molgu, right? To get a bit of HP back and giving it the buff. Because
Yeah,
on Garunda it was kinda wasted.
yeah, for sure.
Okay, you
Oh.
got the +2/+2, but... Still.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he just wanted the attack buff on Garuna, I believe. So this is where we are
Yeah.
now.
And I mean now he can rest to get the Burmation and get the Paizo up.
Yeah,
Get the +2 on defense.
that's for sure an option. I believe
Yeah, Chronos
Mawala
is sleeping.
wants to go, right? No way Mawala stays in here.
Yeah, he can't permit it. Yeah, sex the Shreen to get the tempo back.
Yeah, and it's turbo attack here, making sure if Mawala stays, it's going down. Yeah, that's an expensive kill onto the Shuin.
Yeah, now the Paizo will be up for Garunder, and this Mimit will be
+4.
really threatened.
It's a +4 Garunda. I mean, Senior Plat in advance switched out the Acronox, so he can switch the Acronox back into the Paizo to block it, if he wants that. But everything else is not gonna like it, I think, from this point.
Yeah, and what does Scarcing have here as a swap in? Maybe threaten the incoming Acronox.
I mean, he goes Nitroso. But to be fair, Nit is just great, I think, to keeping the raid boss alive, right? That's his way of healing. The
But he never attacked the Molgu, right? He always attacked the Schooler because the Acronox swap was so obvious.
I think so, but we have to find out. Just the spores trying to get damage into Molgu if that's the case, and
the Gulda beefing himself up again.
Yeah, I mean,
He does run the shelter.
There is the shelter. Okay, he hold it for like the first 2 games.
We're speculating a lot.
Yeah.
After not running Adrenaline Shot, we thought maybe he wasn't running it, but in the end he did run it.
Interesting.
And now this is a really tanky guy. I think you might even stay in side sports.
Yeah, maybe. Or if he runs Bark, he could just try to do that.
I mean, Bark is
Nitro's so tanky. I mean,
yeah, but I mean, now you still have the 2 special attackers, right, with Acronox and the aarrggnn. Yeah, and he does the side sports, I believe.
Yeah, he does it.
Yes.
I mean,
Acronox not doing damage anymore. How is he killing the sport?
It's very slowly. I mean, Gulder is dealing decent damage with harmful licks.
Yeah, but the defense from Garunda will go to +8/+8 eventually.
Yeah.
With his formation.
And downside is, there's only one Paizo switch in for the side of Senior Plat, and it's already on the board, and that means the not Acronox slot probably gonna eat a Paizo very soon.
But do you want to take the double again? Because I doubt that you don't kill the Gula with the Paizo.
Oh, you thinking about switching out? I mean, maybe.
With the Garundra, yeah, because I think you side spored it, you get the region on it, now you swap it out for maybe Mawala, which is already kinda buffed, and side spore again.
I mean, maybe. I mean, it would make sense to do that play.
And this is exactly what's happening, right?
Yeah, it's exactly what's happening. But Senior Plat can also read it, and he goes into Mimit in return, because he read it too. But that means, after all of this, ooh, Mawala getting trapped in here. Pretty nice.
Ooh, really good read.
Yeah, setting up the kill onto Mawala. Oh, but this is a Bark Shield this time, so Mawala getting buffed in defense even more.
He's +7 now, right?
I'm not sure.
I believe.
I'm not sure actually. But yeah, I mean...
Yeah, but this Mimit is still gonna do huge damage. It's ×4.
Yeah, it's going to hurt. But I mean, the Mawala's going to hurt too, so...
Yeah, but I don't see the Mawala killing the Molgu here.
No.
But the Acronox has to be kinda worried.
Yeah, exactly. That's... Ooh, Turbo Tech is faster. Is that just that? No, it's not. Okay.
No, the defense buffs are too high.
Ooh, Toxin Shower. If that's the read into the Acronox, that's
if it's
huge.
Force and Nitosei.
Yeah, if it's a double into the Mimit, which it is, Mimit might go down here. Because
But the Force
Triapothecary...
won't do anything.
No, they will, because it's the trait and not the move that applies the poison ticks. So it
true.
goes
Yeah, I
actually through
forgot this.
Splitter. Yeah. So that's
Yeah,
actually a
yeah.
very nice play there.
And now this Garunda in the back looks really disgusting.
It looks a
full
bit
life.
dangerous. Yeah. Gulda coming back here. I mean, Acronox is still there to hit Garunda a little bit.
But it's only doing the 15-20%.
Yeah, and I mean, you could even save the Mawala for turns when Acronox is gone, because Mawala is faster than everything Plat has, I believe, aside from Acronox.
And
So
you can
that-
just wear down the stamina, right? You can just swap in Garunder and side spores again.
Yes, yes. There are so many options here. This is... I mean... Question is, what does Plat do here? How does he counterplay all of this? Like, is he going to beef up Gul'dan more? Is that the play? Or is he just
think he has
instantly
to.
hitting? Or is he starting to hit the Nidrissil because Nidrissil cannot heal up? It's...
But the Nidrissil is +3. The bug shield was actually really good, because now
Yeah.
it's not threatened anymore by the Gul'dan. I guess he kind of has to try to kill the right slot a couple of times, and then hope that he's killing everything, but Molgen coming in instead.
Ooh, okay, is that just a sacrifice here? Not sure. But...
He's taking...
side spores. He's just draining the stamina from Senior Plat, basically. Healing Tams up and maybe switching them out again, I feel like. And
yes, and the
meanwhile,
ink counted.
Gul'dan is setting up, though. Yeah, Gul'dan is actually scary.
It's his only play. He has to hope that the Gul'dan is gonna do decent damage with his harmful lick.
Yeah.
But now Acronox has no stamina, so the Garunder is actually free to come back in, get a side spore and pierce or something.
Yeah. Ooh, and it's the Arachnite coming in now. Let's see.
Ooh. But will this Molgu stay in?
Cooperation. Molgu stayed, actually.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh. Senior Plat tries to get the Toxic type now onto his Arachnite. Makes sense, so it's no longer electric weak.
Yeah, getting rid of the weakness.
Yeah.
For Molgu and Garunder.
Yeah, also means it can't be poison ticked by the Nidrissil, which is pretty good.
But the damage is still quite decent, and the Garunder in the back is at +4 attack. So
Yeah.
it will still hurt a ton.
Oh, for sure. And I believe the Acronox X, so
Yeah.
this is a pretty actually, ooh, can
It's just a
Arachnite?
Garunder turn, right?
Maybe, yeah. Because Molgu
Because-
does not like Arachnite, I believe.
Yeah, and I mean Arachnite can Thunder Strike or Water Cannon, which we already saw.
There's so many options. Even a digital move, maybe. Who knows?
Yeah,
So many options. on
Acronox
that map.
swapping out into the Yawler.
Ooh, Mom's launching here. Interesting. And Marble's actually doing work here from the Nidrissil. And it's a Tink reading. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Great read here.
Yeah,
And-
Scarcing's playing out of his mind this game.
Yeah.
He really wanted to kill the Acronox though.
Yeah,
Really
which
make this Garunder win the game.
yeah, makes a lot of sense though, right? And wow, that Arachnite really hurts Nidrissil. Yeah, Ned's not
Yeah.
gonna like that.
That's also the only way you can kind of kill this Nidrissil, right? Because it has the +3 defense.
Yeah,
You won't
yeah.
kill it with Yawler, you won't kill it with Gul'dan. You have to hope that your Arachnite at +2 special attack really chunks it down, and it does.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's definitely a 3-hit KO. I mean, kind of a 2-hit and a little bit of chip. So, great way of removing that healing. And yeah, the game looks very different when the healing options are gone for Scarcing, basically. And
Yes,
with Mogu
but-
X, this is actually a very critical turn here, I believe.
But does Plat have the time? Because now the Garunder is actually not coming back, it's the Mawala.
Ooh, Mawala coming in actually like that. Wow.
Going
Uh-oh.
for the 10% heal,
Is that...
which
Is that a
won't be
read?
enough.
Oh no! Ah,
And it wasn't even that of a read, because the Molgu was also weak to the
Yeah.
to the Arachnite.
Oh my god.
But at least he got the free turn for Garunder, right?
Yeah, Grunda comes in unharmed basically.
Piezo should be up.
Piezo should be up. I don't know if Piezo kills Arachnite from 60%. I mean, we're +4 attack on Garunda.
it might not be enough, but
Yeah.
the stamina
Not
is also
sure.
getting lower and lower.
That's true.
But I feel like you have to stay in with aarrggnn and maybe try to kill this Nidristal.
Yeah. This is... Ooh, when we see the Paizo coming in. And it's
Will it be
not
enough?
enough. It's not. Yeah, the spider actually being super tanky here. And
Also the side spores, because he
Yeah.
couldn't actually spore the aarrggnn because of the
Yeah.
toxin shower earlier.
yeah. And Nid probably gonna get taken out here, I believe, by the Dublin at
Yes.
least.
Most
Yeah.
most definitely.
Yeah.
And aarrggnn did not overexert, I believe, so it still has another attack
Yeah.
to do.
Except Morgu's faster, right? If Morgu's faster and just kills it,
I mean, he has
Um,
Cyberclaw, yeah?
potentially. We haven't seen it yet, I believe, so
But have we seen it from the Mimit, I wonder?
I don't remember if... Maybe. We saw a turbo attack, that's for sure. But it most likely has a Cyberclaw in there. So...
But- I kinda feel like this Garunda should be enough with the Matcha and the Burmation.
I'm not sure actually, because there's still the Acronox, right? And I mean, the healing is
Yeah,
not gonna do much, because I believe Plat is gonna focus on
Cyberclaw is
Morgu.
there, taking
Wait.
down the aarrggnn.
Uh-oh. Okay, is that the healing Gulder, or is it the punching
It
bag?
is the other one. Oh, and the
It's the
damage from this Garunder
Actually hurts.
through the roof.
Yeah, it actually hurts now.
And you have to bring in the Yowler. Because you can't take the turbo attack on the Acronox or you just die.
Yeah.
Ooh, Mom's Lunch coming in clutch. Although the Garunder wants to rest anyways to get back up to full stamina.
Yeah, Garunda definitely wants to rest here, but the question is, does the Morgu also want to rest? Because I think it kind of does not want to rest here.
It will die most probably because to the
Yeah.
double up.
Probably will die. And then it comes down to can Acronox beat that buffed up Garunda or not? Which I am not sure.
We saw the damage earlier. It will take like a lot of soil steams to take this Garunder down.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, it's still super effective. Meanwhile, Garunda can't really hit back the Acronox.
Decided to kill the Yowler with the Molgu. With the poison tick, it's not dying directly.
Yeah. That's quite lucky here, I think, for Scarcing. That the Yowler dies to the poison tick. It would be pretty annoying if it would get another move off.
But the harmful lick goes down on this Garunder and it is decent damage.
Yeah, it's actually good damage.
And at this point he has to hope that his Piezo is killing the Skulder, right?
I mean, is that happening though? No way.
But if it doesn't, you're gonna lose 2 more turns on killing the Skulder and this Acronox has 2 free turns to Soil Steam.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. This is looking pretty rough here, I think. I would probably try to piezo down the Acronox at this point.
I mean, it probably also only takes 2 Piezos to kill it.
Yeah, that would be my hope, that it only takes 2 piezos. But we have to see. Soul Steam
Oh, the
does
damage is decent though.
damage. And we hit the Gulder. Gula is living like a champ on around 10% here.
And this could be the deciding factor in this game, actually.
Yeah, I think it is actually, because Garuna can kill the Gulder, but Acronox is gonna survive, and it has like
Yeah,
Toxin
it's-
Shower and like so many options.
This is never enough for the Garunder. The Noxious
Yeah.
Bomb is just...
Noxious Bomb
Yeah.
is unclickable because it's twice resisted, like it's only a quarter of damage into the Acronox. And yeah, taking out the Gulder here with the Garunda, but I think it bites on Granite basically here onto the Acronox, so I believe Acronox
Maybe has to
takes the
hope
game.
that Rest and Piezo kills it in one go. But
No way.
there's sadly no way it does.
Yeah, not going to happen.
And the next Soil Steam is gonna be enough to take it down.
Yeah.
He really goes for it. The Piezo.
Yeah.
but
He's gonna try and gonna get Well, gonna get out.
Not even outspeeding.
And wow, that was a great series.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What a
Great
fight.
games. Yeah. Zero Blood coming back after going down like 0-1 and actually like beating Scarcing in 2 hard fights here. Really,
The
really
last
clutch.
game looked rough for him as well, all the way through the end. The Garunder was so set up, the Mawala was set up, but he kinda wiggled his way through with the Molgu. Always
Yeah.
keeping the pressure.
Yeah, also like getting T-Strike into the Mawala there, really, really good. Imagine that Mawala hitting the Acronox once more, like really, really like good place from Senior Plat here to take that back. And yeah, congrats on the win. Really, really hard fought.
Yeah, I think both played really, really good match, and yeah, we can just hope that the future matches will be also so interesting, because then this Worlds is gonna be a great, great tournament.
Yeah. And I believe we're gonna take another break now, and well, see you guys later.
See you guys later. And welcome back. After this little pause, we are now to our quarterfinals, but going back to this game, I'm joined now by Alto. I mean, what a match. Plat versus Scarcing, it took everything from both sides. What do you think?
That was a really close matchup. I think Plat was playing from team select. I think Plat was playing from the back foot, just that trio of Valorant, Shuin, and Mawala, showing why the Hypnotist trait is so powerful right now. And then the Yowler in the back as well. I mean, I think both parties played pretty well. I think Plat adjusted his game plan after the first match quite well, and it showed. I think they both did a great job.
Yeah, and do you have any expectations for the match which is coming up now? We have Prody and J-Dragon. I mean, it's our first quarterfinal of the day.
Yeah. Both of these guys have been playing for, since I've been playing, 4 years ago. So, I'm expecting a really interesting match. I think J-Dragon's coming in with I think he has a slight advantage at team select. But Prody's a great player and always comes in with really surprising. So I'm looking forward to watching it.
Yeah, and Prody making his way through by beating Tsubaki, which was actually, I think, also one of the heavy favorites. So I think we're up for a really, really good and interesting match.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I don't know if we can already take a look on the teams, because I can spoil that it's gonna be a bit more fast-paced than what we had last game.
Just a little bit, and we see the only Inky in the tournament.
Yeah. I think Alto might have some connection issues. Okay,
yeah, here. Yep.
Okay. So, yeah, I mean, HKen in both teams, the pressure is gonna be really high. And also, when I'm looking at that Inky from J-Dragon and only one Earth at Prody, can do some serious damage.
Well, you also have to think, I mean, Prody's also rocking 2 fires, 2 melees. I mean, the Inky's not totally safe in any of these boards.
And he has the Reichnet, yeah? So,
so I think there's some work to be done if Jay wants to make use of this Inky, for sure.
Yes.
And we see.
And what did he actually ban? With the Umbras as well?
It's hard to tell. I can't quite tell what the Umber is.
But it should be the Reichnet.
Okay, yeah, it looks like the Reignet's been banned out from Prody's side. Prody is looking like he's eyeing down the Inky, although I think he has enough answers to it, so I don't actually expect him to pick that ban up.
Yeah, but I think J-Dragon is already slowly preparing the Inky board, right? Banning down the Reichnet, and if he doesn't ban it, then a second ban on Turok might really make it a really good pick, no?
Well, I think if Inky hits the board, I think it's unlikely that Turok doesn't.
HKen. Yeah,
HKen's gone from Jay's side. That makes sense. Get rid of his potential buffer and his speed control. Or
and
his
wrong again.
his speedy Tem. I mean to say.
And Kazuma first picked on both sides, which is just in such a great shape in this meta at the moment. And so many teams.
50%, I think 50% of the teams right now are playing Gazuma. It's such a safe Tem. Tesla is so powerful for so little stamina. It's got great coverage with the tornado, great speed control. Just fantastic.
Having only one weakness as well, right?
Yeah, it's
like,
really strong.
Crystals aren't really in the meta, and and the Calabas picked up.
Yeah, and this is another J Dragon special. Jay loves his Calabas. He's been using it for 4 years. So I don't expect to see that leave his team anytime soon.
Yeah, also considering he's probably running Mucus, the Tesla Prison won't do that much damage, and he can start clicking those toxic ticks and slowly whittling down the go wrong, which could be really annoying for Turok in the back.
Now you have to wonder if the Calabas is going to actually stay on this board, or if Jay is going to try to find an opportunity to pivot out. If you look at Prote's backline, the Calabas is actually quite good. I mean, he has a Platimus, HKen, Tyrannac, Turok. Turok, can get some damage into it, but I mean, it's not completely safe either. So I think this Calabas could very likely try to leave into something a little bit. Well, actually, looking at Jay's backline, though, he doesn't really have a
knowing a bit
spot.
about Prote's team, you know also that the cage shenanigans will come in quite quickly, you know?
That is true.
Kazuma possibly running cage. You could see this Calabas also getting caged in if it stays in for this turn 1.
We see covering the Mastion, looking to pick up another water. I think this Turok a lot worse with a combination of Allie and Mastion. The Turok is a lot less safe. Yes. And it also gives Jay room to just lead this. And yeah, there it comes down. The Mastion's coming down, and it gives Jay a lot more room just to keep this Calabas in. His answers to Turok and some of the fires in the back, he has them in the back line as well. So with that,
I wonder now if you don't have to swap Turok in on this board for the Gorong, because it's the only board it can feel kinda safe. On every other board, it's against the Owlie and the Mastion, it will just get hurt so much, and it doesn't have any other targets than the Calabas.
Yeah, it kind of depends. It depends if Prote thinks he needs it for Turok later, and obviously he has the Platimus, and that's a favored matchup. I kind of agree. I think the Gorong's got to stay, and as we see, it does.
He does.
Tesla coming in, getting some minus speed, a little bit of damage on.
And the Tesla as well from J Dragon, getting the speed of the Kazuma down, making sure he outspeeds it with his Kazuma in the future.
Yep, and the ticks coming down onto Gorong. Calabas showing its value. Yep.
Yeah, he really focuses down this Kazuma, doing quite decent damage with the synergy wrenching massage.
Yeah, and it makes sense because this Gazuma is a threat to the Platimus and the HKen in the backline, and I think Prote kind of wants this thing gone, just so he can play. He can get a little bit more value out of those Tems in the back and play a little bit more freely.
Most definitely, but for the Sedgen there's still a long way, right? Because there's still a Turok and a Mastion with a potential water blade in the back.
Yeah, it's not a great hedging game, but it's so fast it can still get some kind of value, and I think that's long term what Prote's looking for, just a little bit of value out of that hedging.
And he stays in and will probably take down this Kazuma with another double.
I'd be surprised if it lived through this turn. I don't think there's any way.
Prote's Kazuma not running the bait, which is commonly seen with the receptive trait, but instead running the double screen, allowing this Calabas to slowly but surely get ticks on it.
Yeah, and this is an expensive kill for Prote, taking down the Gazuma. He sees higher on the Gorong, but it's low. This is not a game where this Gorong gets a ton of value out of that plus attack. It might get one more hit off before it goes down. Calabas really coming through with those toxic ticks.
Yeah, and I wonder if that lead was really the best decision for Prody, because now the free swap in comes in and it just feels like this Gurong. Okay, it traded for the Gazuma, but now how do you deal with Turok? You have the Platimus, okay, but you always rely on one Tem to kill the Tems from Jade Dragon, which kind of feels rough to me.
Yeah, and this is why I kind of mentioned at the outset that I think Jay is favored in this. Jay is favored at Team Select here. I think Prody's answers to some of these Tems are very limited. I mean, we have a Gazuma that, you know, I think it just burned. Did it just burn E-Storm?
It did, yeah. Turn 2
Yeah,
with
it just burned E-Storm. So it is holding up a Tornado and Calibus. But
do you really want to press it though? Because the Owl, he could potentially see play here. Although I guess that's too risky to do. Also unneeded.
Depends on the Allie, because if it's quite bulky, I mean, if the Tornado is predicted, I don't think it's particularly not safe, depending on the bulk on the Allie.
Yeah, for sure. Platimus coming in, getting his hold up.
Yep.
And also keeping the Gurong as dead father in the back.
I think this Gazum is going down this turn.
Yes, and did a Tornado.
And he's taking the Tesla onto the Mastion. This Calibus is free for a little bit longer. So now Prody is almost completely relying on this Turok to take care of the Platimus. And yeah, Jay says, get that electric thing out of my face. It's down.
But in the end game, Jay might also just be able to kill this Platimus with his Calibus, right? Because the defense from Platimus is so bad that I can also already see an endgame where he just kills it with his Calibus.
Yeah, this Calibus is looking very scary for Prody at this point. And this Turok is very much not safe on this board. I guess the best thing he could do is he could try to double into the Mastion, get an Aquatic World, a good bit of damage, or he could also click T-Shower.
I think
T-Shower's more damage.
T-Shower is definitely probable, but I also think he will, like, J-Drago will just swap out the Owl in for the Calibus and maybe try to get the Tsunami off if he runs the Solidifier trade, which I'm not sure he does, but
yeah, I'm not sure. I'm actually not sure either. I don't quite remember.
Because that would actually be decent damage on the Turok, and then the Owl he would. I mean, I think the Owl is just a perfect swap in, right? Because if you don't read it, like, you just get your hook kick up. But he stayed.
I don't think he wants to swap, because this is the Turok board is where Jay wants his Mastion. That's where he's going to get the most value. The Calibus
I wasn't talking about the Mastion, but on the Calibus.
Oh, you're the Calibus. Oh, the Calibus.
Yes, because you would have eaten the Feather Gatling, you wouldn't have taken damage, and you would have had hook kick up.
Yeah, but it's so bulky. I mean, I think Jay just wants the Turok on. I don't think I would have
Double
swapped
Water
this
Blade
board either. Yeah,
and he is running the Solidifier.
Yeah.
Allowing this Mastion to use the special water moves.
Yeah. And yeah, this Calibus has Arvile up. I mean, it's rough. This is very rough.
But the stamina gets low. So do you think he will stay in for another turn or swap it out now? Because now it feels more awkward, I would say.
I think he will rest the. I guess it depends if he thinks the Mastion is going to go down to a Turbine.
I feel like it lives.
Well, Prody also has access to Whirlwind, though.
Yeah, but that feels like a big commitment, stamina-wise. And the Platimus is running Sweatband, but
Platimus is full stamina right now. It's like not that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we see Allie coming in, getting its turb up, and
and the Aquatic going into the Owl here, predicting it and doing huge damage.
So this is going to be it for the Turok.
Yes.
That's definitely going down, and how this Calibus is half health, but
how are you killing it? Yeah.
I mean, it's maybe you can get a microwaves on it at some point. Probably not though.
Hedge coming in, and you kinda have to kill this Mastion here, otherwise the Water Blade is gonna kill. But it is at at minus speed, so
Proteus Platimus is kind of his saving grace here to an extent. I think it's not the worst thing.
he can Toxin Shower and harmful microwaves the Bastion.
Yeah.
To be sure that the Platimus won't get hit, and to get the aquatic backup.
Right. So the 2-rock swap, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Just save your Allie a little bit longer, just to get your
Double
turbine on
swap.
Platimus.
He does take some damage on the Calibus. Harmful microwaves coming in.
I don't think he takes a lot of damage on the Calibus.
He does mucus preventing additional damage from this toxin shower. And
now if
Hedgen...
Prody wants to click Aquatic Whirlwind, the Hedgen's in a bad spot. That the Hedgen this is not the board Hedgen wants to be on. But Gorong is so low, I mean, I don't really think it matters. So that right slot is looking at a huge amount of risk right now. Platimus, yeah, you can click Aquatic Whirlwind on the 2-rock, but I mean, you're going to overexert hard. You're not going to have any tempo for the turn after. I think this is looking really bad for Prody.
And that's why I meant the aquatic earlier was such a big commitment, because, okay, he still had stamina, but now it's completely gone, and it kind of limits his choices now.
But you have to take that, though.
You
Because
have to,
if you don't, you just don't have enough damage on board, and Jay is still a whole 10 and a half ahead. So I don't think there was much of an option, and he has to click this here.
And now he OXs.
Yeah.
It's looking really rough.
Oh,
Not the incoming in.
And Jay takes him to the cleaners. But Gorong doesn't die.
Which is actually quite good for Jay, right?
I think it was okay either way.
Yeah.
I think it was yeah. And now that it's not dead, I mean, Allie comes in for completely for free, and this turbine is killing something.
Yes, it's just really rough, and
yeah. No, I think this is definitely it. I don't see a winning line for Prody at this point.
I mean, I think he has to swap out the Platimus for sure.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have the aquatic up, so he can't really.
Right.
He needs to get the aquatic back up, right? That's the only way, maybe.
Yeah, but Jay doesn't have to, and Jay doesn't have to click. I don't think Jay really has to care about the Gorong right now. He could just double in. He could just double into the Platimus spot.
Yeah, that will.
If you kill the Platimus, well, it's probably bulky though. It's probably bulky, so that's actually not. That's not free. That's not free.
And I wonder if you somehow get a board state where you get the Platimus with aquatic on this. Yeah, he swaps out.
Yeah.
With aquatic to get on the truck, there might be a way, but it's really hard to achieve. Feather Gatling coming in. And did he double it up? He did.
He did, yep.
Confirming the kill.
Yep. Now Allie has turbine online. Jay did not commit the turbine that turn, and it makes sense. He had no reason to.
He killed the Calibus instead. And now the turbine will come in. Maybe even the double turbine could take down.
I think Prody had to take the chance there that Jay did not double in. I mean, I think Jay made the right play. Regardless of what Prody decided there, I don't think hitting the Gorong would have been a whole lot of value for that Calibus. Yeah, and we see the concede coming out from Prody.
And we also saw the drill owl here.
Yeah, the drill owl here. that is an interesting piece of tech.
Yeah, I mean, it makes the Platimus never feel safe, right? Because you never can really toxin shower to hide yourself behind the bamboozle.
So it'll be interesting to see how Prody adjusts his game plan this time around. What do you think, Bennett? Do you think there are going to be any significant changes to pick ban?
I mean, I think he kind of has to, because this Calibus was really, really strong and really annoying.
Yeah.
He also needs to kind of change his approach in the beginning, because he was losing this Gazuma and Gorong basically in a trade, which wasn't favorable. So, okay, we're hopping right back in.
Yep.
And already Prody picked the blue side, obviously for the counter pick. So that can already help a bit, at least.
Yeah, it definitely helps the pick ban a little bit. And yeah, that Calibus from Jay last game was just doing so much work. I mean, it probably took down, I guess with the HKen, it took down 2.5 Tems.
And you can also quite clearly see the game plan, right? He first banned the Reichnet, already having in mind the Calibus, kind of ruling this game. So I wonder if he will do the same.
Yeah, looks like Prody's deep into his reserve time here on pick ban.
I guess he's thinking about the Calibus ban.
Oh, it's the
Yeah,
HKen
but
this time.
Yeah, I mean, he's running 3 weaknesses to digital, so he can't really permit the HKen. It's just gonna be too strong.
It's just too much, and I think that's probably what he was thinking about during his reserve time, whether or not there was any way he could let the HKen through. But no, and it looks like we're gonna see the Inky get picked. No, the benefits of banning out the Reichnet, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, as I said before game 1, I think Inky is always a really annoying Tem to deal with, but at least it allows the second ban on the Calibus, right?
Looked like Prody was thinking about turning off the Spec Master for a bit, but he decided against it.
And he kind of has to swap, I think.
I'm assuming it's
well. Though, do you think he kills? Ooh.
No, he definitely doesn't kill. But depending on the line, there's a world where that doesn't. There's a world where that's okay. Okay, this is not the back line for that though.
Yeah, I mean there was a world where you take the trade and then maybe play full onto Calibus, but ooh, and he didn't take the Turok.
No, I think that makes sense with Prody's backline. You're looking at Platimus. You're looking at I think that was a Moala.
Yes, but that also raises the importance of this Kazuma, because otherwise, and the Inky, because this Platimus in the back looks really, really scary for the other Tems.
Well, I mean, I think at this point Jay's ready to pull the Platimus or pull the Inky out here. There's because of the way the backline is set up right now, I don't think there's a lot of value keeping this Inky on the board just to do 50 or 60% to the Turok, especially when you're sitting on
Mastion.
Yeah, you're sitting on a Calibus and a Mastion. Mastion tanks. If it were to swap in, it tanks this pretty well. Jay is up a game, so there's a world where he hard reads that Prody just doesn't stoneball the Inky.
I mean, and there is a world where Prody hard reads and doubles into the Kazuma, because this is also really annoying for him, yeah? Yeah, the Gazuma is also arguably better into the backline than Inky is. Just because it's not worried about the Tyrannac. Yes, and
Gazuma's one heck of a Tem.
Yeah, but we also see the Mawala in the back, which can be really annoying. When Calibus is coming in, expecting not the hard read feather. Ooh.
Yeah, and Prody doesn't want this doesn't want the Turok taking too much damage. Ooh, this is a great Calibus from Jay.
This is the spot it wants to be in. Can freely ink either side, not worrying about damage.
I think this might be the best Calibus board, I think, for Jay.
Yeah, most definitely. And you can ink either side.
No.
Tyrannic has the bait, so I guess you don't even want to ink it now, and you just rather want to take down the Scorong slowly but surely, and then your Inky is starting to look better and better.
Yeah, one of the concerns for Jay here is this Gorong actually having more time this game. But yeah, so we see the tornado coming straight into the Gorong. Toxic Ink. Yeah, no, Jay sees it too. Sees this, does not want this Gorong to get any value.
And he's going for the same trade again, Prody. He trades this Gorong for this Kazuma.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not sure if it's the right call.
I think it's a tough position, because like on the other hand, right? If you're Prody, if you swap out the Gorong and don't get any value from it this turn, I mean, it's still going to be slower than most of what Jay has. You're just going to take free damage. Gazuma is good into the backline, so I don't think it's a good trade, but I think it's probably one of the best decisions that he can make given what Jay has here. I don't think it's a misplay. I think it's a bad situation.
I mean, it's really hard to make choices as well, yeah? I mean, the time's ticking down, you're at the World Championship. I think it's hard to call anything a misplay rather than, like...
Right.
It's just really hard to say.
Yeah, especially in games like these that aren't, like, you know, this is faster than the previous game, but even then, this is still not a... You still have to care about the mid and the long term in this sort of matchup.
You still have to make swaps, yeah.
Yeah, you still have to you have to turn your brain on for more than 8 turns or so.
Yeah, so I guess you just sack the Gazuma here, right? Take down the Gorong with you. Maybe start inking the Patterknife.
Yeah, I Tornado's down. I don't necessarily think this Gazuma really needs to. I think you just stay in and keep your backline healthy.
Ooh, he swapped out the Calibus.
Yep, he says he's already got the ticks.
And getting ready, but this Tesla prison won't be enough.
The toxic
so you
tick
will
will,
get,
though.
yeah, but you will get some damage on the Gazoo.
Oh, the toxic tick will not.
Oh,
I guess it depends how hard Proteo X is here, right?
Yes.
It is going to be a sizable hit into the Mastiome, though.
Yeah, and the OX might actually be enough to take
with
down
the toxic tick. I think it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Close.
Oh
wait. No, it's alive.
It's actually.
Wait.
It lived.
Is that 0.5?
It is lived on 1 HP.
Oh man.
But now the water blade is, I mean, it's -2 speed. Even the water blade from Calibus could be outspeeding it.
Yeah, it's not a big deal, but it's
kind of frustrating, and I think you could even swap it out to have it in the back as a dead fodder swap in for later. So...
Yeah...
Okay.
I don't know. I think he just wants to eat the hit.
Yeah, I guess. But if he expects the water, it's... Yeah.
Yeah. I think you just eat the hit there, and
sometimes I like to have like Tems on 1 HP in the back for a later turn. If I don't want to take a hit, I can sack them afterwards. But yeah, here he decided to let go of the Gorong and get the free swap in. What do you think which Tem can come now? Probably Platimus, right?
From Birdie's side, you have to be careful, because at any point in time, Jay could just slam the Inky back, right?
Yeah, and with the
I don't know
Chamomile...
if he wants to. I think right now, I think the Platimus is probably Birdie's best bet. Okay, but he goes for the 2 rock.
Oh, he goes for truck into the double water. But do you really want to stay in with both waters? Because you're gonna go sleep on both your Tems next turn, and the refreshing Diabolo will also proc on the Turok.
Jay does not need to kill the Turok with the 2 waters. He needs to get it into like 30-40% range, right? Because once the Turok is in 30 to 35% range, it's inky fodder.
Yeah. Exactly, but I mean, you still go sleep on both of your Tems if you stay in here, right? And then the refreshing Diabolo is at least gonna heal a bit back.
Yeah, but what else would you do, right? Like, I guess you could swap in the Nidrazil, right? Yeah, and that's exactly what Jay does. Yeah, he swaps in the Nidrazil. And
Nidrazil coming out, bringing -death on the Nidrazil, which can be really annoying in the late run.
Yeah, and he gets a lot of damage. Yeah, trying to take the Calibus down. It's a sharp rain onto the 2 rock. This is... Wow, that is big damage.
Yeah, and I think even the refreshing Diabolo might not save it from the Inky later on.
Oh. And we see the E-Drink on the Nid. Not really a surprising gear for anyone who hasn't seen it yet. We know 80 to 85% of Nids right now are probably running Narco due to the prevalence of, like neutrals and especially Mushuk. So, not really a surprise gear.
And Azomento's not being that good, yeah? With Gallios being
With
banned.
Gallios not being here, right?
Do you think Jay risks here and swaps in the Inky for the Nid? No,
No.
he doesn't.
No,
Just
I
goes
don't
for the
think there's-
Cannabis.
I don't think there is much value in that. Yeah.
Ah,
His doubles. Oh, but he does it on the
he
right
actually
swap,
did it.
though. I mean, I guess he figures that he
Yeah.
never clicked Rockfall, right?
And now the Inky's in such a good shape.
Yeah, like I said, he only needed to get the Turok mostly dead.
Okay, the refreshing Diabolo is proccing now, but this can never be enough to save it.
No, I don't think so. Waterblade outspeeds the neutral Prio on Turok. Right? I'm not crazy.
But can this Tyrannic come in and maybe save the Turok?
It could, yeah. Yeah, it could.
Is the trade still up? I don't quite remember. Because if it is still up, then you can maybe swap it in.
I think Jay's sacking the Nid
Yeah.
here. Yeah. Jay's sacking the Nid here. Yeah.
He was expecting the Turok to stay. Just wanted to get some more damage on it.
It's on its job. Yeah, just get the water blade down now or whatever move Jay's.
He's not outspeeding
So
with the water blades.
okay, yeah.
And Rockfall is taking down the Calavis.
Yep. I wasn't paying attention to speed, so that makes sense.
But now Turok is out of Earth moves. Ah, he brings in the Bastion. I thought the Inky was also really free here, because only Stoneball was remaining for this Turok. But I guess he just wants to get another water blade on it. But looking at this, the Tyrannic in the back,
That
he's
Tyrannac's
kinda good.
looking- yeah, I think Purdy's in quite a good position here. It kind of flipped. I think, yeah, that Tyrannac is kind of scary for Jay.
and I think that the flip actually happens around this Calabas. If Jay manages to get this Calabas in a good shape and killing his prior targets, then he's really good, in a really good shape in like game-wise. But now that the Calabas is dead,
right, and
everything.
there was quite a lot of flipping on the the damage coming to Jay's side. He ate like 3 wind moves or so on his toxic temps.
Yeah, that felt really rough. This middle game was not something you want to replicate in a potential third game. Because now, yeah, Mawala
Yeah,
outspeeding
now-
everything. And now he just has to make sure that... Ooh, the double kill though. Is there a way? If you get the ink on the Tyrannic? But it still has Spade, yeah?
That's tough. I mean,
And an Embers into a Flaming Meteorite should be able to seal the deal. Nidgersol also being really low. Platimus being at full health. I doubt that the Inky will actually kill it in one shot
yeah,
with a
I also-
Thunderstrike.
I think with Purdy's style of team, I don't think there's any way this Platimus has no bulk. So, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm pretty
and
sure
then
this survives.
it
Yeah.
does, and it will take down the Nidgersol. Sealing
Yeah.
game 2.
Yeah, it
We
looks
will
like,
also go to a game 3.
like we're gonna move to game 3. I think Purdy did a great job this game, adjusting his game plan, adjusting his pick ban.
And I wonder what Jay is doing now, because he kind of kept the same strategy and pick and ban in game 2. And will he move away from this? Will he move away from the Reichnet first ban, or will he just cook up something completely new?
Yeah, it's hard to say. Yeah, he had a lot of he kept the Tyrannac in the back open for Inky for the entire game, and it paid off. He did a great job positioning his 2-rock.
He goes
So
back
game
to blue
3.
side though.
And we see another Ragnet ban coming in from Jay. Yeah, it's no surprise Jay wants blue in this matchup. I think that's
I mean, in general, you most
most
not always, but you mostly want the blue side, and that's also what kind of helped Prody in the second game, yeah, because this counter pick is so powerful that I wonder how he adapts, because this Inky was still scary, even though he won the second game. I felt like the Inky. I mean, I'm always scared by Inkies. They're doing so much damage.
I think I would expect that Purdy takes the Hedgen again, with no access to Rag, especially with no access to Ragnet.
Ooh. He's
And
banning the
he takes
Gazuma. Maybe prohibiting the fast charge, which he doesn't have because he's bait.
I guess it does prevent Hedgen from being first picked, just because Platimus. Jay could lead the Inky into a Platimus, but I mean, he has a 2-rock. He has things to where he could switch the Platimus out. So it's not necessarily good to bring the Inky straight up into that.
Yeah, it's always a risky call with this Inky, yeah? Especially if Prody runs cages, so if you go, if you swap in, swap out on a really dangerous board, it can be really rough.
Yeah, and we see the 2-rock mirror, except there's a Calibus on one side.
And the Gazuma on the other.
Yeah.
But the Calibus is still quite in a good shape, as he has Reactive Vial, so potentially can take some of the damage thrown at it. If he even wants to stay, which is yet to see. And he's hovering over the Owl he ban again. The Owl he is really annoying for his Platimus. Running the drill, not allowing the Toxin Shower.
Yep.
Ooh, and the Tyrannic ban. Jay's adaptation from the last game.
Well, I think Jay has to rely on Inky a little bit more here, especially with the Owl he eating the ban, with the Gazuma eating a ban. I think the Platimus from Purdy's side is fairly good.
Yeah, I mean it kind of only has to worry about this Inky, so it's gonna be a lot of mind games already. I think even turn 1 you can argue the Turok swap out, as it is so important to getting rid of this Inky, and even the Hedgen and the Nidrisal. So
yeah, I think Jay's put himself in a little bit of a difficult position here. I mean, it's rough because the Platimus is very strong if Jay decides to pick up the Mastion at the end of the draft. But because he didn't pick up the Mastion, now this 2-rock into the back line is kind of extremely good. It wouldn't surprise me if Prody made a play to save this 2-rock until the end game, just because it's really, really strong as soon as the Calibus is not gonna do damage to it.
yeah, and he can maybe put in the Gorong, eat up the damage, as it is not so important this game, because J Dragon has the Hedgen hitting it.
Yeah.
And maybe starting to whittle down this Calibus, because that's the thing that might be annoying for this Turok, because the rest, he just hits.
I think if I'm Jay, my number one priority this game is getting just enough damage onto this 2-rock to where Inky can not die to it.
Which shouldn't be so much, right? I mean, 50%.
And Purdy sees it too. So Purdy swapped out the 2-rock, seeing this thing
into Mawala.
Into the back line. Yeah, and just getting Hypnotist, prepping the Hypnotist to come down in another turn.
Yeah, most definitely he wants to set up the Turok, right? If he gets the Hypnotist down and get the Zen Meditation on this Turok, startup here real rough. Oh, and he went for the Water Blade and not for the even split damage, obviously, because Turok didn't do damage to the other
the other
Turok.
2-rock, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But now the board state is quite awkward again, because this Mawala is really strong. And do you really want to swap in the Inky here? On a potential
No.
heart
No.
read and swapping back into or need to Psyho or anything. You can't permit, right?
No, and it's also not free to swap
And
in.
it's the cage.
digital. And yeah, we see a cage play
And-
coming in.
It is escapist. Ooh, that cage feels really rough.
Well, Escapist is not commonly seen, but boy did it get value here.
And it is the Inky. And he kinda caged himself in with the Inky, which threatens anything. He won't get slapped because he has E-Drink and the Chamomile.
This was kind of brutal for Prody. that was one hell of a turn.
Yeah.
Oh, and this is one of the boards that I think Jay really, kind of wants this Inky on. I mean, it's gonna get a ton of value here.
Yeah, and this is potentially just like both Tems are gonna take so much damage. And he kinda has to try to tornado the digital to do something counteractive, but
That was I don't know if Jay predicted the cage, but that was it was a heads up swap from Jay either way, considering the E-Drink camo combo on
Yeah.
these two Tems, just avoiding the OP trade and keeping up some semblance of pressure. I think if Prody gets a free hypnotist there, it's really difficult to pull ahead with the tempo swing.
yeah, for sure, because then also the Gazuma suddenly becomes a threat, but now it's caged in and will die, with no Zen meditation to be used at all. And I think Prody is really deep in the think tank to try to find the line to get out of this, but it's looking rough. The Inky will take down the Mawala, and then gets access to its crystal moves. Do you see a way how Prody can play this?
No.
Yeah, the self cage was just really brutal.
It was rough, yeah. I mean,
Truck coming in, getting his holds
No,
up, reading the tornado.
I think Maala's getting hit here. Yeah,
Oh, both live though.
both live.
So both are built quite tanky. Gazuma's tanky on the special side anyways, so... Turbo!
Get some speed back.
Ooh. And the Zenmed actually gets through. I mean, I have to say I didn't expect that he actually lives, and he even gets the refreshing Diabolo. So he might actually be able to do something with his stems.
Yeah, neither of those going down to the Quartz Stirred. Neither of those going down there does change things.
And also he has quite a good Gorong board now. If I may say so, because the Turok won't hurt it a lot, and the Inky, does it want to stay in? Probably, right? But
I think the Inky wants to stay in here because it's better than two of the Tems in the back.
yeah, and he might be able to DC beam or something, the Mawala.
And Jay has the option later down the line of just running Calibus Platimus, or Calibus Nidrizzle into the Platimus.
Gorong coming
Kind
in
of all
and the
good.
DC beam coming.
DC Beam going for, DC Beam is a good move.
Yeah. Using the Prio to outspeed the +2 Mawala. But Gorong also doesn't feel too bad here. I mean, it's the two Tems he can comfortably hit. Probably won't go down to a double. Not such a bad slot. Also,
Comes the 2 rock.
yeah. And he will probably just Feather Gatling one of the slots. Even though they are resisted, but...
You gotta wonder. Because if Jay decides, just has one of those crazy days and decides to stay in on the Inky, and he doesn't hit it, I think the 2 rock definitely goes down to 2 Thunder.
But he doesn't.
But he's not crazy.
And we will see, yeah? I think Prody did the read and feathered. Yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess taking a helicopter kick on Inky isn't great either. So it makes sense. Just save it for the Platimus. Make your life a little easier later down the line. He does get a burn off here.
Which is only for one turn though, so
Yeah, a little bit of
It
tick
won't-
damage.
matter too much, and the Turok can't really do much. I mean, it can turbine the Gorong, which it could like take down with a double up.
Well,
But
how much value does this HKen get into the back line? Because one of them, we know one of the Tems, he has a
Is it
Platymus
Platymus?
back there, right? He has a Platymus back there. So, are there really any other boards HKen wants to be on, necessarily?
I mean,
I
if
guess
he gets a Zen meditation prio off onto anything, I guess he still can get value. But yeah, I feel like he just stays in and doubles the Scorong, trying
I
to
don't
take
think.
it down.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to take damage on like the Platymus in the back, or correction, the
Ooh.
Calibus or the Nid. Platymus coming in,
Yeah, getting the hold off on the
Plasma,
aquatic.
and is it a win move?
Is the Rockfall taking down the HKen?
Oh, 100%.
Yes, and we will see. Is it the win move? I think he has the turbine, right? No, he didn't. He feathered.
But I mean that's
It's even
not far
better, yeah.
off.
Ooh, and the huge
I-
damage coming in on the Platymus.
Oh, but not quite enough. Not quite enough, and Whirlwind is
Yeah.
online.
He's barely hanging on.
I
What
think
are the
that-
temps remaining?
That little bit of health does matter quite a bit.
For sure.
Yeah, it's got to be one of the toxics. This is a decent board for it as well.
Yeah, and already we see
see
again that the Calibus is in such a good spot compared to the other
And we
games, right?
We see a very free swap into Nidrazil from Jay's side as well.
Yeah.
This is kind of the board. Like if you're gonna have two toxics, he can only feathergat one of them.
And you kind of have to save this Platymus, right? Kind of wanted to kill this Turok in the end.
Well,
So-
it's interesting because the Platymus does just go down to a DC beam. So I think a lot of
True.
its value is kind of, yeah. I think it lost some of its value. I also don't think Jay targets it this turn. I'm pretty sure. Jay's game plan right now is to get rid of this Turok and let Inky finish the game.
Yeah, rightfully
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, and now this is a fantastic board. So because
Yeah.
Purdy didn't swap the Platymus, now this Nidrazil is very threatening. I mean, an allergic spread onto this. I guess, yeah, he's got fake beard. That it's not. I'm looking at the wrong. No, they're both fake beard.
Yeah.
So an allergic spread here would be extremely good.
If he runs it, and he most probably runs it, right? Because he runs E-Drink,
Is
so
there-
it's not one
is
of the
there a-
tanky.
I don't think there's a Nidrazil in the world that doesn't want to run a spread.
I can tell you that there are a lot of Nidrazils who don't run
Oh.
A spread,
Oh, that's
but
crazy, man.
they are mostly in the tankier side of things. And he swaps out into Inky. Actually risking a read, which won't happen probably. Yeah. That would have been too crazy if he rockfalled there.
Would have been funny.
I mean, this was actually potentially a way to lose the game, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the logic
Platymus-
spreads
Platymus stays up a little bit longer.
coming in, giving those toxic
I
ticks, which
Can't quite see.
but I think they aren't quite
think it
enough yet.
I think it lives. Yeah.
Yeah,
Not for long though.
yeah, but yeah, DC beams
I mean,
up.
I think he can just swap the Turok back in, right?
Yeah,
Because you don't need it at this point.
and with the Turok going down, this Inky will just clean up everything, right? There's not much you can throw against it. You still have to go wrong, but
You don't want Turok into back anyway.
yeah,
Oh, but he just DC beam. I guess that's fine too.
yeah.
he
just
doesn't need
did
a
it.
swap. Yeah.
Platymus
Yeah,
won't
yeah.
do damage to any of the tens, or not much. Yeah, Inky lives, and
Yeah.
Platymus will go down to the overexertion even.
Yeah. And this is looking like Inky cleaning up the game.
Yes, and that's what I told you before the games, right? I think
Yep.
this Inky, even though
Yep.
he had the you said it as well, he had the answers, he had everything, right? But it can be so dangerous because once it gets out of hand, you just can't stop it.
Yeah, well, with no Tyranag, I think that changed I think Jay's Tyrannac ban really changed how the Inky got to have value this game at the end.
Yeah, because it creates that dynamic that Prody has to play around his Turok and Gorong, right? If one of them goes down, it already is a bit dangerous.
Brody is trying to do the rush tornado and but
Just
Jay's
swap out. He sees the one out and just denies it.
not today.
Yeah. But that's just clean, right? He sees the one out that Prody might have and just says no.
Nope.
I'm not gonna allow it. He goes for the allergic spread. This Nitrosil is... You just can't even kill it this turn. Tornado's not up.
Yep, tornado's down. This is that's the one saving grace about Gazuma is that it doesn't have a clickable win move on turn 1.
Yeah. And this will be the game. And J Dragon will take it. I mean... Ooh. The last saving grace. Turbo into Heli kick. Wait. But I mean,
he has a whole
he
two
kills
rock
the
in the
Gazuma,
back.
right?
I mean,
He kills the Gazuma with ink and then he actually kills, yeah.
I mean, yeah, either way, right? He has a whole two
Either
rock,
way,
or
Gazuma
half a
can't
two
kill
rock.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, what an intense game, right?
Yeah, I
Three-game
mean,
showdown.
you know, and I think Prody went into this with a rough matchup, and I think Prody made a lot of strong plays through that series, given the matchup and given what Jay was bringing.
Yeah, he really found his way through the difficulties, and as we saw in match 2, he made this Tyrannac work and really got through Jay's arm thrust for everything, basically. But in game 3, Jay just adapted a bit, and then it turned out to be really dangerous, yeah?
I said, not my Inky. Said, yeah, you're not going to take it? Well... But, you know,
It's
I mean, I
gonna
think it
kill
was
everything.
rough. Yeah. I think it was definitely an uphill battle for Prody, and I think game 2, he really did a good job showing, how strong of a player he is.
Yeah, but he
Yeah.
still goes down to the loser bracket and has
Yep.
to fight his way through there.
Yeah.
And J Dragon advances.
Yeah, that cage escapist turn, that was I wasn't ready for that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize I was an escapist 2-rock, and you don't see that too often. 95% of them are tack strike.
Yeah, and also it's the worst the turn can possibly go, right? You cage, you
Yeah.
lose stamina, you trap your your own two Tems.
Into an Inky, you trap.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, looking forward to the next couple of matches.
Yeah, and I think now we're gonna go back into a short break. And then we're gonna be back with the next quarterfinals.
Let us know in chat if are we still muted? Okay, we're back.
All right, welcome back.
Okay, Alto, we're back. I gotta tell you, my downstairs neighbor thinks something very disconcerting is happening here. I'm just gonna say the same intro again. Yeah, so we've got crazy matches going on here, crazy stuff happening. So we'll be good. No, I did not swear on the cast, Magic. Get out of here. All right,
Yeah,
let's go for...
both of the last two matches have been crazy. I mean, two very close 2-1s with Senior Plat's game, and we had Prote's game. Both of them were really close. Really excited, looking forward to what the next one's going to bring. You have any thoughts going in?
Yeah, I was really... Throughout the Prote-J matchup, that's just a really high-level Temtem, where there's a lot of times where it's like, oh, man, Prote can get him if he goes for a Tornado Rush. And like Jay was just like, nah, I'm ready, man. I'm not getting caught by that. And like all these things that like I'm sure when these guys play on ladder, they just farm people with moves like that. But like now you're up in this point in Worlds, you're playing against the best of the best, and people are going to be ready for that kind of stuff. So really interesting to see how this one plays out. Both of these players, near the top of their region. Tatoa, I think maybe playing a little bit looser because this is already, I think, a pretty strong result for him. But let's see if he can push deeper into the tournament.
Yep, there we go.
Preview. Oh, no, we've got the bracket coming up here.
Okay.
Yeah, so this is, as we can see, the EU and Inter champion Kundras got taken out by Not Enough playing the same Digi team that ended up winning that Inter. Kind of an interesting result there. We see Genosect also working their way up into, this is top 8, I believe. Yep. Or no, sorry, still top 12 in the losers bracket side, so...
We see Shirk taking the win over Arctech as well.
Yes, so Shirk will play the loser of Senior Plat Allie. The loser of Luluchroar and Argan will go up against Notna. Genosect waiting for the loser of this game. And of course, Prote playing the winner of Savannah Line Young Base Lord, which is still being played, I believe.
Yep. And it looks like, we have the team previews up. So who do you think has the advantage here?
In this particular matchup where you see like a lack of digital Tems and only the one water, I really like the Osakai for Invincible here. I think it's looking like pretty good into that matchup for sure.
Yeah, now I will say I think outside of the Chiburian, the Gario is looking fairly solid from Tatoa's side. So I think a combination of that and the Maala might do something to keep the Osakai at bay. It's not completely free.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Tatoa pilots the Gario, because the one thing you can kind of get into trouble with Gario is even if you're not necessarily taking a lot of damage, against Tems like Platimus and Oshiara, you can get walled out, right?
Yeah.
But I'm sure Tatoa is playing Earthbreaker with at least 2 electrics for that synergy. So playing around those turns will be important for both of those players if Tatoa kind of wants Gary to be like the captain of the ship that takes him through this matchup.
I think it's quite strong into this matchup, all things considered. And, I'd be kind of surprised, honestly, I'd be a little surprised to not see either a Chimurian ban or an Osakai ban coming out of Tatoa's side. I think if I'm playing that matchup, it's got to be one or the other.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's only the one nature on that side, right? We see Scarabolt banned out because there's only the one Earth as well.
Scarabolt coming out and Tolkien looking threatened by the 2 waters. I mean, but Osakai is still taking the ban here.
Yeah, as you predicted, solid Osakai ban. I wonder kind of what the play is there. As we see, it's going to be the 2 Veen opening pick here from Invincible. Tatoa hovering that Scunch right away. It's so tempting. With no mentals in play,
no mentals,
go into the Scunch.
I don't see a reason not to be honest. It's got so much tempo early on. Now I'm not sure which variant this is. I don't know if this is no P-jab, no wrenching, no Oshi, no suplex. There are a lot of different sets that can kind of work with Scunch, and I'm not personally sure which one this is.
Yeah, we've seen a mix of, I think, 5 different techniques so far, with Wrenching Massage mixing in for some people instead of Savage Suplex, to kind of go with the Oshi and the Ninja Jutsu. We saw the way that Allie kind of played her matchup against Magnetonics, having the perfect jab still available on Scunch lets you do really good things with a different partner. As Tatoa kind of hovering their own 2 Veen here. But that does look like a really solid double bird opener for Invincible if Tatoa does go for the green one.
Yeah, especially if that's a heater Tolkien, I think that's quite risky. We could be seeing a Gazuma here. This is interesting.
We saw Torren have this same problem as Tatoa's kind of having against these like Clowns teams, where Tuveen plus Ociara is very, very difficult for them off opener. I want to see if we'll see that again. Invincible kind of hovering the Ociara here.
This is interesting because if Invincible doesn't want to click something like Flood, Tatoa does get the speed control first onto the Platypus. I don't think Tatoa swaps out the Gazuma here.
One thing that could be different, I don't think we've seen Invincible play on stream today, and I don't remember from previous games. He might be playing Receptive Tuveen. He has been a fan of it in the past with gears like Fake Beard and Chamomile, and also I believe this Ociara is morale boosting Whip. So if that's the case, then all of a sudden Tesla Prison coming out from Tatoa looks a little bit better. But by the same token, Invincible will likely have Flood available on the Ociara to kind of still win the speed war. As we see the second bans here, it's going to be Tolkien taken out as well as Tuveen.
Yep, no major surprises there. I think Tolkien poses a significant challenge to a couple of, well, actually, I mean, I guess with the burns kind of poses the challenge. And yeah, so Tatoa decides he doesn't want to bring the Gario here. And thinking about the backline, with no Tolkien in the backline, is there a better board for Gazuma? I mean, obviously one that doesn't have the Tuvine, but no, yeah, there is Platymus Mush.
I believe that's the 3 of the Whip. The Whip is normally 2 turns, or is it 3? Of the Vigorize status. I think that's a Receptive Tuveen, but I'm not sure.
I think it's 2. So we do see the Flood, yeah, keeping up with the speed control. Gazuma does stay in, yeah, predicted. Gazuma stays in, eats a CPG, and gets a Tesla onto the Ociara. And we're going to see a Wrenching Massage probably coming right after this. I would assume this is a Wrenching Massage.
Enough, right?
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah. Yep. Oh no! There's split attacks. Split attacks. The Tuveen going to take the damage instead. But through Brawny, that's a lot. Wow.
Yeah, that's not necessarily bad either. Like, I think splitting there is okay. Like, if you look at Tatoa's backline, getting rid of this Tuvine early, or at least getting a lot of damage onto the Tuvine early, it kind of frees up. It makes a little bit more room for the Mashuk. Right, this Tuvine's now definitely in range to die to a Mashuk. It frees up the Moala to an extent. I mean, obviously Invincible still has the Gazuma in the back, still has the Mashuk, but both of these Tems, instead of having 2 things that can do damage to it, it's now a lot closer to 1. And the Scunch is untouched.
The Surge come out. It's going to go ahead and deal damage. Will it be enough to bring down the B? Yes. Gazuma's going to drop. Yep. Ociara can now get very dangerous if Tatoa didn't go ahead and target that with the Scunch. Let's see, CPG is going to deal pretty solid damage here. Yet not enough for another one to KO. The Scunch does get the Oshi into the Ociara, so that's going to be enough of the Water Horse. And off rip here, looking like a decent board state. The Turbine outspeeds the Ninja Jutsu, but it's not enough to KO. So.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't KO.
Mm-hmm.
So this Scunch is putting in just an absolute ton of work early, and I think if you're Tatoa, I think this is a pretty positive trade for you.
Yeah, I would say for Invincible, the Gazuma now looks very threatening into the rest of Tatoa's team, right? Strong into the Mashuk, strong into the Tolkien, and pretty strong into the Moala as well. He goes Platymus off the rip. Want to see what Tatoa responds with here. It's going to be Mashuk.
Yeah, this is a pretty solid board for the Mashuk.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Like the Tuveen should be able to get the Turbine into Shook if it so chooses. However, it'll be trading its life as the Scunch Ninja Jutsu is primed and ready. You have to wonder, with the Tuveen as low as it is and Helicopter Kick likely on the Mashuk, do we see Scunch just throw the Ninja Jutsu into Platypus, try to just get it very level? As we see Plat come out, it's going to be Mashuk coming in.
Yeah.
What do we see from... We see the Turbine does hit the Mushuk instead of the Scunch, so... If Totowa held Ninja, they will be able to attack again here, but they do just go for the Ninja, and it was into the Platypus. So
Yeah, that's a good call.
That's a heavy chunk of damage, though, from the on the Mushuk there.
And the Scunch is still alive to put out more.
Yeah, it alive and very slow. It will have. It's always threatened to go down to a double here, but Helicopter Click will clean up the Tuvine. And now both Mashuks have Turbo Choreography active if they want to go for it. But this Scunch is not an ideal recipient.
No, the Scunch is very much. I would expect very much going down this turn.
It would require a double in from Invincible here, which does mean that Totowa could look to swap in the Moala or something similar, or even to go for their own Tulkin maybe here, but it does look like Invincible is going to be able to really press the advantage with Mashuk still having First Aid Kit, and Gazma having super effective damage into so many of these Tems. Totowa is kind of running out of turns to go ahead and get that going, because we will see the Scunch come out. Moala's in. What is this?
Yeah, and Gazma really only has, the 3 Tems that are left. There's a half health Mashuk and there's like a quarter health Scunch. Everything else, is weak to Gazma. So as you mentioned earlier, I think it's nothing but good board states just about from this point on for this Gazma.
But it takes a pretty sizable chunk of damage from the Wastewater.
Yeah.
And now, all of a sudden, Invincible is pulled in multiple directions here. The Gazma needs to damage both the Moala and the Mashuk in order for Invincible to advance the board state, and they're on that clock. We know that Moala doesn't even go down to a double here. It does have potential option to get its Hypnotist off, and I wonder if at this point, if Hypnotist hits the board, and Tulkin is able to come in, this could be very difficult for Invincible.
This is the 3rd turn on the Diablo, right? Diabolo?
Yes, next turn Gazma's Diabolo should activate.
Yeah.
But it needs to make it through the turn. And it did take enough from that Wastewater that it looks like a double with the Transient Echo might be enough.
Yeah,
that Transient Echo might also just bring down the Mashuk.
I think if I'm Invincible, I need to get Aquatic Whirlwind online, like, ASAP. Because Tulkin is, I think, Tulkin +1 is probably enough to KO the Gazma here. And we see Tesla onto the Moala.
Moala lives, so we'll get to attack but not get Hypnotist off.
I think this is possibly it for this Gazma if Totowa targeted that way.
Nice First Aid Kit proc there.
Yep. Yeah, that's a very good first
Echo
aid.
into the Shook, so Gazma will live.
Okay.
Lives to fight another day. Perhaps this could be the Scunch turn for Totowa? Or is this the Tulkin turn to force the Platypus has no holds up?
It's the Tulkin turn because there is no Aquatic Whirlwind right now, and if you bring the Tulkin later, you just eat a Whirlwind, and you're going to be slower. So you may as well get your value now into this Gazma.
Wonder if Platypus...
Is that true, though? Is that true, though? Because... Yeah, the Scunch is outsped.
Does Invincible respect the... Because we could also see... There's some Marbles chip here. What if we see the burn coming out from Tulkin into Platypus, followed by a Turbo Choreography, maybe, to get the Tulkin above the Plat? But that could be risky, because if the Gazma just goes for the Tornado into Mushuk, that is curtains for it. Totowa does have Pyromaniac Tulkin here, so it is definitely enough to KO the Gazma through the burn.
You might not need to burn the Platypus. This is Pyro Tulkin. So do you need to burn the Platypus? You don't die on this turn, and you can
swap instead.
Maybe eat a
Turbo. Going to come up for Scunch.
Okay, interesting.
Gazma does go for Tornado into Scunch. Shouldn't be enough to kill.
I like this play because the Mushuk is very good into Platimus after the Gazma's dead. I actually rather like this play.
The token actually survives. But
yeah,
the Fiery Soul needs to KO Gazma here with the burn. It actually doesn't. Or does it bring it down? We're looking at the blurry.
I don't think it does. I don't think so.
Very, very good for Invincible. The Diabolo is going to keep Platimus' stamina going. And this should be a double kill for Invincible here. Forcing the Mashuk into a board state where Gazma should be able to get Tornado off.
I think Invincible only has Prio on one of these Tems right now, right? He only has Prio on... Oh, okay. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah. We could see Mashuk come in for Tolkien, though. Take the Whirlwind. But it would still need to be able to bring down the Gazu. If the Gazu doesn't overexert to Tesla here, and don't think it will at this stamina number, Tesla Prison just such an efficient move. It could be the deciding factor in this game here.
So we see the Mushuk coming in to eat the Aquatic Whirlwinds.
Now it starts to be dubious that Mashuk can even finish the game here as we see the Tesla going into the Scunch.
Yeah.
But now Tolkien's maintained Tornado. But I think the Gazma might still outspeed the Tolkien with Tesla Prison.
Could just click E-Storm, right?
Ooh, I think will the Mashuk go down to that? No, he just goes for the Tornado. Mashuk goes down. So, assuming that Invincible has calced for Platimus to live...
There's no way that this goes down to a single Tornado.
Single Tornado,
yeah. No shot.
Oh, it's faster. Interesting. Tolkien goes down in game 1, goes to Invincible.
Yeah, and I think that was very well positioned by Invincible, holding on to the Platimus until he absolutely needed it. That Gazma just got a ton of work. It was exactly like you said, the Gazma into those last 3 Tems just got so much work done.
This is the second time in a series like this where we've seen the Scunch opener into the Clowns teams, where the Scunch player has opted to save the Scunch for later, and it just really hasn't accomplished anything. So I wonder if that's an adjustment to how it looks to make in game number 2 here. We can also see a different pick ban as we get immediately right back into it. Osakai not being hovered just yet.
The speed control onto the Scunch, I think, is that's really the big difference there. Because if it can't have value later with a ninja at some point, it's like once you speed control it, it's so much less threatening. It has way less reach.
Yeah, and that ninja commitment looking for Platimus that ended up catching the Shook instead. Smartly saved by Invincible. Reserve time getting low here for Tatoa early on the first action of the draft. 5 seconds.
I think it was interesting last game that we saw Scaravolt get banned. Oh,
okay, he does. Last second, get the ban on Osakai there.
I think it was interesting
as well.
It was interesting last game that the Scaravolt got banned out, and the choice was made to ban the Osakai after Scaravolt got banned.
I think also another interesting choice is that with the backline of Invincible playing Platimus, Mushuk, and Gazma, Tatoa opted not to go for Gario. I wonder if he adjusts that at all here. And Invincible just goes immediately back for the same opener. We see
Tatoa is looking to possibly switch it up.
Yeah, this may be just a little more upfront damage into OCR, trying to take it out immediately on turn 1 here, leaving the 2v in for later. But that is the receptive Fake Beard makes it so. Sorry, the receptive morale boosting whip, making it very difficult actually for Invincible to get overexerted on the 2v. So that creates an entirely different dynamic as before, where you normally would just kind of wait for 2v to run out of stamina and then get your free turn that way. The morale boosting whip not only helps it against plays like, the Assassin Yowler that comes for a sort of Tem with late Torment, but can't be trapped with the morale boosting whip canceling out the lunge, but also it just kind of makes it very hard to put that Tem on an island. It can continue to attack multiple times, constantly create advantage. As we see, it does have 2x's into a lot of Tatoa's remaining backline.
So it looks like Invincible is just going back, bringing the second water, bringing the Platymus in. We see a Temurian come down this time.
Yeah, Chim is interesting. It means we won't be seeing one of Mashuk or Tulkin, both of which were decently valuable Tems for Invincible in that late game. So
Yeah.
we'll see here. Oh, I guess actually no, it wasn't the Tulkin. Tulkin was banned, so the Gazuma being banned out instead does change the backline dynamic a little bit between these two players. So here we go. We've got game number 2.
I think these are the same 5 Tems, I believe, from Totoa.
Just the ordering different.
Yeah, the order is different
in the league here instead.
Yeah, and the back line is a little bit less scary into the Gazuma. Well, I mean, but there's no longer a Gazuma for the back line to be bad into.
Yeah, for sure. And that is a kind of a heads-up adjustment. But we don't see the Tulkin come in from the Invincible either. Instead, it's going to be Chimurian, which of course can be quite good into Tems like Moala and Gazuma, but it does have to play a little bit around the melee moves and also the Hypnotist, putting it to sleep unless it's an E-Drink. And of course, it has to deal with Tulkin coming in with Pyromaniac Fire Weasel. Invincible's going to play things differently here. We see a swap out right away. Mashuk is coming into what Invincible believes is probably a double.
Yeah. Yeah, and one of the... I think Oshiara does not get a whole lot of value on this board, and then if you look at Totoa's backline, I think the Oshiara is actually quite favored.
Totoa actually just completely reads that though and goes for the melee double. Will this bring down the Tuvine? It does. Holy smokes. That Scunch is healthy.
That's
a
lot of damage.
So now, with Tuvine out of the picture, all of a sudden it's Totoa's Gazuma that looks a little bit stronger. Chimurian is available, but now it's really, really hard. In fact, there are no more synergies for Turbo Choreography left for Invincible's side. He can go for a Flood here, but all of a sudden this Mashuk also looking very dangerous for Totoa.
Going for a Flood here is... You would be trading your Oshiara for a -2 on the Scunch Mashuk, and given the backline, I think Invincible needs the damage a lot more than he needs the -speed right now.
What can Invincible bring in that doesn't go down to a double here on that OCR slot, right? Like
nothing.
Water Oshidashi looks like it claims pretty much everything.
Yeah, no, nothing. So he just has to do some damage, but the Scunch from Totoa's side is incredibly bulky.
Yeah, we see
the Mashuk is
clicking turbo.
The Mushuk's gonna be faster.
Oh, but Invincible is... This morale boosting whip is actually working against Invincible, right? Like it's giving him fewer turns. Like he can't get into Tireless because his moves all cost half as much stamina.
That is true. And we see Oshiara going down. Really for... it got some damage onto the Scunch, but it's really not a ton of value either. I mean, yeah, this is looking rough for Invincible.
Yeah, complete sort of reversal of fortune from game number 1 here, where all of a sudden, just that one decision to double target Tuvine instead and leave Oshiara in the game. Now, like, Scunch has Wrenching Massage, so it could potentially go down to a double here, but, like, Mashuk is also completely happy to just throw Uppercut into Chimurian.
Yeah. I don't think the Mashuk needs to do anything else this game, and we also don't see a swap in from Invincible side into the Platymus, so there's no Aquatic Whirlwind available for the Tulkin that is certain to come down this turn.
Yeah, and this Wrenching Massage, even without any support, is going to shred this Chim.
Oh, and this is brutal. This is now brutal. The Tulkin comes in basically for free, unchecked, throws a Windburst into the Toxic slot, because it's always a Toxic, into the right slot. The Chimurian's not really threatening anything. The Scunch doesn't have speed control on it.
The Scunch can just rest, right? Like, absolutely no reason.
Yeah, it doesn't have to. Yeah, it doesn't have to. Yeah, the Chimurian's not threatening.
The Tulkin can take some pretty heavy damage, but as long as Scunch conserves Oshidashi for when Platymus comes in, it's going to get, like, bopped, right?
Yeah. Oh, it could be slower than the T-Shower.
And, like Totoa has conserved his Moala and Gazuma, right? And the Chimurian has taken so much damage now. Like, Invincible goes for a swap here, but Totoa is like under no obligation to Fiery Soul that way.
Getting the aquatic online. Yeah, I'd be kind of surprised. I think the Windburst onto Mushuk is for me, it's the most obvious play.
Scunch does throw the ninja.
And he does ninja, and
overexertion.
It's whoa. That's some damage.
This could just be, oh man, did he go for something into this Platimus? It's a pretty sizable overexertion. Tulkin goes for Windburst, and it hits Plat.
Oh, and that's it. Yeah, that's
the
yeah. There's no coming back.
Coming out there.
Oh yeah,
from the
that's
Windburst. No way to stop this F Soul coming through into Chim. Mushuk does have Tireless start to work for it here, but it's got a long way to go, and not a particularly big battery to get it done. Tornado is up, and yeah, Invincible's not going to play that out.
We will be moving to Game 3. That was some very good positioning by Totoa.
Completely decisive turn 1, right? Like, just going for the double melee move into Tuveen. I'm like, I guess Scunch Brony is so much with the War Drum, right? I'm not used to seeing Tuveen go down to 2 physical moves, but I guess with the melees, it's just enough, right? But it did seem like it went down pretty quickly, so that's kind of a heads-up play from Totoa.
Yeah,
the difference now, though... Go ahead.
I was going to say, with a lot of those plays, it looks like Totoa was really in Invincible's head there. I mean, you saw multiple really good reads from Totoa's side.
Yeah. The difference now is that Invincible has the counter pick on blue.
Yes.
Right. So Totoa's going to have to do something a little bit different because he's not obligated to go Ociara plus Tuveen here if he doesn't want to. He can lead the Tuveen, and if Totoa comes back with double melee, he can just slap the Tulkin, and all of a sudden he's looking a lot better. Heater is going to help keep Tuveen from going down.
I think Totoa is just going to run it back with Scunch Mushuk. I think it was a solid opener. I think Totoa recognized that Ociara lead was, scary for the other board, and that the Ociara got too much value. So just by slamming this Mushuk, he at least denies that value. We are going to see I believe, Invincibles on Heater. So I imagine we'll be seeing that Heater proc coming down. And,
this is going to be super interesting because now, for the first time, Invincible does not get to click speed control on turn 1. So we actually could see the speeds of the temps come into factor here, right? If Mushuk is faster than Tuveen, that's actually quite bad for Totoa. Because he's going to clear, I believe this is a bait, Tuveen, and that bait will absolutely clear the burn from Heater and possibly shift this in Totoa's favor off the rip, because it is not a guarantee at all that a burned uppercut wrenching massage is enough to bring down Tuveen. If it is, that would be a huge turn for Totoa, but even then, Tulkin then has Tornado up. And it starts to look a little bit dicey as we see OCR has been banned out, as well as Osakai. Invincible considering their next ban here. Normally they've been targeting, I think, Tuveen. But now that they've had Tulkin in the opener, they may not choose to do so.
It's actually interesting. We see that Totoa has banned out the Ociara. I wonder if, in part, it's because he has a plan not to swap this Mushuk out, right? So it's in front of 2 wins, sure. It's probably not going to go down. Like, he could just waste water into the Tulkin. There are 3 wins on this team.
Totoa having last pick in the draft might matter here, because the ultimate question, I think, if you're banning out Ociara is, do you bring Gario?
Yeah.
He's hovering it now. I think this is too premature for him to pick it. He does go for Kazuma.
Yeah.
So, like, if Invincible doesn't go for Chimurian here, it's possible he won't.
Yeah, then Gario is quite strong.
Gario is, like, the ideal swap into Tuveen Tulkin on either turn 1 or turn 2. He does go for Chim, though, so now it's a little bit more suspect. Although it's honestly not that bad off the opener here, still. But then it becomes a game of choice, right? Like, if Invincible goes for the Shook twice, then it's obviously very valuable to swap in something defensive here. But also, Invincible may be compelled to target Scunch, because letting Scunch get to turn 2 without taking very much damage might just be enough for the Scunch to just run over Invincible's team. So this is going to be sort of a balanced mix here, I would imagine.
Yeah, this is kind of very interesting, and Yeah, with the burn coming out on turn 1. That kind of, I think that kind of changes the way that Totoa needs to play this opener for sure. I don't think there's any chance he has enough damage on the T-Vine. It's got what 100 and something base defense. There's no shot.
It's a very good token swap in for Totoa too, right? Like there's really no way for Invincible to threaten that.
Well,
But
Invincible surely knows that.
Yeah, and so
Right.
Invincible can read that and then go into Scunch instead, right? That
he
makes
could
me
al-
wonder if
He could
like,
also swap
Token-
Platimus. He could also just swap Platimus.
Yeah, but that also makes me wonder if Totoa is like correct to go like Tulkin Gario here.
Oh, just double swap?
Double
It's
swap,
risky.
potentially.
It's risky
Yeah.
because you lose a lot of tempo. We do see the Tulkin coming in. I think that was like a pretty clear swap. And we see a double. So this is probably the Gario. Yeah, you called it exactly.
Yeah, I don't think this is necessarily good for Totoa though. Like he is definitely vulnerable to
A
a
Platimus.
swap of Platimus swapping here.
Yeah.
Token takes the wind burst. Tuvine covers with Feather Gatling, eaten by a Totemi. So I mean that turn went about as well as it could in terms of results for Totoa.
It's
He's
not.
got Tornado up, and he can start like trying to maybe call something out.
Yeah.
For example,
It's-
Gary going for like a cold geyser plus a wind burst into Tulkin is like relatively safe
Yeah.
for Totoa.
It's not terrible. Now he has to watch out because I don't know if have we seen all 4 moves on Invincible's Gazuma? Like is this thing running Cage?
I have not seen him click Cage yet.
Okay. I don't know.
I would imagine it's Tesla, E-Storm, Tornado, Turbo. But
Like the safe play from Totoa's side is to try to double into the Tulkin. Invincible sees that possibility, brings the Platimus right because he doesn't think that the Tuvine is going to get targeted here. Makes sense. Get some damage onto the Gario. I think this is an okay use of the Tulkin's health.
Wind Burst,
Yeah, and we see
recovering the swap
Wind
into
Burst.
Tulkin, yeah. Cold Geyser will follow up. Ooh, the Tulkin not going down there.
Not going
Kind of
down.
relevant, right?
It's very relevant, yeah. Not quite enough attack invest on something.
Mm-hmm. But also, Invincible using Tornado, I think, there as well is kind of nice. Rockfall kind of covers most of what Invincible can swap in now. And Mashuk is happy to come in to fight Platimus at this point, right?
Yeah, this is a fine board. This is a fine board for the Mashuk, I think.
Now, Invincible can read this, and he goes for Gazuma instead. I was going to say Invincible.
That's okay too. That's okay too. That's okay
No
too.
way. No way. Oh, Invincible. Did you... Earthbreaker. Goes for the Fire
Oh,
Nado.
boy.
Gazuma's
Oh,
going to take
boy.
huge damage from this.
Oh, this is going to be damage if this is the Earthbreaker turn.
Oh boy.
There it
Here
is.
it comes.
There it is.
Synergy Earthbreaker into the Platimus isn't enough.
Yes.
It is one shot of the Platimus.
Man.
Oh, the Tulkin just got so free for Totoa.
Oh, that is rough for Invincible. That was a heads up play by Totoa.
2 crystals with a Tulkin almost full in the back.
Oh, that is absolutely brutal.
Oh man. Now, the Glass Blade should be able to clean up Gazu here.
Invincible does have a Gazuma on his own, but this Scunch has really not taken. He hasn't taken any damage. There's a whole Scunch.
What a play. What a play from Totoa. Awesome.
Yeah,
stuff.
that was Earthbreaker that's a move, man.
Yeah. He's got to be careful here. His Gazuma might be fast enough that it can land a wind move here. We see Invincible go for their own Gazuma, which is smart, of course.
Yeah.
Chamurian does get the Glass Blade off first, so that's really nice for Invincible. Gario does go for Rockfall. The Gazuma does actually do a pretty good job of threatening out. Totoa's Tulkin. Like it'll do pretty good damage to it, and the speed control is definitely relevant, right?
But you don't bring it here. You just bring your Scunch.
You could bring Scunch. You could also bring Tulkin and just click F Soul on the right slot, like 2 times at least, right?
You could. Yeah, you could.
And we could see like Diabolo's up on the Gazu. Oh, I guess that if Invincible counts as Diabolo turns right, he can get Diabolo onto Tulkin, and that would help him out quite a bit. He's still got to break this Scunch and Mashuk in the back, and he has lots of wins to do that, but he doesn't have a lot of defensive options. The double crystal facing down the melee of Scunch as well.
Yeah, it's...
At the very least, he'll get a turn here because Gario will either overexert itself to attack or swap out this turn. In fact, this is a pretty good turn.
This is a good swap out. This is a good swap out turn, yeah.
Maybe get a Scunch in here or something.
Yeah.
Or a Mashuk and just save the HP on Scunch.
If you go Scunch, you open up lines where you can just start running down Gazuma, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't have very high defense, and yeah, the Scunch comes in.
Glassblade goes the other way. The Tulkin unhurt here. Fire
that's
completely takes out Chim.
That Chimerian's a goner.
Mm-hmm.
And I imagine we'll be seeing a Tesla coming in. Yeah, Tesla onto the Tulkin, try to reduce
a two-hit
speed just a
KO.
bit.
Okay, so the Gazu could go over top of the Prio here. So now Invincible kind of getting themselves back in the game. I think we see this is the turn where... Is this the Diabolo turn? Or is it next turn?
I think it's next turn.
Marvel's chip.
I could be wrong. I could be
Diabolo
wrong.
is next turn.
Yeah.
So, you know, Invincible is cooking a little bit with this Gazuma, right? Because now with Tulkin at low speed, Invincible, if he outspeeds with something like Tornado Fiery Soul of his own, the double into Tulkin should be enough to take it down.
I don't think. I don't think Tatoa needs the Tulkin to win
gonna go
this
the other way.
either. Yeah. But yeah, Invincible has to take down the Scunch.
Oh, the E-Storm could be enough here. Does the Tulkin go down to overexertion? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
This is potentially a lot of damage back the other way. Tesla Prison from Gazu, that's not going to be enough to take down Scunch. This thing is eating its Wheaties, and it's ready to throw hands.
I think this is the end for Gazuma.
Yeah. Pyromania.
Oh no,
Soul.
you could. It could make it. It could live.
This is gonna hurt though.
That's a lot of damage though.
Dashi coming in. Oh, it's a Savage Suplex, so it's a Suplex Scunch. No perfect jab onto Scunch.
It's a Scunch. It's gone.
Gazuma gets
It's a Scunch.
taken down, and now Tuveen staring this down.
Staring down at it.
Tatoa's about to punch their way into top 4.
100%. This is this Tuveen is staring down an Oshidashi, a Mushuk in the back, an F-Soul. There's no shot, man.
What an Earthbreaker. Literally
What an
Earth-breaking
Earthbreaker.
his way into top 6.
I think Scunch has been tearing up these finals.
Yes, absolutely.
With no Gallios in the roster,
Yeah.
not as many mentals in the roster. Scunch is wrecking
There's a
things.
potential for 3 Scunches in top 6.
There is.
Like the winner semis, right? Like Tatoa's Scunch, Lulu versus Argan. Lulu has a Scunch. Allie has a Scunch against Plat. Those are going to be some exciting matches. We are going to cut away from them, though, I believe, because we are swapping out. And I think Patterknife and Bennett have the next game. We're going to be watching Luluchroar going up against Argan. 2 very, very strong players. Should be a very exciting match. And we'll see you then.
Yep.
And we are back here. I mean, Bennett, have you seen the last game here? We saw some crazy Earthbreak and some other funny tactics here. So
Yeah,
what do you
what
think
a
about that
game.
one?
I mean, we had the full speed action, the full damage action, Temps dropping left and right, taking 50% damage from a Tesla prison. I mean, it was really crazy. Really fast pace. Do you think with the match coming back we'll have a different dynamic or something similar?
Oh, it could be quite similar, I think. I mean, we can look at the teams maybe here for a second and...
Exactly, we have Argan against Luluch.
And... Yeah, I mean, both have the potential for some very fast temps here, so... Really hard to tell. Depends a bit on their investment, which way they will go with their teams, but... Potentially, Luluch might be a bit slower on some temps. I mean, he has like a Cycrox, for example, which is not as fast.
And actually, we see the same team as last round, right?
Yeah, it looks very similar. It looks similar. But yeah, that's definitely interesting.
I wonder if they are as squishy as last round. Like if this Platimus, I mean now there is no Earthbreaker to one-hit it, but
Yeah.
maybe the Electrocoish can do some serious damage to it.
Yeah, if that's the case, I mean for sure. Like if that's a speedy Platimus, and they're already in pick ban.
And he banned the HKen,
Yeah.
kind of freeing up the Osukai and Mushuk a bit. Because Lelouch is only running one wind, and that's Loali, which doesn't really appreciate the Mushuk.
Yeah, and with only Hazard now as a fire, Chimurian also becomes almost playable, I would say. Not
Yeah,
quite,
but
but it's
In
close.
return comes the Tulken ban, and I think he might be opting for the neutral lead, right?
Skunch move flank, I mean, it's very strong, and without a mantle for Argan, it's very hard to deal with. But the upside is Argan has still the counter pick, so like, yeah.
But with
Yes.
the Tulken picked, I think the Skunch becomes even juicier. What we saw like last game, where the wrenching massage did like 70% on the 2-vine turn 1.
Yeah, but that only applies if it's as squishy, right? If it's more
Yeah, that's
tanky,
true.
it's not even dealing 50%, I believe, onto a like tanky build 2-vine.
And he can also just swap it out, I guess, and have a strong Tem in the back for the backline, right? Because it's strong against the Koish, Seacrocs, and Ragnet.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's also decent into move flank, right? Because it's such a physical wall. And we see the Loali coming in together with the Skunch here.
I mean, he really doesn't want he just doesn't want to see the Osukai, yeah, on the board.
I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, having 2 electrics, 1 fire, it's hard. And I mean, Osukai has some very, very nasty tools with Petrify, for example, overexerting the opponent without OXing yourself.
Yeah.
If it gets there, like, it's really annoying to deal with, so makes sense.
And also it's his only option against the Mushuk, yeah? To kinda deal damage to it early, because otherwise, I mean, and it's still picked, yeah?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he might opt in for a trade here, Loali for Mushuk, or like... I mean, he can always decline it, right? Switch it out. And see what
but
happens.
If he switches out with those kind of teams, he loses a lot of tempo, I feel like. Because he's really relying on pressuring with his attacks and not with board state swaps as much.
Yeah, that's true. You really care about HP bars and how the speed matches on the current board a lot. I mean, that's why also like teams like Mushuk or Gazuma have turbo.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, and the Chimurian ban coming in, being aware that if the Hazred would have been banned out second, then he wouldn't have had an answer for this
Yeah.
Chimurian.
Jim would have been very scary here, for sure. And I mean, Hazard would have been banned 100% if that would have been the case. So
Yeah, exactly. And the Gazuma is picked up, and yeah, Lulu should also pick up the Koish, which he did. It's just
yeah. Koish also
hard
has some
hitting him.
hard hitting, some nasty tools with, for example, hypnosis or Zen meditation. I mean, the
And also
hypnosis often gets forgotten.
it also synergizes really well with the neutrals, right? With Sparkling Bullet.
Yes, yeah, true. Also giving the Skunch wrenching massage synergy, in case that's important.
And he picked up the Cycroc last to be sure to have an answer to this Osukai and to potentially trade the Loali turn 1, because if he wouldn't have had the Cycrocs, this Osukai would have been really scary.
Yeah.
But now he at least has some ways to deal with it.
I mean, yes and no, right? Because you can always just give him another fodder for the Doom, and then Cycrocs is... I mean, it still has the Digi moves, but...
It can at least hit him in some regard.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, it can at least hit them.
Yeah, and I wonder what we see turn 1, if he will just like Hypoxia and do Wrenching Massage and just go, yeah, I don't read anything, I'm just gonna press the 2x and okay, let's call it a day.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the combo might kill the 2-vine, right?
You think with Pluck and it could.
Plague and Wrenching Massage into 2-vine? 2-vine special defense is pretty bad.
But I don't know if you can allow this Mushuk to live.
I mean,
at all.
2-vine is nasty too, right? It's good versus the Cycrocs, it's good versus the Koish.
I mean, we will see now, because the trading is gonna start.
Yeah.
The
already
wastewater
switched.
coming on the Loali.
And it's hitting the Shook here. Oh, wow. Good damage. And
Yeah.
CPG.
Will it be enough? It won't.
Oh, almost. Yeah, not quite though.
And the wrenching massage. As we expected, 2x attacks are getting pressed.
Oh,
The
wow.
damage is coming in.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's hurting a lot. And so, if
Yeah.
you look at the prio on this board, Loali has prio, Tuvain has prio. Skunch and Mushuk both do not have prio this turn, but you could basically like fake up prio with clicking turbo on Loali or Mushuk.
You would at
Creating
least
that.
get to do something, yeah?
Yeah, it just depends. Wait, Loali was the fastest Tem right now, like last turn, right?
Exactly. And it
Yeah,
also
so-
has potentially the weird gust synergy stuff, right?
Ooh. Yeah, maybe.
I wonder if he runs it, I guess not, but
I'm not sure. Probably not, but it's a nice tech to have. For cases like this, for example, if you really want to kill the Mushuk.
but what does he hit? Like, does he hit? Oh, we will see. Yeah, Turbine coming out
he's not
first.
killing the Loali.
So he just hypoxias again, right?
Or he...
Oh.
Wait...
No,
What?
the Mushuk actually was going first last turn.
Apparently, yeah, you're right. Mushuk was...
But then why didn't he plague? That's actually
Yeah.
a bit surprising.
Yeah, I don't know. Well,
Because then the OX on the Mushuk would have been way bigger. But the Ushi
Yeah,
still comes up, kills the Tuvain.
true. And now Mushuk actually becomes a bit... Actually, it's not really that scary, right? We have Ninja ready on Skunch.
Yeah, actually it's a ninja range, and what can he really pick? It has to be the Osukai, right? Because otherwise the Koish is really scary.
I mean, Koish is also good versus Osukai, no? I think.
True, the turn 1 isn't that great, yeah? I mean, the Koish just seems really good.
Koish just seems like the obvious choice here for Lelouch, I think. And on the other side, it's kind of hard, I think. You don't want to throw in Gazuma because, I mean, that gets
He
hit
did.
by Ninja potentially. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but can you really not kill the Mushuk here with a ninja?
yeah, you do that, I guess, and then you Electro Punch the Gazuma, I guess. Still does
I mean, I
great
think the
damage.
Mushuk might even swap out, yeah? Because you want to
Yeah.
bait out the ninja on something else, but it's such a
Nothing
loss
really
of tempo
comes
again.
in. Yeah, I mean, and Mushuk is so low on HP, and Movelink will have access to Prio Cycrox not. So you can always like uppercut or heli kick into a Cycrox, but is that really worth it? That's something he has to find out right now, taking his time.
Yeah, and actually Lelouch is so fine with the trade that happened turn 1. Because he
Yeah.
got Tuvain against the Loali, and now his Koish is... Okay,
Yeah.
there's still the Platimus, but... I mean...
Tuvain was very important, I think. It was probably more important than the Mushuk, I think. Like
was it
for the
quite
long
coming
term.
to eat the ninja.
Ooh, Skunch being kept? I mean, that's also a fine choice, right?
And
Saving it
He
for
got the
later.
Electro Punch prior.
Yeah, that's also true. Oh,
and
wow.
Synergy Adapt.
And a taser, nice. Reducing damage. I like it.
Ah. Okay, do we see the reactor file?
Huh? No rectifier, I think?
No.
No.
So there is potentially...
Headshot. Ooh, it's a strangle. Okay.
Yeah, he
I
goes
like
for the
that.
strangle tech, but he is in danger of a tornado now, potentially.
Yeah, but
No.
I mean, I think Argan has to hard commit here to kill the Cycrox, right? With that, I mean Dust Vortex and Tornado.
Yeah, because tornado alone shouldn't be enough, yeah? Cycrox is
Yeah.
typically built really bulky.
I mean, yeah. If you look at the Tesla prison damage just now, it's
Yeah.
not. Yeah, you really need a hard double in there.
I wonder if there's ever a world where you want to keep the Cycrox for the synergy, but I think you just can't, right?
Yeah, I think
don't
you're
wanna-
fine. I mean, is the Koish faster than Gazuma on same prio? Because if it's burning the Gazuma again, I mean, there might be a chance where even the Cycrox survives.
I think it really depends, but I guess you... Oh, the quicksand coming out
Quicksand.
before. Now it's not faster for sure.
Yeah, now it's not faster.
What? It still is.
Okay, did he T-prison again? Yeah, he T-prison
Oh, he
again.
didn't tornado though.
Interesting.
That's really surprising to me.
Yeah.
Because
that's
now the
good
Cycrox gets to move.
Yeah.
And it gets to kill, right?
Yeah, that's probably dead. It is dead.
Damn. And now the Cycrox. Like, how can you kill it fast?
I mean, you can't. No fast way. And this looks pretty good for Lelouch now. I mean, yeah, I think that might just be E-Punch range on the Mushuk, right? Not sure if it
Yeah, but
actually
you're
is.
slow, yeah? You're -2 speed.
Oh, you're
So-
right. Yeah. Yeah.
That's maybe the call that Argan did. Like, he traded the Gazuma to, like, get the -2 and give the Mushuk something to work with.
Yeah, that's fair. So what's Argan's play then here? Is he trying to go for the Koish then? Trying to waste water in Dust Vortex, that one? Or
I think, but
Or
if
do
he
you think
reaches
he's
the
going for
swap
the
out,
Cycrox?
then he doubles the Cycrox, right? With
Ooh,
like,
yeah, I like that. But
it's a bit
yeah.
risky, but
yeah. If it works
I kinda
out,
like
it's
it.
decent because then you're not getting doomed, which is huge because you don't want to be
Yeah.
doomed.
we still have to keep in mind though that the Skunch has Ninja up and can like take the Mushuk out at every point.
Mm-hmm.
So
Unless Mushuk turbos twice.
yeah, but you can't permit. And he hooked.
Yeah.
He wants to set up.
Fair.
Won't he get huge damage by the Cycrox?
Ooh. Is that Koish living?
It is.
Oh wow, that's so unlucky. Unfortunate, I guess. A solo
It's
HP
Electro,
here.
and he did it on the Osukai.
Osukai, interesting.
Maybe he was expecting
Strangle.
the Dust Vortex,
Yeah, maybe.
and now the Adrenaline shot comes in, and he gets
Yeah.
the Skunch in for kind of free, right?
Yeah. If he wants the Skungeon, right? Which is
Yeah,
probably
always.
the case.
'Cause-
Yeah.
There's only the Platimus remaining, and he also doesn't want to take physical damage.
Yeah.
And yeah, the Cycrox just looks so good. I wonder if Argan is like hesitating on why he didn't tornado it in the earlier turn.
Yeah, I mean. Yeah.
It's like, yep.
It's hard, I guess. Like, it's a tough choice here. And Osukai is leaving the board for
Yeah, he wants
Platimus.
to keep it from damage from the Cycrox
Yeah.
or potential
doesn't-
doom.
Yeah, it might be Doom actually here, and yeah, Ninja taking out the Mushuk.
But on the upper end, he still has an Osukai which is full life and has +2 attack.
That's true.
So-
When the Strangle basically hit the Platimus here, which probably what Argan want because now the Cycrox is actually like also overexerted.
Yeah, and now we also see the importance of the swap out, because if the Osukai would have been overexerted, then the Skunch would have definitely lived the next turn, but now I'm not so sure. The Dust Vortex might be enough to kill.
Yeah, +2 probably is enough onto a Skunch. Skunch also like suffering from not the from the best special defense.
And then it's actually looking not so bad, right? For Argan?
I am not sure actually. Move lane coming in here. Depending on the trade, ooh, it's unnoticed. So if it actually gets the unnoticed proc, that's huge, right?
Yeah, Skunch is going down.
Yeah, and Platimus has to
Strangled?
rest. Yeah, exactly.
But if he can like kinda kill the Cycrox fast now with a Quadic and another hook, doesn't he
Yeah.
just win?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe he would just wins now then. I mean, Inner Spirit is also a thing, right? From Osukai.
Ooh,
Inner
he'll
Spirit?
probably just kill it.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be too sure, but I mean, you can at least Toxin Shower or something, just in case, to chip it down. If you think it's almost working out. Actually, Toxin Shower is maybe not the best because it's resisted.
Yeah,
But
I think.
Aqua Bullet Hell, maybe.
Yeah, and if the Cycrox doesn't live, then you hit the move link instead. So.
Yes, yeah. So, wow, actually, this might have turned, but I'm not 100% sure yet, because Moonfang is actually also force, like, especially if it runs the Bestial Charge here, AoE damaging both of them. And
Yeah, I mean, it will depend if the Osukai goes down quickly here, right?
Yeah,
Because you kinda need to kill it. Platimus, okay, I mean, it's gonna run out of stamina.
Ooh, and we see Aquatic into move flank. Are we just focusing the move flank down? Is that
Over
the way?
50%. Over
Yeah.
50%, so...
I mean, if that's an inner spirit now... Oh, and there it is! Oh my god, is it also into the
Yeah.
move flank? Yes!
And it kills the move flank.
Wow.
Ooh.
Yeah, and Argan turn it around here basically at the end. Cycrox...
And even if he kills here, I think he just has a problem, because Platimus will just Toxin Shower to get his Aquatic back up.
Yeah.
And there will never be enough time to strangle, doom, or do anything.
Yeah. That's true.
Toxin Shower coming
Well,
out.
Unless this is a water Cycrox, right?
Yeah, but I doubt it.
I don't know. We haven't seen it, right? It didn't get hit by water moves, and it never tried to poison something until now.
But with the Strangle take, usually
Yeah, I
is
know.
the doom.
You're right. Yeah, it's Doom 1. And wow, game 1 goes to Argan here. That
Yeah,
was
but unexpected even. We thought in the beginning that Lelouch wasn't in such a bad spot.
Yeah, killing the 2-vine early looked pretty good for him on paper, but Argan turning around.
And the Osukai actually coming in clutch, setting itself up with the hook and then doing so massive damage. Also the quicksand, really
Yeah.
like bringing the speeds down was so key. Because then the Mushuk could actually do something, right? We thought, okay, the Mushuk is in the back, Skunch can always just ninja it away, but in the end it still got to wastewater.
Yeah, it got the wastewater to Koish, which was actually the damage that needed to be dealt there, for sure.
Yeah, so I wonder how the players will adjust to this first game. Okay.
Oh, Sarah banned. Pageant banned. I've seen this before.
Yeah.
Okay.
Skunch coming back in.
Yeah, but this time we have different sides, right? Lelouch is now on blue side, which means he gets the counter pick instead of Argan.
Yeah, and he can't really do the same play, because last time he led the Mushuk and the 2-vine, but now I
Yeah.
think the Cycrox looks really good into that, right?
Does it? I mean, I believe.
I mean,
I think 2-vine has a spade, right? I'm not 100% sure. I thought
Actually,
it
you
had.
can't really OX the Mushuk, yeah?
Yeah, and that's also a thing. I guess you could strangle the 2-vine, take the bait away. That's annoying for sure, but then you're potentially
Okay.
eating a feather gatling, and if that's
He
the
rather
Allie,
He rather opts
Ooh.
for the same lead as last turn. Last game.
yeah, interesting. I mean, Argan could now force the Chimurian ban basically by banning the Hazret. That's one option he could do, because
But he doesn't, and now it's the
It doesn't.
difference, right? Because now he
Yeah.
isn't forced to ban the Shimurian and could rather ban the Ozukai or something like that, and then the
Yeah.
trading the Duali becomes even better.
or even the Gazuma. Gazuma looks also pretty good here. No crystals on the
True.
side of Lelouch, and I mean, Gazuma can do a lot of speed control with Tesla Prison and Turbo, so a decent choice to ban here that he's
Also the
hovering right now.
tornado. The tornado is always a threat.
Yeah, it's pretty bad for the Hazret, for the Cycrox, also for like Thames, like Skunch or Mooflank. Basically, they all don't have the best special defense.
Yeah, but here I feel really like we see the sides in full display, right? On the one side he was forced to ban the Shimurian because he still bans it.
Yeah, I mean,
What?
you only have one answer, right? So it makes
Yeah.
sense to still take it away. It's hard to play around it if you only have one answer that cannot be chipped, cannot be like slowed even, because then things like Platimus or Gazuma can deal with it. So
So
yeah,
you go in the same game as last, like you go in with the same game plan as last game, right?
kind of. I mean, but Argan doesn't have Gazuma this time.
Yeah, he opted for the
Platimus.
Tulkan instead.
Tulkan and Platimus.
The
Tulkan
Platimus was in there.
Yeah, but Tulkan was banned, I
Oh, he
believe.
didn't pick Tulkan.
Oh.
He just didn't pick it last game.
Oh, fair. I mean, only one electric, so I guess Tulkan makes sense, right? It's only the Koish that you have to
Yeah.
either like slow down or, well, get rid of basically.
And I wonder if we will just see a repeat of the first turn, like everyone's clicking their 2Xs, is happy that everything takes 70% damage.
Maybe. I mean, I think Lush can choose what he wants to do here. He could opt for like going for killing Two-Vine. Also, something to notice, last game, Allie didn't click a 3 prior move, turn 2, before the Two-Vine acted.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. And this time he won't make the same mistake.
Yeah, probably not.
Because getting this plague off would really have helped, right? This Mushroom, he might have been even... would he have been dead with the OX?
I'm not
sure,
sure. Not sure. Ooh, this time we don't see the double into the Loali, we see a hit into the Scanch. Interesting.
Yeah, because he knows that his Mushroom is the fastest, right? And he can't really die here, so it will always get the second wastewater off.
Unless it's the Gust play.
Yeah, I mean, it depends really on if he runs it, right? Because you run Plague, Hypoxia.
And then it depends. It could be Turbo, it could be Allergic Spread, Gust. There are like multiple options. Resin Trap.
Yeah.
So yeah,
but
so many moves.
If he doesn't have Gust, he has to Plague something here, right?
Yeah, and I mean, Plague into Two-Vine looks decent, right? I mean, there's only Platimus or Tulkan coming in, which both don't really like Scanch. I feel like
the Plague into Mushroom is also really good, because he's kind of forced to waste water here, because I don't think he kills with any other attack, and then he
kills
hard
himself.
OXs.
Yeah, and then he kills himself, and you get a double KO basically, with Scanch taking out the Two-Vine. Ooh, that's actually interesting.
And then you have the Koish, because then Loali is dead, you get the Koish in, and you can be sure to always hit something, right? Because then there are only 3 times remaining, so it can be a really dangerous turn.
Yeah. Ooh, we see Scanch out. Interesting. I mean, if that's an early unnoticed proc for move like that would be crazy. But...
Yeah, but the Turbine coming out.
Nice. That's a very, very important Turbine here. Making sure... Oh, Loali...
He didn't Plague again.
Oh, Loali...
Is he not running Plague?
Maybe.
Or
he's not running Plague.
Is he too slow? Maybe he's...
No,
he can't be, right?
Can you be that slow? I'm not sure. I mean, it's 1.5 times the speed, right?
But I mean, the bot state is still fine, because now he gets Scanch, he has Scoring up, and he has Oshi up. And next turn he gets the Ninja.
Yeah.
So it's still a good turn. But he didn't get the Plague, and I think, looking at the Mushuk's HP, I think the Plague would have killed with the OX.
Yeah, for sure. I think it would have killed. But, I mean, you're still threatening this turn the double KO, right?
Yeah, but remember last game when we also thought, okay, Mushuk won't do anything anymore, and then Nosukai came in, he did his -2, and then there was still the wastewater on the Koish.
Yeah, but now he saw the attack, right? So he might not fall for it again. If there's an Osukai coming in, maybe he will be more...
I see it happening again.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, okay, Two-Vine also swapping, that's interesting. Into the Tulkan.
Maybe Heater?
It is heater. Ooh, nice. That's a good heater.
Damage this turn.
Yeah, that's actually a very good heater turn. Taking away so much damage here. Yeah, Oshidashi here. And the Goring.
Solid damage.
Still 50%ing the Tulkan, wow.
It might also be dead to Ninja, right?
Yeah. If that's burn damage, probably. Oh. And it's the unnoticed proc happening now.
That is really good.
Yeah. But it's quicksand time again, right? For Osukai.
Yeah, I think so, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, what else can you click? You can hook, maybe? Do you Dust Vortex here without being set up? I don't think so.
I think you want to take the speeds away.
Yeah.
I think that's a very good idea. But yeah, it's kind of rough here for Argan, because either like Tulkan might get taken away. If you go back to Two-Vine, that also might just get taken away from the Ninja. Not sure.
Yeah, you can't really sacrifice the Two-Vine, right? Because then the Koish again becomes so annoying.
Yeah, I mean, you still have the Mushuk, but yeah, it's kind of hard. Especially if you're not like lowering the speed on Koish. which
Because
you're
then
not.
it just kills, yeah? Koish
Yeah.
Cycrox combo with Electro Punch will just
Just
kill
go
them.
through. Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
So, okay, the swap
and-
out.
It's the Platimus. Ooh, wow. Platimus is not gonna take the ninja well, I believe.
Yeah, that's gonna really hurt. But at least he
Oh.
gets the aquatic up for later.
Yeah, that really hurt it. I don't know if there's an aquatic to come. If that's a Dublin, Platimus probably just dies. And it's the quicksand
It's a
again.
quicksand.
Man, with determined. But that means Osukai is also going down here.
because he didn't have the synergy this time. Oh, and the Platimus is just dead.
Yeah. Just taken out here, basically. Ooh. That might hurt, actually, that you're minus speed on your own Osukai.
And you're kinda in a position where you're forced to attack this move link now, because if you let it get to 0 speed again, the Goring's gonna outspeed the Mushuk, which you don't really want to see.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's already iffy, kind of, like, if Goring outspeeds the Mushuk, because that all depends on the speed invests.
Yeah, it's already kinda annoying. But I mean, you can maybe even kill it, right, with Inner Spirit and...
But then you're giving Skunch more hold? It's so hard choices here. Like,
Yeah.
all of them are kinda hard to make, and I'm glad I'm not the play here, not gonna lie. It's
For sure, for sure. It's
pretty
not,
tough decision.
It's what we call the 50-50s, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Not really, but yeah.
Yeah. And they're both taking their time, or at least one of them is really taking their time thinking through this. And I mean, it's a very important turn, so
Hey, because
Yeah.
Argan really wants to have this Tuvine in the back, like against the Koish and Cycrox in the end. And he kinda has to maneuver his way through the Skunch and move length to somehow create his board state.
yeah.
Which is easy.
And now the Koish comes in.
Yeah, move length is too important, yeah.
Yeah, moving is really important, especially with the potential to come back in on a switch, not getting
he went
hit.
for the Skunch though.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good idea. And Inner Spirit, is it also going for the Skunch? Or is that... Ooh, that's
not.
going for the Koish. Okay, wow. Still a
But
big hit into the Koish.
He had to attack this move length slot, right? Because if not,
Yeah, the speed...
Is that-
That might... Yeah, it's probably dead, right? Yeah.
even through the burn, yeah.
Yeah.
Synergy at that buff.
I mean, the Skunch damage is actually crazy. Like, Oshidashi, Ninja Jutsu, and Wrenching Massage are really doing so much damage. Like, I feel like half of Lulu's damage comes from the Skunch right now.
The Skunch Koish combo is actually disgusting, right?
Yeah.
It's like they synergize so well together.
It's the Sparkling Bullet and the Wrenching Massage combo, both getting Synergy Adept bonus damage. And yeah.
And now he's in a weird spot, right? He can't really put in Mushuk, because then Cycrox comes in and the Electro Punch gets synergy, and you're gonna die. And Tuvine, yeah, he has to bring in
Also-
Tuvine.
Yeah, but what is
Does he
Tuvine?
die?
Yeah, maybe. I am not sure actually. And that's the moment where the minus speed on Osukai is kind of annoying, I feel like.
Yeah, it's really bad. You already press your Inner Spirit. So what do you really want to do? You probably want to Dust Vortex something, maybe the Koish, it's probably enough.
Yeah.
You're just not gonna outspeed it.
Yeah, it might just sleep you. And then what?
Ooh, but then
it's
he
another
goes for another
quicksand. Okay. Still ain't taking
Hey.
out the Koish or the Skunch. Is the Feather Gatling into the Skunch? Okay.
Okay, yeah. What is the Koish doing? He goes for the Sparkling Bullet Tail, but without the synergy, it's not enough.
And now Tuvine is maybe faster. I mean, oh, but E-Punch synergy might make it might make the Koish faster again.
I mean,
Oh,
it is at -2, so
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be really close.
Yeah, but this is actually a tough one.
He could also opt. Yeah, he goes for Cycrox. He
Yeah,
wants to
it's
try the
okay.
synergy, yeah?
Yeah, so he thinks he's faster, I believe, with the synergy than the Tuvine on 2 Prio, outspeeding the Crystal Plume Gatling from Tuvine.
And- Actually, I think he just doesn't even care, because he just doubles the Tuvine here with Cycrox and Koish. And afterwards, the Cycrox is in such a good position, because how are you gonna kill it? You have to kind of hope that Osukai kills it, but look at the stamina on Osukai.
Yeah, Osukai is...
It can barely move.
Yeah, it will do one Dust Vortex overexert, and then it's gonna rest for a turn.
So actually you might hook here, right? To get your damage up, maybe.
I don't know.
But yeah,
This is a tough one. Because if you want guaranteed damage with Tuvan, you probably have to Turbine into the Cycrox slot. But then you're not killing Koish. So...
And what's even worse than the... Yeah, he did it, but what's even worse now, the Koish will kill the Tuvan and the Cycrox will get to damage the Osukai.
Yeah. Or to strangle, right? That's also an option. I mean, it's probably overexerting anyway, so that will be kind
You're
of...
right.
wasted.
Yeah, but I
Okay.
think it's just gonna attack it, yeah.
Ooh, yeah, there's harm for microwaving, yeah.
And
I
with
like
the
it.
synergy depth, not
Wow,
enough, but really close.
almost. Yeah, really close.
Yeah, now he can just double it, yeah? He just doubles the Osukai and then move flank will finish up the Mushuk.
Yeah. And we have a series at our hands here, basically. We're
Yeah,
going
Lelouch will take game 2.
Ooh, or is that... Nah, that's not making a
That will
difference.
never be enough for the Cycrox.
Yeah.
He's a tanky boy.
Yeah, I mean, it looks... Well, it was more damage than expected, but...
He even attacked the Mushuk.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter which one. Moveling will clean up. And
But I
Lelouch
wonder
takes-
if we will see the same draft in the third game. Because the first 2 games we had the same draft.
Yeah, and I'm really interested to see which side Argan will pick now, right? Because he lost this one, so he gets to choose side. And he started on blue, won the game. Lelouch won on blue too. So I think the pick ban advantage will be actually important.
Yeah, but I think you still choose blue all the time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just way too good to have this counter pick, even though, I mean, changed nothing.
Yeah, and they're back in. And yeah, we see Argan again on blue side. So he gets to counter pick and to counter second ban, which is also pretty important. Which a lot of people usually miss.
We see the Tulkan ban coming in this time.
Yeah. And we see a Tuvan again. We've seen that one before.
So you were probably right about game 1, yeah? He didn't ban he banned the Tulkan, yeah?
I think so. But I'm not
He actually
100%.
has to. Otherwise he can't make this lead, because...
Yes, otherwise
Allie
the
gets
token
this one.
comes in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, but both players are fine with this one, and he has to ban the Chimurian again.
Yeah, otherwise Hazred
Hazard gets
will
banned.
be banned. Yeah.
Yeah, and Chimurian actually goes through the team of Lelouch, kind of, without a fire.
So does he ban the Cycrox here, I wonder? Because this was actually the one thing that, like, kept killing everything in the end.
Yeah, true.
But he doesn't. It's the
He
same
goes-
draft as game 1.
Is it the actually same draft?
It's the same draft. If he
Okay.
picks Kazuma and Platimus and Koish and Cycrox and the move
Okay.
link.
I mean, Argan won this one, right? I mean, it was kind of close, but
Yeah, I wonder if we finally see the plague from the Loale. on this-
yeah,
on
it
this
might
turn.
make a change. Like, it might make the difference, right? Because it's
I mean,
good damage.
I don't understand why you wouldn't pick it. Why you wouldn't click it.
Yeah.
It's
Maybe it's just hard reading Argan to do something else, and to be fair, the value he would get from a resin trap or another hypoxia is probably pretty huge.
although if he kills the
Or turbo.
Mushuk with, we see the same turn as maybe the last 2 games.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, he has. Although I don't even know if the Crystal Plume getting on the Skunch is that good, because that forces you to wastewater again.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
yeah, okay. Because now the Lolly dies to a Heli kick in theory, right?
Exactly, and then you might not die on Mushuk with the OX, which is really important, I think.
Yeah.
But I still feel like you go for the plague. You have to do it,
Yeah, I like
Hey.
plaguing.
or maybe he's gonna like full read. But the first 2 games it didn't help either.
Yeah. So Yeah, definitely an interesting turn too. I mean, we see it the third time, but there's potential that it goes like a third way now.
And actually, what's so interesting about it is like the nuances, right? Like second game, he did the Crystal Plume Gatling on Scanch, which forced the Mushuk to re-waste water. Now he has more options, so you can see both players really playing with those nuances in the early game.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, there's the Allie kick.
And again, no plague.
No plague from Allie, yeah.
Or it's really so slow that it underspeeds. I mean,
Yeah, but then it wouldn't outspeed the Turbine and the Scanch, and Turbine
No
not
turbine.
clicking Turbine. Ooh, interesting. Okay.
Okay, so both players trying to read something, and in the end we have the same board as the first two games, right?
Kind of. I think Scanch was a bit more damaged usually.
True, because the Crystal Plume Gatling also went onto Scanch.
Or like a Turbine, either. Like, I think in game 1 it was a Turbine into Scanch here.
Now the move flank feels really good, right?
Move flank always feels really good when there is no mental, and Argan really likes
Osukai.
mentals. Yeah, Osukai coming in.
I
And the
wonder
move
what's
flank.
coming next.
Yeah. It's the double neutral board.
So actually, do you just double the Osukai? Considering the quicksand is so annoying? Because the Mushuk swaps out like a lot of times here, right? Has to
Yeah.
swap out.
Yeah, probably. I mean, you have the ninja jutsu ready, you could just burn the ninja, right? Because nothing really likes it on the Mushuk side. Like, Mushuk dies, Kazuma takes a lot of damage, Platimus takes a lot of damage, and if you double it, like we saw Platimus die in the second game to that double, Kazuma might be similar. So what is Argan's choice here? I feel
I mean,
like?
he will quicksand it. I know, he can't quicksand, yeah? Because he went in on a death. It's not
Yeah,
up yet. He has
not
to
up.
hook.
He has to
So
hook. Or Jinx
But the hook is
Whisper,
still
or whatever it
annoying.
is. Yeah.
I feel like the Usukai is actually the threat from Argan. Because he hooks, he will do the Dust Vortex Inner Spirit. I think you have to focus it.
Yeah, or if you can kill
And
the
that's what he
Kazuma.
did.
Yeah, he doubles it, I guess. Makes sense.
Because now he also has the ninja up potentially for the Usukai, right?
Yeah, that's true. And ninja kills from here, I believe. Like,
Yeah, and he won't even get to quicksand.
yeah, exactly, because the ninja probably just outspeeds it.
And that's actually what you do, right?
Yeah.
You get rid of this Usukai and then... Okay, you have the Mushuk, which is probably in goring range.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
and-
even if he switches now, I mean, nothing really takes the double well from Argan's side. And he tries to save the Osukai, which makes sense, I think.
It's the Platimus. Will we see the
Yeah.
ninja again on the Platimus?
Probably.
Yeah.
And Gansho Xing here. Yeah, look at the
Really?
damage. Oh, that's
And this Platimus
huge.
is probably going down to a base jump.
Yeah, it is. We saw that in the last game already, did the same combo.
But
Scancho
he gets the
Xing here?
Tesla, right? On
Yeah,
the
we get.
on the move flank?
I hope so, onto the move flank.
Yeah. He has to, otherwise the Unnoticed gets out of hand. Yeah.
Yeah. Nice. Also good chip here. Look at the damage, that's actually good.
Yeah.
But losing
Scoring
Platimus
is
for
still-
that is. Yeah.
Going is still prio though. So
True. I mean, do you try to kill the move flank with a tornado and a hook from Osukai now? Is that the play?
I think it's
might have-
actually that might be the
might be.
play, yeah?
Yeah, it's a hard one because I mean, if it doesn't work, it's Wrath. If it works, it's also not looking too great.
I mean
What?
the move flank could swap out into a Koish, right? Reading the tornado.
Oh, also the refreshing Diabolo might proc right now.
Ooh, you're right.
No,
So this
that-
Osukai will actually be in a great shape.
if it's procking, I didn't count the turns.
It should be the third turn now.
Yeah.
It swapped in, and then it stayed last turn. So now, like next turn, it in the
the
beginning
end
of
of
next
this
turn, it
turn.
should prop. Yeah.
Mhm. So if the play works, if move flank dies to the double, or if Lelouch switches, we get to see Osukai with like a decent health again.
Exactly, and then
Be huge.
he has the quicksand options again. He has like a lot of options actually to play this.
Yeah.
But he still has to be a bit careful. Like if the Koish comes in, reads the tornado, and the Scan swaps out for the Cycrocs, then there are those harmful microwaves, which will definitely take out the Osukai. And if then the tornado is up, he
goes for it. He goes for it.
And he stayed with the move link.
Yeah, and it's the tornado. Yes,
it's the tornado. It's dead. He had to double
swap. It has to
swap.
die, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
he had to double swap. Damn.
I mean, he gets hold on Scanch. Like, if he gets back to a ninja, I think that's huge.
But now it will proc now, right? It will heal.
Yeah, it will heal.
It does. The Diablo
Yeah.
procs.
And
Maybe he can get the Koish in and kill this Osukai.
ooh, is that actually dying? Oh, maybe. I'm not sure.
Actually, I think you need to swap out the Osukai, right? Because you need the tornado back on the Cycrocs.
Yeah,
on the Gazuma to kill the Cycrocs
yeah,
potentially.
maybe. You probably just want to like chip it right now with a Tesla prison, switch out, then you don't have
but then
stamina.
your X.
Yeah, that's so hard to do.
Because I don't think the inner spirit with Tesla prison will be enough to take it out here.
I mean, we have some boost on Osukai, but Tesla prison didn't do too much onto the Cycrocs in the last matches. It was like around 25%, and I don't believe the inner spirit is doing 75%. That's a bit too much.
And the synergy adapt, yeah, it is coming, and it will definitely get something on the right slot. The question is what.
Yeah, for sure. And it's the inner
He goes
spirit.
for the inner spirit.
Yeah. And ooh, that's actually getting close. Oh my god. Is that?
Will the Tesla prison be enough? Oh, it
Tesla prison is
outspeeds with.
slower. Ooh.
And with the synergy adapt, it actually takes out the Osukai.
Yeah.
Would it have been enough?
Yeah, that's what we find out now.
It
And
would.
Yes. Wow. So yeah.
So the Cycrocs actually
the speed
has
invest
some
on
speed
Cycrocs.
invest, yeah?
Yeah, for sure.
But this Mushok still gets a move up, right?
Oh, true. Koish now no longer has its trait, right?
Yeah, and the Skunch isn't outspeeding anything, so he could actually take it from there.
Can he? I mean, is the Koish faster than the Mushuk is the question now, right? And the Gazuma.
Yeah, but
Because if
I
it's
have a
faster,
feeling-
it will hypno something. We get to see a tornado into the Skunch. Okay.
The Oaxis?
Yeah, but it's good damage. And if Mushuk is faster and kills the Skunch here. And
It is.
that's. Is it killing is the question?
Yes.
It is. Yeah,
And
okay.
is the Koish in return killing the Mushuk?
Probably. Ooh, First aid kit proccing, okay. So we need an
And-
E-punch for that now.
Argan actually turned it around. He will just Waste Watcher and it will die.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, what a game.
Yeah, what a game. Wow, I'm flashed. What?
Just nothing more to say, yeah?
Yeah, great. Oh my god. I mean, it's still, the moves have to happen, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
Maybe
we
we
kind of had the
overlooked
same
that.
draft every game, but it still was so interesting, right? Because it played onto so many nuances.
Yeah, it like always it played out differently, like different win cons here and there because of like different choices in the early game. It actually was like a great series here, and we're hitting the Gazuma.
Yeah, maybe in hope that the Mushok would have died from the OX of the wastewater. That was maybe the last hope.
Yeah, probably. But now, I mean, now even a tornado is enough from Gazuma.
Yeah.
And yeah, giving respect here, clapping, and yeah, what a great series.
Yeah, that's the game. Argan will take it, going
Yeah.
through the next round.
Yes,
I mean,
what a game. Like, well played by both sides here. That was such a fun series.
yeah, it was definitely really nice to watch and also to cast. I mean, so much stuff is happening. It's actually crazy.
Yeah, and like, it's such a great series. Like, all three games together as a bundle to watch. Like,
And also the
Player.
Osukai, like getting value with quicksand, making the Mushok able to move again, because it was always threatened by this prio, right? The speed was so important because you always needed to get the ninja out and the goring out, get the speed down, to just give this Mushuk some space to get the wastewater on the Koish, which he actually got like in basically every game.
Yeah, he basically planned that throughout the match perfectly, and it worked out. And that's it from us. I believe the next quarterfinal is Senior Plat versus Allie, so that will happen after a short break. So that's it from us. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And welcome back, everybody. We've got one more game for you on stream, and Alto and I are proud to present the PDX Bowl on cast. We've got Allie going up against Senior Plat, and with top 6 status on the line.
Yeah, and I think it's a very interesting matchup. The two of them are playing kind of very, very different teams. From the outset, it's kind of hard for me to tell which one of them has the upper hand here. I think Allie's Scunch is kind of a nightmare for Matt's team here.
Yes, I mean, these players have played each other a number of times over the years, and I think, Plat owns a very respectable win rate in those matches, but I think this team is one of Allie's best shots at kind of breaking through the big numbers that Plat is playing. Time to watch, I think, in this matchup for both players. Like, we want to see Allie Scunch do big damage. I'm curious to see if Plat can get advantage from just how humongous his Gulder is. You know, oftentimes these players like to ban out stuff like Yaller and try to get advantage off of that. See if Plat can do the same thing with Gulder, because it is very big and it does deal a lot of damage.
Between Skunch, Hazrat, and Munko, I mean, yeah, Allie just has a ton of damage coming out from her side.
Yeah, and it should be said
Yeah,
also that the Ragnet is a big tem for Allie too, being chamomile, like
Yeah.
be disabled or toxic ticked.
Yeah,
So,
potentially
we'll see what
multiple
happens here.
jabbers as well into Matt's slower team is, you know, it's also not bad. We see the Chromion, or I lied, that's an Acronox. We see the Acronox getting banned for Plat.
Yeah,
I don't know why I thought that was a Chromion.
Volcrane definitely much more vulnerable to the
Absolutely.
Chromion, right? So it's a lot riskier with Allie on blue side, having that counter pick Volcrane, very risky to go for. Unlike the set against Scarcing, where you saw that the self-hook will trigger up reactive Vial, you're not going to outspeed Water Blade from Chromion in that case.
Right.
So the Volcrane will, and unlike Scarcing's Schween, which didn't exactly have a ton of threatening water damage, Allie can absolutely threaten not just water damage, but digital damage with that Tim as well.
And as you know, as we predicted, Scunch down. Plat says, "Get that thing away, get that rat away from me."
Yeah. We see
Yep.
that
The
goes to the assassin
The assassin Yowler.
to the Ragnet.
Yep. I think it's a pretty fair play from his side. I think the Ragnet. I think he's actually quite happy to have this Ragnet.
Yeah,
into
it can't be
Allie's team.
assassinated. It can't be assassinated in the same way. She goes for move flank. It can't be assassinated in the same way. Plat does get a very, very fast hypnosis now with the Ragnet steal, because that is a Tim that has hypno, and Plat is likely running maximum speed on his Mimit or very close to it, and that means that he'll always be faster than Allie's Ragnet. So that's a way for him to like win turns over the course of the game. So we'll see if that's plays itself out in a way that's going to be good for Plat.
Yeah, and with this move flank being hurry warded, not unnoticed, you know, if Plat does have that fast hypno, Allie doesn't necessarily have a way to outspeed it.
Yeah. The second phase ban is going to be interesting here. We do see that the Acronox is taken down. Gulder coming in immediately in response to Hazrat. Allie went for one Gulder, Allie went for one Hazrat, Plat going for two Hazrats, which is the base stat total of Gulder. How he's going to come back with the Mustard Koish and the Munko coming in here.
But you know, I think it stands to say that Hazrat is quite good into this, especially with the Nidrazil being picked up over the Platimus, which of course makes sense given the rest of Allie's composition.
Yeah, with her playing Embers, I think it's a pretty easy scout that she's not running Heat Up, which you probably want in this matchup. It's very difficult to beat a Gulder with Hazrat if you don't have Heat Up.
Yes, 100% I agree with that.
So I wonder.
This early move flank is gonna put some work in.
Yeah, one of the variants here, when you can't get late Torment onto the Tim you want to steal turn one, is sometimes the Yowler will just swap out. We'll see if that's what happens here. Nope, actually.
He decides to take the move flank.
It's a very interesting plan.
You know, that's okay too. His move flank is now, I mean, it does less damage, but it is faster than Allie's move flank, and he can get the immediate damage, the late torment value. And I think into Allie's team, that's important. I think if he doesn't get that extra late torment value, there's, you know, a good possibility that Allie just has the damage to run away with the game. So I think this play makes a lot of sense.
We see the Torment goes into the flank. And it's going to be enough to put it within range of a second one, but it doesn't look like the second one is coming. So now the big question you ask yourself if you're Plat is do I actually live on Mimit here? Like, this Mimit's going to be taking probably a Goring, something similar. Allie is that going to be enough to bring it down with the -2 defenses here? Will Allie go for Hypnosis to try and control Yowler? We'll have to see here.
I think the Hypno, if you're planning, I mean, she can't do any, she has to get value out of this move flank, so I think the Hypno play is more likely than not. But I also...
go for an Arachnite here to turn mental and not be slept, but it seems a little unadvisable with all the electric and digital stuff. Instead,
it's just an Idrisil. The Idrisil... I believe that's E-Drink, right?
See the base jump. Does Allie go for Electro Punch here? If so, that's a very heads-up play from her. Yes.
Yeah, she does.
Like from Allie, she keeps the Hypnosis stocked up, not using it just yet. And now the move flank, while low, is not out of the game at all, and Ragnar is free to throw. Turbine here has lots of different options.
But Allie is running lower on stamina, and Matt has one turn off of his Bark Shield. So, and Bark Shield, I think a Bark Shielded Goulder is absolutely terrifying for Allie.
On the other hand, she does have Shaolin Munko alongside Synergy Adept Koish, so it's
Punch Bag.
It is Punch Bag Goulder.
It's a Punch Bag Goulder.
Synergy Adept Microwaves is pretty good at dealing that damage.
That is true.
Next to the Koish. And Plat is gonna have to fight through burn quite a bit here. Both Hazrat and Koish have access to lots of burn, lots of sleep. I think Allie just won that opener really handily, I think, so far. Mooflank's still alive. And the Mimited Mooflank taken down. Mooflank not a very good target for Mimit. Plat felt like there was an opportunity for them there. But maybe not quite so.
I think getting the damage on the neutral Tem was more valuable than having necessarily the best Tem into the matchup. I think the early damage on Mooflank is very important considering the two toxic Tems in his backline.
It's definitely also possible that the Mooflank getting unnoticed would have been really bad for Plat, right?
But he knew that it wasn't. I mean, it's been shown that Allie's Mooflank is Hurrywart.
He is primed to take Held Anger here, right? Like he kind of wanted to stop that from coming out, but it's not going to be the case.
Yeah, no, there's nothing he can really do about that.
So Turbine's going to hit the Nid. This should be pretty respectable damage. Yep. If you combine that with the Held Anger here...
Oh, it's thumb damage.
A lot of damage. Not going for any sort of control. I wonder if we see Allie Plat go for Side Spores here to turn on the power? No, it's just going to be Allergic Spread. That's interesting, because he does manage to get Toxic Ticks onto Ragnar here, which is definitely very valuable in the matchup. An Unseen Blow from Arachnite, nothing doing yet there. That should be enough to stop Plat from getting Bark Shield off on the Nid next turn, however.
Oh, yeah, the Hazrat has a pretty solid board here. So we probably won't be seeing a Bark Shield this game. But it also might not be necessary. The Ragnit doesn't have Turbine up, it's almost dead. There's a whole Yowler in the back, the move flank is down.
A lot of this is going to come down to the fact that while these bars seem to think that the players are roughly equal HP, Plat actually has much more HP on Yowler and Goulder than Allie has on her Tems. On the other hand, she has the burn mitigation and the sleep mitigation with Ragnit. That's going to kind of have to be the plan for her to sort of take this down. You see Ragnit swap out, so valuing that sleep maybe a little bit later in the game. Of course, she's going to be coming in here. Synergy mount added Lava Wave, that should be enough to break through the Nidrasil.
I would be shocked if it didn't. Yep. Nidrasil's down. And let's see what this Arachnite can do. It has not procced its adaptive yet. Just see. And I would absolutely say that Allie is pulling ahead.
Oh, it's a 2-hit KO.
Currently. Oh. Yep, that is Hazrat for you.
That's a little bit rough for Allie, because now she doesn't really have the option to go for... She can't burn the Arachnite because it will adaptive, right? So
yeah, and that's 2 Hazrats right there.
Yes,
so there are 3 Hazrats on board right now.
And given the Ragnit's relatively low HP, I don't think anything even wants to swap in. Like a Munko can come in, but it's actually quite a difficult swap in.
Yeah,
for Allie here. This Arachnite continues to just push damage into Allie. And now this is kind of where she has to manage her control, manage her mitigation, and take down these two titans on board for Plat. Or I guess 3 titans, including the one in the back. We will see a swap out.
Yeah, I think Plat wants to take that Arachnite out while it doesn't have any sort of adaptive up, while it's it's threatened by the Koish. Yowler can potentially take the hit. And Gulder eats that
Off the
pretty handily. Yeah, but denies his healing. And the Koish does drop the Hypno here onto the Gulder. He's going to sleep.
Yeah, Yowler getting in for free here. Maybe not what you want to see from Allie, because now Hazrat is kind of in a difficult position. It can go for Embers.
I think it still dies. If it clicks Embers, it still goes down.
Yeah, perhaps. We will see the Zen meditation potential from the Koish here. We could see Ragnet swap in as well. Allie's got to kind of manage her board state a little bit here. She wants to create a situation where Munko can still deal 2x damage to Arachnite in the late game.
I think the sleep control from Allie's side is going to be very potent. In the turns to come, I think that's probably one of Plat's biggest challenges.
So there's the Embers. What do we see? This Yowler suplex. It's actually the other way, so that's going to help protect Munko a little bit here.
This makes sense. Rat's almost out of stamina, and it's not doing that much.
Yeah. But now with that suplex chip.
Yeah.
Now water cannon from Plat starts to look very dangerous with the Gulder swap in, right?
And I don't know. I don't know if Plat's whole moveset has been revealed. So
on which time?
On Arachnite. So if not all of the move, it has. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Plasma beam. That's gonna get the adaptive is gonna cancel that out. Here.
The water cannon does come down. No Gulder.
The clinch might not be enough.
Munko is pretty tanky. That is not enough.
Yeah, big turn for Allie.
The Embers burn, clutching through. Yeah. Now Hypno is back online.
She's got the E-Punch microwaves threatened to take down the Arachnite here. Plat would need to be really, really tanky to tough it out. Managing her sleep turns really well here, too. She can get Ragnik Koishin and just go for a double sleep into Zen Med to kind of finish things off here.
I don't know if she has to click Zen Med to win this.
Yeah, once the Arachnite is out of the way, the double sleep play starts to look really good for her.
Yeah.
She's doing a really good job of maintaining control of this match with the extra speed boost here. Everything stays in. Yowler goes for the darkness.
Darkness.
The microwaves, it's going to 2x still. It's not going to be enough. Oh, but the E-Punch, it lowers the speed on the E-Punch. Oh, Arachnite gets unseen blow off first. Munko does not get another turn, it goes down.
And you don't see that too often. There aren't too many Yowlers running darkness out there. That is some
that was not much better than just quick and clinch.
No.
Oh, but it does matter for this turn in the sense, oh no, she's got the double sleep play. She's going to be able to shake it off. She's going to be able to shake it off here.
Yeah, I believe so.
Double sleep into
Zen Med Hazrat. Yeah.
Very strange game, just in general. Stealing the move flank with 0 attack. Pumping the damage into it with lunge, but not getting the KO. Allie managing to kind of manage her resources here. No, Ragnet goes for perfect jab. Does Ragnet not have enough here? Koish goes for Hypno. Does Ragnet not have Hypno?
I would be a little surprised if it didn't. P-Jab, E-Punch, P-Jab, E-Punch, Turbine we've seen. Have we seen a fourth?
Azra comes in here. Cooler gets the nutrition bar.
Hold was down. The hold was down on Hypno. It swapped out after.
It's already, the hold was down on Hypno.
It was already burned. Okay. So it was just a couple turns ago and we forgot.
That P-Jab is going to matter for sure. Cooler drops low. Maybe enough for E-Punch to take it out? At -2 defense?
That's probably an E-Punch range.
Yeah, and it should outspeed. It's Bullet instead.
Oh,
Allie didn't trust that she outsped. Cooler gets the Tink off into Koish. And now Yowler should be able to finish it off.
2v1 here? You sure? I'm not sure.
I'm sorry, Yowler should be able to finish it off, including the tick with suplex, which means he won't get stuck.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, through burn most likely here, but there's a lot of pure damage that Allie has going for her here, right? She gets to wastewater twice.
I think he needs to hit the Hazrat because the Koish, if it clicks a move, OXs. If he hits the Koish and kills it, the Hazrat gets another move off. So the correct play is to try to kill Hazrat. And then hit the Koish after.
If he kills Hazrat though, he takes the damage from does Koish OX here?
Yeah. No, it didn't OX. Oh, okay.
So he gets farewelled here. Smart play from Allie.
Yep. Okay, yeah, I thought it OX'd.
So Allie should win from there.
Yeah, Allie 100% wins from there. Yeah, I thought Sparkling was an OX.
I guess it wouldn't have mattered really. She gets the kill on this next turn anyways. So Allie takes game 1. I think if you're Plat, you got to rethink the matchup a little bit. That was very clean from Allie.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, I don't think you go for the Assassin Yowler again. I think the idea was to put damage on move flank early on and just accept that you have a low attack move flank that you have to hit with. And I think that's an okay plan game 1 if you're not sure. But I think game 2, there's no way you go back to that.
Get into the draft right away here.
I would be really surprised. I'd be really surprised to see that lead again.
Yeah, so confidently picked it into and so confidently went for the play onto the move flank as well. It's kind of interesting.
I think if you hit Ragnet instead, I think you're in an also quite bad spot. Just because the move flank puts out a ton of damage and runs you over.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Knight picked off the lead here instead.
Yep. We see an Arachnite picked into 3 electrics and two digitals.
Yeah, it's a very interesting Arachnite pick here.
Allie has to be a little careful with this pick. Actually.
I think she's just prepared to go for...
Okay, she does go for the Chromion, so he can't just hook with the Volcrane.
No, but this is a pretty easy grab of the Ragnet, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that.
On the other hand, he can never kill Chromion, right? It's very hard for him to kill Chromion from there.
Depends on his moveset.
Well, we know it's Hypno, Turbine, P-Jab.
No, I meant on the Arachnite.
We know the Arachnite is Water Cannon, Soul Shout.
It's Water Cannon, Soul Shout, Unseen, and I haven't... It's T-Strike? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's T-Strike. Got it. Okay.
Day 1 we saw that.
Yep.
So it's very, very hard for
yeah, okay, yeah, I agree.
him to kind of knock out this this setup. On the other hand, he is going to get maybe turned into a Water Tem here. So he gets stabbed on Water Cannon. I don't know how valuable that is.
And yeah, we see the Hazrat move flank coming in on the back line. Platymus picking up, or Plat picking up the Plat.
Yeah, going for that instead of Nid or
Yep.
makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
Nid maybe just a little bit too slow. See game 2 here. This lead, once again, looking a little bit strange for Plat. He's probably going to secure himself another Ragnet, but it's not entirely clear that's good for him. Like, he doesn't have a lot of ways to deal with the sleep that Allie has present in her team. He does have a faster sleep option now with the Mimit. Let's see if that, makes the difference for him later in the game here. So you see what's going on in the back right off the bat. Yeah, Mimit will just steal Ragnet here.
Take the Ragnet. I mean, it's the only. I think on this board, it's the only option. I mean, you don't really have much of a choice. I think Allie knows that as well.
And
So yeah, we see
targets
a
them.
micro.
Careful to not give Plat the option to kind of go back into adaptive on Arachnite. Unseen Blow going to target the Ragnet.
Get this guy out of here. So like 40%. Yeah.
Not quite. Another perfect jab. But the main thing that I think Plat is excited for about this Mimit is that he's going to have a really, really nice Hypno once this Ragnet is out of gas here. +1 speed, max Ragnet Hypno. Should be faster than a lot of stuff, except it's playing against Allie. That might not be fast enough.
Well, it's definitely not going to outspeed the Chromion micro. I don't think there's I don't think there's really much of a chance of that.
There's a really interesting play for Allie here where she can use the Chromion, either Microwaves, Binary Flood, Water Blade, however you want to do it, to change the Arachnite's typing so that it then can be slept by Ragnet to give Allie a little more control of the game here. As Plat can get pretty much nothing done with this Mimit on this board. His best option is really to P-jab Allie's Ragnet, which can just be washed away later. So we do see Plat switch out. Does Allie read this? This is a really good Electro Punch if Allie does read this.
Yeah, just save it for later.
Instead, Microwaves onto Gulder.
Oh.
It is Electro Punch targeting the Gulder, not the Turbine. Unseen Blow continues to chip. That is a 3-hit KO. And now Allie can really start to put pressure on Plat here.
Yeah. Yeah, this Arachnite's in a bit of a perilous position.
Yeah. Once the Ragnet is taken care of, though, the game does start to open up a little more for Plat. And so getting it low here is definitely beneficial for him. He still can't quite go for any super strong plays. I wonder if Turbine plus Microwaves is enough to KO the Gulder, if that's what she wants to do, if she wants to trade Gulder for Ragnet here.
He could
Possible,
also
but not super likely.
He could also just say, I'm bringing Ragnet back in. Okay, so he brings Yowler left. Lunch coming down, trying to wear out her stamina. Not quite enough to force an OX.
He did try to get the spider there, so Plat playing with the Yowler stamina. Sorry, playing with the Yowler's HP pool here. You see
But the Ragnet did not OX.
Very big turn there for Allie, as Gulder is way too slow to be impactful on this board, and she can just throw the Ragnet away if she wants, or she can save it for later, as it's always going to have a really nice bit of speed to work with here. Although it is definitely in big trouble against, now Allie has to be quite wary of Plat's Ragnet. I think that is pretty tough for her at this point.
It's at 60% health, and she has a Hazoret move flank. I actually think this is a. I think this
Hazoret takes some Turbine though.
No attack invest. 50%, 60%, 60%.
Is that enough with big Tungus to take it down?
Maybe.
We'll see.
It's hard. I mean, I think this is not a board state I'm actually familiar with. This is kind of very interesting. So we see Ragnet taking itself out to get the sleep onto Yowler. Makes sense, get a free Hazoret swap. Mostly free.
What is... We see Toxic Ink. Nice call by Allie. She's really on point this game.
Oh, that turbine might do more than 60%. I take it back.
Now it's time for her to start to continue creating that offensive pressure.
And really, both
really want to swap into anything here. I don't think.
No, both of these slots. Both of these slots are at risk of being doubled.
We could see Platypus come in here actually as Yowler swaps out. Yeah, Platypus does come in.
You got the aquatic up.
Lava wave.
And yeah, he swung into the Goulder.
That should go down to neutral technique.
No, I think it lives actually.
Get the base jump. Just barely.
Yeah. Yeah, it's close. He gets some ticks on the move flank. That's. I think that's the best turn he could have hoped for. that time around. Now he has
starts to tick the Diabolo, and that can be definitely relevant given.
Now she doesn't have to full commit because she does have Bestial Charge, I believe.
Yeah, for sure.
So she doesn't have to commit a whole slot into hitting the Goulder.
She has to be careful though now, because like, if she takes any more chip on this, like even just the Toxin Shower chip from this Plat, is that like enough to put like move flank in Whirlwind range and then like Hazoret in Turbine range? Because then he's gonna get the Refreshing Diabolo onto the Mimited.
Yeah, I tell you what,
it's hard for her Koish to do anything.
Yeah, I think it definitely pushes the rat a lot closer to Turbine range. I don't know if it pushes it in Turbine range.
Yeah.
It depends how much HP Allie has on this Hazoret. I know it's not much. I know it's not much, but okay. So he goes for the bullet on the move flank. That goes down in another attack.
Okay.
And yeah, this is the turn you bring Mimit. It's faster than the board.
I wonder if he goes the other way here. Like we see Arachnite come in and Electro Punch targeting the move flank. Is that enough to KO it? No attack invest? Because we just saw that move flank is faster than Platypus, so he'll have to eat at least a Goring, if not Goring and Venomous Claws. It shouldn't be enough to take him down.
I think it's risky. Move flank has high base defense. He has no attack invest, right? So
Allie makes the play as though he's targeting Hazoret.
Into Chromion.
Yeah,
Turbine.
Let's just go for the Turbine here. Maybe he saves the Aquatic Whirlwind because he knows he's outsped. Flank goes for Goring. He's targeting Mimit.
Not a great T-Shower turn, though.
No, so he just throw the Whirlwind. He throws it at the Chromion.
And the Diabolo coming in. Let the Ragna get a little bit more value.
Is this the Arachnite turn? Because I think Allie can just go for like a double kick onto this Mimit to get ahead of its 2 prio here. Is that even good, though? Allie's starting to run out of HP to work with a little bit here.
I think he needs to... I think he needs to get this Arachnite in soon.
You really don't want to lose Electric Custodian with Koish still in the game, right? Like
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Allie retreats the flank. Koish is in.
Well, this would be the turn to... Oh, so he didn't. He swapped the Platypus out. And the Arachnite comes in on the Platypus spot. Okay. I guess he's going for an E-Punch here.
Yes,
Yeah.
and he targets the Chromion instead. Good read from Plat.
Good read.
Turbine is now up again to threaten the Hazoret.
Hazoret. And I think...
Faster than maximum speed.
I think Plat is in quite a positive position here now.
He doesn't have Whirlwind up on Platimus, but Allie is going to have a pretty hard time breaking through his Arachnite Yowler Plat.
I mean,
maybe she doesn't.
She has to Lava Wave into the Ragnet.
Is that faster than +1 max speed Ragnet? Plat's just going to save it.
Yeah, but he doesn't. But she doesn't die. The thing is, she needs the damage into it. Yeah, and that's and that's exactly what she did, because yeah, she has to get the damage on the Ragnet now, even if it doesn't outspeed and she takes damage, she doesn't die to it and she gets some value into Ragnet if it stays.
It's a really nice cover if she went for E-Punch though, right?
Yes.
She does. Good cover. Platimus goes down.
But now Ragnet can come back. Ragnet can come back, and it's now it's much better positioned than it was before. It's not gonna. I don't think it's gonna go down to. It's not gonna go down to a single hit, and I think with the +1 it is faster with Turbine. It's definitely faster.
Plat can just start to run down Allie's non-Koish slot at this point, right?
Does he need the Turbine to kill the Hazoret? I don't think so.
Unseen Blow is a KO.
Yeah. He could just
Turbine
okay,
is
so
faster than
yeah,
Hazoret.
so he did. Yep.
Big damage into it. This is a nice little bit of chip for Allie. She has to hit the Mimit. She's ice
And I
cubes.
see ice cubes coming in.
That's
So it's now
really good for her.
Yeah.
Just in the sense that, like, okay, well, she did turn on a notice though, so that's adaptive. That's not great. Oh, that's very not great.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. And her last spot is move flank. We know Goring is up, and it definitely takes the Mimit out. But you know, E-Punch is going to go first.
Yeah,
E-Punch goes first.
Does E-Punch KO move flank from here? Because if not, it's a 2v1, right? Arachnite goes down to Bullet. Mimic goes down to Goring. If Mooflank doesn't go down to E-Punch here, Allie should win. Because she can then Hypno the Yowler.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, does Plat just save his... But Synergy... No, the Koish won't overexert to Bullet.
No.
He just goes for Ice Cubes. Does he survive?
Yeah.
Wow. Just
Oh.
Goes for Hypnosis, though, onto Koish.
Oh, this makes sense. This makes sense.
Allie just runs the Held Anger into the Arachnite. Is this enough to bring it down?
No, the Arachnite's too bulky.
Curse you, Senior Plat, living on 1 HP.
That is a lot of bulk.
Over and over and over again.
Well, I think Allie played to her outs there. Interesting. That was. Well, this is definitely going to be a win for Plat. That was a weird turn. Yeah, Magnetonics mentioned that it was a bit of a weird turn in the Twitch chat, and I agree. That was a weird turn.
That was it, yeah. Just like I would have thought she would have gone for the priority, like the Goring into the Ragnet instead of the Ice Cubes.
She had, yeah.
Maybe she thought the Synergy added Bullet didn't KO Arachnite?
There's a chance that she thought,
swapped, right?
There's a chance, yeah, it might have been a swap play, and it might have been thinking that the E-Punch killed Mooflank, right? And then you have to double target to do something to the Ragnet. So I think she was playing to her outs, maybe?
But then why didn't Plat E-Punch the Mooflank?
Maybe he thought he didn't kill.
But then, surely the Goring would have outsped Hypnosis, though. So... She held angers the spider, right?
Deja pointed out, Plat had no E-Punch anymore because Arachnite lost its Digityping. Yeah,
right.
That's correct. That is correct. It was water.
Turbine the turn previous.
It was water. Yeah.
From chat. Yeah.
Yeah. Good call from chat. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Oh, learn something every day.
Forget something every day. I'm getting old. All right, we see exactly the same bands come out. Plat is looking at... He's hovering mid here. Very low reserve time. Goes for the Mimit. Bulkrane. This is new.
This is new. So if you're Allie, what is stopping you from slamming the Chromion, right?
She does just slam the Chromion.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I mean, this Volcrane comes out. Turn 1.
Yeah.
For sure, it comes out.
But
you know,
it's a pretty
actually,
safe-
though,
it's a pretty safe swap-in of like Platinums here, right?
yeah. Yeah, it's pretty safe. But again, we noticed last game that Ragnan wasn't doing a whole lot on this board. And if he, so if Plat becomes Ragnet, brings in the Platimus, he kind of has to stay. Because he can't leave.
Allie being on the turbine here is like so rough for Plat, right?
Yes.
He kind of has to go like he does not bring Yowler. Very, very interesting.
It's I guess he sees it's too slow. It's just too slow in the Allie's team.
So he's gonna try and carry the game with instead, I guess, the Volcrane instead of the Yowler here.
You know, the Volcrane is very scary into the backline.
Yeah. I wonder if Allie just lets him... He doesn't have the Arachnite this time to deal damage to Ragnet. So I wonder if Allie just lets him have Ragnet here, because like it's way, way harder for Plat to damage the Ragnet now.
You know, she has Monko too, though. So maybe it's not that bad. Even I guess he just stays in. Oh, okay, no, he doesn't stay in.
No.
You never know.
The Platinum
You never
is very
know.
good here. It's well protected from Electro Punch. It doesn't take anything from Perfect Jab. Allie keeps him honest.
Keeps him honest, yeah.
The P jab, it went that way, so Determined will block it. Platinums just have Diabolo available. He can start going for like perfect jabs onto Ragnet, but that's about as good as it gets. And I want to say that Microwave's Turbine is probably enough to just erase this Platimus from the game. Maybe Plat just trades in the Platimus to go for damage onto Ragnet here, like just throw Whirlwind at it. Mimit swapping out, actually. Nidrasil coming in on that slot. We see the microwaves. Does Allie go for E-Punch here, or is it Turbine? Ragnet goes for Turbine. Does this take down the Plat from 55?
No.
Allie doesn't have the offensive investment.
I think it's just a bulky Platimus. I'm pretty sure Allie has some attack investment. Oh, maybe not.
That Rushial seems such low pace from Plat, right?
Did he have anything better to click? I guess he could have whirlwinded the Ragnet, I suppose.
Like he's having a big problem dealing with this Ragnet. Now he's got allergic spread, we can start to work it. I think Allie is like maybe considering swapping out of that, but
maybe
he needs the synergy to get ahead of the Platimus here.
Maybe he just doesn't want to put resources into the Ragnet because he has the Volcrane in the back. He has Volcrane Nidrasil.
It also starts to get really tough for Allie as soon as if he gets like Bark Shield onto Guldur, it's really hard for her, right?
Yes. Because then even with the Hazoret.
I feel like this is the classic overload the Barnshee, except now it's overload the Ragnet. Platimus swaps out. It is the Mimited Ragnet making its return.
You know, a Bark Shield on the Ragnet would actually be...
It is going to take quite a bit here, though. The microwave.
Does he side spores, though?
Strong damage. I like its perfect jab onto Nid. And Nid just goes for the spread. Targeting the Chromion. worth pointing out, there is no synergy this time for Electro Punch. So Plat would have to go for a Turbine to target this Chromion. I don't know if it goes down from that. It might.
This could also just be, if Plat doesn't want to risk it, this could also just be swap Goulder Bark Shield.
It looks like a pretty, if he wants to risk it, this is a pretty good nid out for Volcrane here into Turbine, but he's not going to risk it, no.
That's a bit risky. I don't think he risks that on game 3.
So Allie, Plat doesn't go for Turbine this turn. Goes for Hypno instead, onto one of the Tems that has a Toxic Tick on it. Maybe calling a swap here. Chromion goes for Binary Flood.
This
That's
is
a nice chip.
not a very good Bark Shield, I think.
No, well played from Allie. This is a really nice, although as that Chromion starts to dwindle down, that potential hook play onto Volcrane kind of looms large in the back for Plat, right?
Maybe Plat thought maybe Plat thought he would outspeed.
He is
Or-
pretty bulky still, though, right? Like,
Or
it
didn't
probably
read-
doesn't go down.
Yeah, maybe he didn't read the Turbine there.
Now he could go for Turbine if he wanted to, but maybe he just doesn't bother and tries to save it for Hazrat. As long as he has Turbine up on Ragnet.
Yeah, I think you may as well save it for the Rat at this point. Chromion's already going down. Is that 12%? Actually, it's blurry. I can't quite read it.
It looks like the Chromion should go down to the tick.
I'm assuming the Chromion goes down to the tick. Yeah.
Maybe not then, because Allie swapped out. Sorry, our old eyes can't quite check it there. Allie getting one more turn on her reward here.
Okay. Chat says 13.4%, so it does not
Still
go
not.
down to the toxic tick. Yeah.
Good to save it then, because you know that the pressure is there. So perfect jab onto Mimit. This should be enough for an attack from flank to take it down now. It goes for the Spied Spores. So now Plat free to go for a swap play here. Ragnet overexerted. Mimit can come out, and now it's very fast, and it does have a bit of bulk on it.
Oh.
Could be Goulder Gaming here.
Yeah, the regen ticks on the Mimit definitely helping a lot, but that Monko still is in the back, right?
Could be a sack play here onto Platypus as well. Maybe not necessarily what Plat wants, but if he can preserve the Goulder and just try to play that HP game in the end. One thing Allie is lacking here with Ragnet being really low, she doesn't have any sleep control anymore. No more Hypno.
Right.
If this Ragnet must leave if she wants to be able to sleep something later in the game here. She stays in though. So does Plat on the Mimit.
Volcrane coming in. This is one of the better boards for it. Makes sense that it comes in. Plat says, well, you have 2 physical Tems in front of my Bark Shielded Tem, so I'll get some value. This is looking pretty solid for Volcrane, actually.
The Volcrane outspeed the Ragnet. That's a big question.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Otherwise, you can shut it down with Hypnosis, right? This is such a big Chromion living.
Not quite, because Plat also has Hypno up on his Ragnet.
Oh, Allie can't beat the Chromion, can't beat the Volcrane with Chromion anymore, because Volcrane could have Ninja Jutsu, right? And then that means it outspeeds
Yeah.
Chromion.
Yeah. It depends on the speeds, but yes. And I think we've seen from previous games that Plat does not have a ton of attack on the Volcrane, so I'm assuming it's primarily HP speed.
It comes out from Mimit. Volcrane just hooks.
Yep. Says I would like my stats. Getting more value out of that Bark Shield from earlier.
Hypno onto Volcrane. So now Plat. Oh, the side spores is definitely a risk here to consider.
Yeah, but surely the Volcrane is faster than the Nidrazil.
Right, true.
So it's not quite as good.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you're Plat,
Plat's Volcrane is like set up, right? Like it
Yeah.
has
If you're
a ton of
Plat-
damage.
if you're Plat and you're leaving the Nidrizzle, you probably just click A spread. But
Looks like Allie is a pretty decent turn here to just rest on Ragnet, maybe go for a perfect jab into the Volcrane. No, she just rests.
yeah.
Gulder coming in from Plat now. This is looking like a really nice Stone Trench turn finally.
Yep.
Maybe wanting to save it for when the Munko could come out to play. Doesn't necessarily need to do it. Mooflank does not have that much damage into Volcrane.
Chromium being low and Munko being off the board is definitely giving this Volcrane a lot of space.
Yeah.
But really the question is what happens when one of Allie's Tems goes down, right? Like, she loses the Ragnet here. Yeah, so the Ragnet's going down, takes out the sleep control, does really a good chunk of damage to the Mooflank. But now Allie has a couple of really decent options into this board state. That's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage on the Gulder.
Absolutely. Gulder's going to come back with Toxic Ink.
And Mooflank's down.
Mooflank.
Mooflank's down, yeah.
But now Allie is going to take a pretty hefty ninja jutsu on one of these slots, like whichever slot the Chromium comes into, right?
I don't think, have we seen this Volcrane click ninja?
We have only seen 3 moves. Hook,
So,
Meteorite, and Trench.
yeah, Hook, Meteorite, Trench. The 4th move is unknown.
This is smart from Allie. She's going to try and get Plat with Arvile here.
Yeah. Yeah, if the Chromion's not on board, he can absolutely do it.
Can self-hook. Nope, doesn't do it. Hazrat's faster. It's going for the tick. Trying to now take this Volcrane down just with... It's going to Meteorite. It doesn't overexert. This is big damage into Munko. No, not enough. Not even close to enough there.
And he survives the tick.
To survive the tick, yeah.
He survives the tick. So he has kind of one more turn.
Yeah.
And I think, and I think this is what Plat needs the Volcrane to do right now. I think he just needs to do enough damage to the Munko board. And then he has Platimus and a fast Mimit with Turbine in the back.
Do you see him swap here maybe? Go to the Platimus? And then let... If he swaps out, he goes to Platimus, the Lick takes out the Munko.
I don't think...
Save the Munko.
I don't think he swaps. I don't think he swaps. I think if he has Ninja, this is where he... Yeah, there it is.
Jutsu hits the
And we see the Ninja coming in, yeah.
Allie does manage to preserve the Munko, however. Volcrane's going to OX itself out of the
And
game.
let's see what Hazrat clicked Embers into the Gulder.
Nice Embers.
I think it's going to get licked. Yep, and we see a lick onto the Hazrat. Probably about 30%. Was I right? Yeah, about 30%. Pretty close.
Yeah, about 30%. And we see now the nut bar from the Gulder healing it up.
Yeah,
Is that enough for Turbine to bring down the Hazrat?
I'll tell you what. I think he has Aquatic online, right?
I think he might. Either way, the bullet hell should outspeed Munko. Hazrat Venomous Claws, not enough. Just hangs on.
Yeah,
is
Aquatic Whirlwind
takes out
coming
the Munko.
down,
And now
I
puny
think this is
Hazrat going up
this is
against
gonna be it.
2 Hazrats.
This is gonna be it for Allie here.
Yeah, he covers the hook there by going for Tink onto the Munko.
Very well positioned by Plat this game. I think that Ragnet, saving the Ragnet, bringing it in just a couple turns at a time when it could get value. For me, I think that's what really the difference this game was.
The difference between game 2 and game 3 is that Plat had a Ragnet, right?
Yes. You mean game 1 and game 3? Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, game 1 and
Yeah.
game 3. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, the Ragnet was huge.
Gulder also coming up big here. Like, it takes all kinds of damage from Hazrat. So Allie will drop to the loser bracket. Plat making top 4. Well, he will face Argan. Going to be an exciting start to day number 4.
Yeah, good games to both players. Yeah, that was I think that was a fairly even matchup. I don't think there was like an obvious strength on Team Select. I think there was a lot of back and forth, and I think both players played to their outs very well.
Yep. So we'll see kind of how things go from here, but we're going to finish up for today. That's our last match. I'm going to go ahead and jump out and get on stream and do the losers bracket side. So you guys can see me on Twitch there. In the meantime, I just want to give a quick shout out to everyone who helped. Alto, of course, thank you so much for helping cast. Bennett, Patterknife, we had Lore Weaver helping with statistics, BFlattened, HKen. Thanks so much for everybody for watching the cast. And we'll be back tomorrow where we will crown the first TemCS World Champion. So until then, have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yep. Take care, everyone.